A warm and friendly hello! Welcome to loving Las Vegas for Coast to Coast Hoops with myself, Greg Hoops Peterson, now part of the VSiN Family Podcast. And boy, is it a good Monday, because we've got over 100 games on the betting board for today, and we're going to keep this podcast simple. Typically, I have a guest join this podcast, but for those of you guys that have been listening to this podcast for now, I think this is year number 8 that I've been doing this podcast in some form or capacity, going back to all the way to when it was college basketball betting on the Overtime Network to Hoopin' with Hoops, now Coast to Coast Hoops. When we've got this big of a card, we cut the guests. We don't give you guys any sort of recap because, well, we've got no games to recap. It's going to be nice, simple, and to the point. We've got over 100 games on the board. We're going to try to find you guys winners on every single one of them. I'm going to get you guys picks and analysis on every game as we hit some bank shots. This is going to be relatively commercial free. We're going to take 2 commercial breaks along the way, and it's all powered by Better. Better is making it easier to get into the game by utilizing the promo code of VSiNPod. You'll get $10 free, no deposit required. That is BETR, by the way, on Better. Just sign up, make your picks, and you're ready for tip-off. So, nice, easy podcast here. If you ever do have a question, comment, segment idea, what have you for this podcast, you have one of 2 ways to be able to fire those in. First one is my Twitter/X timeline at gunit_81. Keep in mind, letters EM, naming does not matter, so as per usual, please send these into the timeline. Other ways, find an Apple Podcast review. If you rate this podcast 5 stars, it is very much appreciated. From there, you're able to fire in whatever you'd like to hear on this podcast via that 5-star review. And now let's cut the chitter chatter. Let's cut out everything else. We don't need anything else because we are back into it for college basketball. It is time to get you guys picks and analysis on every single game on the betting board as we hit some bank shots.
Most financial establishments close at a certain time, but not here. It is time for a side and total on every game on today's betting board bank shots.
Do note that as per usual, any changes that are made to these plays will be listed up on my Twitter/X feed at gunit_81. For those of you guys listening on any sort of podcast carrier, Apple Podcasts, Google Play, list goes on and on, the VSiN link in there, that is a link to my daily handicap line spreadsheet as well. All changes are noted there, and I've got handicaps for future games as well, so that's a nice little bit of an added bonus. And how about if we get things started? It goes in Las Vegas rotation, or this is the only way that I'm able to do a functional podcast, because when you try to go in time order, there's typically like 15 games at the same time and everything like that, and it makes things convoluted, harebrained, so that's why I do go in Las Vegas rotation order. It's the one way that I'm able to do this podcast in a timely manner. So how about if we start off 771, 772. We're out there in the great state of South Carolina for Bradley and St. Bonaventure. Bonnies are a 1.5 point underdog. Total on this game 140.5 to 141.5. I set my total at a 130.5. Bradley has never necessarily been a Blazer. They were number 2 in all of college basketball in terms of their 3-point shooting percentage last season, but they lose each of their top 5 scorers from a season ago. St. Bonaventure, very slow, very methodical team. Last year they were outside the top 340 in terms of total possessions per game, but they bring back Deshaunte Bowen, and that I think sets them over the top. I am going to be taking the St. Bonaventure Bonnies in this spot because with having Bowen back, he looks like he should be all good to go. All reports are he was looking rock solid in a lot of the practices. He was averaging in his 10-game sample size before going down with an injury last year. Bit of everything. 11 points, 4 assists, 2 steals per contest. Not necessarily a guy that was going to pop it and lock it from 3-point range or anything like that, but you do have some relatively good size down low with this team as well. Joe Grozovic, he's a guy that I think is going to be able to take some strides forward this season. Daryl Simmons is a guy that's going to be helping out Bowen in the backcourt. Last season, he was averaging in that neighborhood about 17.5 points per contest, albeit it wasn't necessarily at the highest level of basketball over at Gardner-Webb, but it just feels like with Dr. Schmidt, he always gets these guys firing on all cylinders. Daniel Egbaniwe, he was rock solid out there in the OVC, being able to grab about 6.5 rebounds per game, good passer as a big man as well. And then for Bradley, even though they were so good with their 3-point shooting last year, again, they lose so many of those great 3-point shooters from last season, and this is always a solid team under Brian Wardle, but at the same time, how do you respond to losing Zeke Montgomery, Duke Dean, all these guys? Now, they do bring back a, not even kidding here, 56% 3-point shooter in Demarion Birch, and Birch was able to see some nice minutes towards the back half of the season in the NIT at a 14-point performance against Chattanooga, but Now there's a big-time changing of the guard with this Bradley team. I don't know how the just new backcourt is going to respond. Alex Hubergerse, I always say that last name incorrect. He comes in from Wright State where he was averaging 13.5 points, 3 assists per contest. He'll help things out, and I do like the addition of A.J. Smith. This seems like a team that's going to be pretty rock solid on the glass. For Mr. Smith, he was averaging about 6 rebounds per game over at James Madison 8 seasons ago, and you did notice that last season Bradley wasn't necessarily the same team on the glass. Ahmed Janovich, he's 7'1". He comes back after a season ago. He was an ancillary okay piece, but now you're relying a lot on Jaquan Johnson, who is averaging about 2.5 assists per contest. He's going to need to take some big strides forward, and I think that he's going to be rock solid here, but you've got a neutral court game. You've got a St. Bonaventure team that they always build themselves around good, rock solid defense, and for St. Bonaventure, because they don't dive into their bench very far, it's a big reason why. They start off so many seasons so hot, and then they cool down. They covered 8 of their first 9 games 8 seasons ago. They were really good at non-conference play. Toilet bowled after that. They are fresh right now, and I think that fresh St. Bonaventure team gets a low-scoring slog to go their way. Semi-total 130.5 in on the under, and I like St. Bonaventure on the money line as I did make them the favorite. 773, 774 on the card. Murray State, they're playing against Nebraska Omaha at the Sanford Pentagon. With Omaha set hike, they are a 4.5-point underdog. Totals between 147.5 to a 150. Seeing some discrepancy here on that total. I set mine at a 144.5. I'm going to be willing to dive in on the under. Have an Omaha team that was very efficient with regards to their offense towards back half of the season. Took them some time to really get cooking, though. For Omaha, they were shooting less than 34.5% from three-point range in non-conference play. In conference play, they were shooting well above 40% from three-point range, so they found their sea legs towards back half of the season, made their first ever NCAA tournament last season, ranking 67th in the country in terms of points scored on a per-possession basis. You bring back Tony Osborne, who was able to give the team 12 points, shot 39% from three-point range. Deshaun Glover, he was rock solid as well, but this is also a team that they were not necessarily grabbing a lot of second and third chances. To their credit, they would not let you grab second and third chances as well. They were 8th in the country with opponents grabbing 22.6% of their missed shots as an offensive rebound. And that's a big reason why I'm going to be looking at the under in this spot. I did set my total at a 144.5. When it comes to this Murray State Racers team, they let go of Steve Prohm in the offseason, and I don't necessarily think that that was a bad thing. And when it comes to this Murray State team, I really am a believer in this team because they bring in a guy in Frederick King that he should have been getting more minutes when he was over at Creighton, and I love these teams with compound transfers. You have Ryan Miller comes in as a coach. He was over at Creighton last season. Frederick King, he was only averaging about 2.5 points per contest, but in his 4 career starts at Creighton, 12.5 points, 6.5 boards, 3.8 blocks per contest. They pair that up by bringing in Mason Miller, that is of relationship to the great Mike Miller, and this guy was shooting over 44% from three-point range 2 seasons ago over at Creighton. Again, Creighton doesn't necessarily play with a very big rotation, so he had a little bit of a tough time getting out there on the court, but I mean, these are 2 guys I think are going to be coming in right away. I think that they're going to be able to make a nice impact for this Murray State team. You're bringing Javon Jackson over at UIC. He was averaging about 2.5 assists, 11.5 points per contest. This is going to be a completely brand spanking new look team with Murray State, but we saw them in an exhibition matchup, and it's not necessarily an end-all be-all, be able to get the job done against Xavier, so that's something that's relatively encouraging for this program. You additionally have a guy in J.J. Traynor, who's 6'9", began his career over at Louisville. I think that he's going to be able to do some nice mixing and shaking, and this team has a lot of size with bringing in Dylan Anderson, guy that began his career over at Arizona, saw some starts at Boise State. He was a little bit limited by injuries last season as well, so I really do think that this is going to be a little bit of a rough go of it for our good friends on the flip side in Nebraska, Omaha. I think that this Murray State team has a real chance to be able to make some noise out there in the Missouri Valley Conference, and with Omaha losing some of those primary ball handlers, I do think that it's going to be a little bit rough for them night number 1. I did set my line at a 4.5. I was seeing an opener of a 3.5. I'm still seeing 1 or 2 3.5s out there, so I'm going to be willing to lay up to 4 here with Murray State. And with regards to the total, set mine at a 144.5, so you're at the 147 plus. I'm going to be in on the under. 775, 776 on the card from the Sanford Pentagon out there in South Dakota. Northern Arizona is going to be taking on Drake, and the Drake is an 8 to a 9.5 point favorite total on this game between 146.5 to a 148.5, and I did set my total here to where I'm going to be taking a shot on the under at a 144.5. Now, the big thing for Northern Arizona is that you lose pretty much your top rebounder in Carson Tout. Carson Tout, he was just absolutely incredible for this team last year, a guy that was grabbing over 11 rebounds per game, but for Northern Arizona, I actually think that they're going to be able to do a pesky job against a Drake team that they had a a lot of turnover with regards to their roster as well. I could only set Drake as a 6.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to take the points here. And for Northern Arizona, I know that it's been a little bit hit or miss with regards to this coaching staff in general. When you lose someone like a Trent McLaughlin, that's a lot to be able to replace, but I thought that they actually did a solid job of keeping more of those ancillary guys from the season ago. Oakland Fort, when Northern Arizona made their big run in the Big Sky tournament 2 seasons ago, he was a big part of that. Last year shot just 29% from 3 as a freshman. He shot 38% from 3. I sense a little bit of a rebound coming for him this season. You have to think that they're going to be looking a little bit more to Zach Davidson after he was a little bit of an ancillary piece at 6'9" last season. And JT Edmondson, he's a guy that comes in as a freshman that is relatively highly touted. I think that he's going to be able to give this team a little bit of this and that in the backcourt as well. And for Drake, I do think that it's going to take them a little bit of time to be able to get things rocking and rolling. Now, I recognize that the last few Drake coaches, most notably Ben McCollum last season, they've all been able to hit the ground running and they've all had success. And to the credit of Coach Henderson, who comes on over from South Dakota State, so he's very familiar with the state of South Dakota, he brought with him a few of his guys as well to be able to get things rolling right away. Owen Larson is someone that should be rock solid right away over at South Dakota State. He was averaging about 2.5 assists, 9 points per contest, shot 38% from 3-point range. You're going to be able to get Braden Applehouse to be able to give you a bit of something as well. A guy that was on the New Mexico team a season ago and over at New Mexico last year did shoot 43% from 3-point range. And with South Dakota State last season, that wasn't necessarily a vintage Eric Henderson team. Typically, Henderson's teams are some of the best in the country in terms of their 3-point shooting percentage, but I've noticed Henderson as a coach has looked to a little bit more defense, and I think that they're going to be looking to a bit more of that with Isaiah Carr coming over from Denver, a guy that stands right around about 6'11". When he was fully healthy last year, was averaging about a block and a half per contest, limited just 12 games last year over at Denver. You have to wonder how out of the chute he comes out. You've got a Zach Day Wilkins Jr., a guy that was able to average about 4 boards per contest over at Bowling Green. I do feel like there's a few question marks with regards to this Drake team, and I do think that they're going to be able to go out there and get the job done. I don't think that it's necessarily going to be the lambasting that a lot of people are expecting, though. So I did set my line at 6.5. I'm going to be willing to take the points with Northern Arizona. I do think that it takes this Drake team a little bit of time to flow on offense, so I did set my total at 144.5. I'm also in on this total under as well. 777, 778 on the card. It's going to be one of your toilet bowl matchups. Southern Miss, they are on the road. They're taking on Buffalo, and let's go Buffalo as a home underdog of 1.5 to 2 points. So on this game, they're between 153.5 to a 154, and for Southern Miss, set them as a 2-point favorite. That 1.5 that I'm seeing right now is the absolute max I'm going to be willing to lay, but I am going to be willing to lay it. This is a Buffalo team that they actually return a few pieces from a season ago, but Buffalo was one of the more miserable teams in all of college basketball last year. And for Southern Miss last season, they had an Andre Curbelo problem. Andre Curbelo was just an absolute cancer to that team, so that is a big-time addition by subtraction for Southern Miss. And with Southern Miss, it's going to be interesting to see how they're just going to be able to flow in general on offense, because last year they were well outside the top 300 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. They were looking to play a little bit more harebrained and up-tempo last season, and that's just not what you typically get out of Jade Ladner's team. So I did set a little bit of a lower total here of a 148. I'm going to be in on the under. Now Buffalo, they were outside the top 275 in terms of both points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis last year. The good news is they do have Ryan Sable back in the fold, and with this man, he's going to be able to help lead things for them. 14 points per contest, shot 35% from 3, was able to give the team a pair of assists as well, but Ty Dunn, who is that main facilitator, he's out of the fold. They lose Anquan Bolden Jr. from that backcourt as well, so they're going to be looking to Angelo Breezy, who was a star over at Davidson. For anyone that is new to VSiN, well, I wish you a friendly hello. This is an attention to anyone that is new to VSiN because you're able to get some free stuff with our daily newsletter. It's a great way to catch up on everything that's happening in the sports betting world. It's delivered straight to your inbox every single morning. VSiN's newsletter offers picks, data, strategies for the day's betting menu, and so much more. Sign up for free today over at VSiN.com/newsletter. That's VSIN.com/newsletter, and start receiving your free newsletter tomorrow morning. That is VSIN.com/newsletter. Stay ahead of the game and bet smarter with VSiN. Down low. Additionally, you got your guy in Chandler Watts, who's able to come in and he's able to give you a bit of something, a guy from the great state of Florida. I think that he comes in, he's going to be able to make a little bit of an impact for this team. You've got a true 7-footer in Tengra. Is he going to be able to give you too much? I'm not necessarily sure on that front, but with Falu Denjai. Hopefully I said that correct. This is a guy that began his career over at Western Kentucky, was seeing some meaningful minutes 2 seasons ago. Last year, he was completely out of the fold, and he's a guy that was a relatively highly touted guy, just has not been able to stay out there on the floor due to injuries. I think that is going to be able to help them out as well. It's a Southern Miss team that clearly has a little bit of an issue in the backcourt, but I think that the front court, the way that they're going to be able to generate second and third chances, and just getting out of the business of one Mr. Andre Curbelo, coupled with Kurt Lewis, who was a former top 10 junior college transfer according to JUCORecruiting.com. Last season had his season cut short over at ETSU, was at Missouri 2 seasons ago, where he didn't necessarily see the world's greatest amount of minutes, but he was still out there for a good, rock-solid Missouri team. I do think that this team finds a way to get the job done, and what is going to be one of your bigger toilet bowl matchups of the day. I did set Southern Miss as a 2-point favorite, so here at the 1.5, I'm going to be willing to lay it, and semi-total 148 feels like Southern Miss very much going to be looking to go down low, so I'm going to be in on this total under. 779, 780 on the betting board. Georgia State is on the road against Eastern Michigan. Eastern Michigan is a 3 to a 3.5 point favorite. 153 to 153.5 is the total. I said Georgia State as a 1.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to bypass the points here, and I'm going to be willing to take Georgia State outright on the money line. Now, it has not necessarily panned out the world's greatest for Jonas Hayes. He's a guy that I thought was going to be able to turn things around. He was a part of that Xavier team that won the NIT when he was the interim coach, and then from there he took the Georgia State job, and it just has not panned out from there. But Jelani Hamilton is a guy with a lot of upside. He was averaging about 11 points per contest, shot about 33% from three-point range. They've got actually some nice returning minutes along this roster as well. A guy in Malachi Brown, I think, is going to be very much an upside guy in the backcourt as well. A guy that last season as a starter was averaging about 8 points, 3.5 assists per contest. Now, it was a Georgia State team that they were turning the ball over a little bit too much last year, and they were well outside the top 200 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Guess who else was way outside the top 250 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis? Eastern Michigan. And Eastern Michigan was just absolutely awful at guarding the three-point line. Now, Georgia State, they were well outside the top 225 in terms of their three-point shooting percentage as well, but Eastern Michigan has an issue with the fact that you had Jalen Terry along with Deshaun Nelson and Christian Henry. These three guys, between the three of them, they were combined to average in that neighborhood about 47 to 48 points per contest. Guess who you have missing? All three of these guys. Now, they do a nice job in terms of compound transfers. They bring in two guys from Northwestern State in Edison Patterson along John Sanders. Sanders was averaging about 10 points per contest as a guy that was a part-time starter, shot about 40% from three-point range. Patterson is actually a former top 75 recruit who began his career over at Oregon and Nevada. Last season, he was a little bit of a do-it-all guy, a Swiss Army knife guy at 13 points, 5.5 boards, 3.5 assists per contest at like 6'6", 6'7". So I do like that. They bring in from inside the state McMahon Seal as well. Dealt with some injuries last season when he was over at Detroit, but guy that was able to put up about 11 points per contest. But you're looking at a lot of guys coming in from defenses that were shoddy. I think shoddy is the right way to put it, because you bring in Mekhi Ellison, who was over at Stetson, averaging 2.5 assists, 14.5 points per contest. Stetson was just absolutely terrible on the defensive end last season. I don't quite know how these pieces are all going to be fitting together. Aiden Rubio, when he was over at Central Michigan 2 seasons ago, was seeing some nice minutes out there in the MAC. He was shooting 40% from three. Last year, it was limited to just 6 games, so a little bit unfortunate there, but you've got a lot of question marks with this team. I'm not necessarily a Stan as well. I think that Georgia State has a coaching advantage here. I think that just having those returning minutes helps this Georgia State team go on the road, find a way to be able to get the job done. So I'm going to be willing to take Georgia State here on the money line. Set my total at 149.5 because I just don't think either of these teams are going to be hitting a lot of threes early on during the season, even though Georgia State is looking to play a little bit more up-tempo under Jonas Hayes. So I'm in on the under, and I'm in on Georgia State on the money line. 781, 782 on the betting board. Quinnipiac is on the road against St. John's. The Johnnies are a 24.5 point favorite. Total on scheme is 158.5. I set a low 145.5 total. Now, St. John's was a top 35 team in terms of total possessions per game. St. John's was also a top 5 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. But here's the thing with St. John's that has me fading them in this spot. Not on the money line, obviously. That would be ridiculous. But I can only set them as a 21.5 point favorite. 24, in my opinion, just a little bit too rich for my blood. Who's going to be playing the point guard for St. John's? Because you bring in Dylan Darling. He was averaging 14 plus points per contest. contest, over 4 assists per contest over at Idaho State. Rock solid guy, but going from the Big Sky to the Big East, that's a big giant jump. And then they've been talking a little bit about having Ian Jackson perhaps running some point after he was over at North Carolina last year, where he was rock solid. 12 points per contest, shot at about 39.5% from 3. He did no facilitating whatsoever. And Rick Pitino is saying, oh, we don't need a point guard and everything like that. I love Rick Pitino, but come on, you do need a point guard. But they are going to be rock solid down low. Zuby Ejiofor is able to give you over a block per contest, 7+ rebounds per game. They bring in a nice upside guy that I really like in Hanji Tamba. He's going to be able to help things out down low a little bit as well. Vincent Ayuchuku, he was a part of the program as well. I think that he might be off the roster because he's just been dealing with so many injuries and everything like that. But you've got plenty of guys who are going to be able to lock it down there. And this team is much better from three-point range than they were a season ago. Last year, St. John's was outside the top 300 with regards to their three-point shooting percentage. So you're bringing Jusin Sanan, who is shooting about 37% from three-point range, 12 points per contest over at Arizona State. What you're going to be able to get out of Bryce Hopkins is going to be any sort of a bonus. He only played 3 games last season. He is still a little bit TBD with regards to how much he's going to be playing night number 1, how he's going to be fitting in with the system as well. You've got Dylan Mitchell, who's obviously going to be rock solid down low. But this is a Quinnipiac team that has not chopped liver themselves. Ever since they made the coaching regime change, things have actually been rock solid for them. Now, Quinnipiac, they were also one of your lesser three-point shooting teams last season. That has a collective shot under 30% from three-point range, but you do bring back a guy in Amari Monroe who's able to do a bit of everything. 18 points, 9 boards per contest. 2 years ago, shot 35% from 3, less than 30% 8 seasons ago. I think that he's going to be able to rebound, and he's going to be able to give you a little bit of something. Jaden Zimmerman is a guy that's able to do a nice job in the backcourt. He was averaging 11 points per game, and he was one of the lone guys that was really able to pop it from 3. He was able to shoot 35% from 3, and I thought it was a sneaky good pickup that they picked up Asim Jones from Florida International in the offseason. He shot about 35% from 3, 2 assists, a little bit over a steal per contest. That's a Florida International team that's always a heat-seeking missile in terms of being able to generate turnovers. Quinnipiac was a solid team in terms of being able to guard the 3 last year. They were a really bad team in terms of being able to pop it themselves, and I do think that as a result, you're going to get a little bit more of a slog of a game. I know that Quinnipiac is a team that is quite a bit more up-tempo than a lot of those Metro Atlantic teams as well, but St. John's, I think, is going to be rock solid on defense. I think that they're going to have some growing pains in terms of turnovers at the point guard spot, so I set a low total here. Even though you get possessions, I think that you get an under, set my total 145.5, and with St. John's, only set them as a 21.5 point favorite, so taking the points with the Bobcats. 783, 784 on the betting board. It is Toledo, and they play also South Alabama. South Alabama, anywhere between a 2.5 to a 4-point dog. Total on this game between 151.5 to a 152, and I'm in on another under. I set my total at a 148, and I can only set Toledo as a 2-point favorite. South Alabama played one of the most unique styles that you are ever going to find in college basketball last year. Opponents took over 58% of their shots from three-point range last year, but South Alabama was also a top 50 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per-possession basis. They did a pretty rock-solid job on the glass as well, and this is a Toledo team that last year they just didn't have a lot of three-point shooting. That wasn't a vintage Chad Kowalczyk team. They were shooting in that neighborhood about 33.5% from three-point range, and they do bring back a few of those guys that I think are going to be rock solid for this team. They lose Javon Simmons, which that's going to be a massive blow for them. I thought that he was really a nice heart and soul piece for them, but you bring back Sonny Wilson. Wilson last year, he was putting up about 15 points, 3 assists, 4 boards per contest, shooting 36.5% from three-point range, one of their main offensive guys, and then you bring in someone in Sean Craig, who he was putting up about 12 points, 7.5 rebounds per game. He was one of the, shall we say, guys that was over at IU Indy, and it looked like he was going to be back with them, but they had a coaching regime change in the month of May, so that was a little bit of an issue for them. So Toledo, they benefit from that. The X factor here is going to be Kyler Vanderjagt, though. Last season, he was over at Central Michigan, shooting about 38% from 3, 11 points per contest. Do I think that he elevates the team a little bit? Yes, but it does feel like it's going to be a team that's going to be a little bit more sizable as well. They bring in a guy like an Austin Parks. I recognize they didn't play a lot over at Ohio State, but a guy that comes in from Ohio State, I think that he's going to be seeing some nice minutes right from the jump. They've got a freshman in London Prater who comes in from the great state of Colorado. I think that he's going to be seeing some minutes right away as well. So I don't think that it's a Toledo team that's going to be as offensive based as they have been in past years. And for South Alabama, this is a team that was well outside the top 250 in terms of total possessions per game last season. Now, they do lose a lot of their top scorers from the season ago, but the Brady bunch is back. They bring in Randy Brady, who he last season was a starter for the team. Not too much of a score, over at 4.5 points per contest, but gave you a little bit over 2 assists per game. When they needed him to shoot from 3, shot 40% from 3. I think that he's going to be stepping up a little bit more with regards to that scoring. J.J. Wheat, as a guy last year that was a nice little bit of a glue guy. Another one of those guys that comes in from the non-Division I ranks. Shot 37% from 3-point range. Nice off the bench, a little bit of a spark plug. Maxwell Land is a guy that has been dealing with injuries over the last few years. He was limited to 9 games 2 seasons ago, missed all of last season. Out of sight, out of mind guy that when we last saw him out there on the 4th for South Alabama was giving the team about 10 points per contest. He's able to pull in there a few rebounds per game. That is a big missing cog for this team that is going to be coming back. They did a nice job being able to find some of these guys from the non-Division I ranks that I think are going to be able to come in, like a Peyton Law, who I think is going to be rock solid, and then John Broome is going to be cleaning up, being able to give you about 5.5 rebounds per game. I think that South Alabama, and their just unique harebrained style, it's going to be able to work out here. I think that they're going to be able to do a nice job on the glass. I think that they're going to get things slowed down. I said my total at 148. I like the under, and give me anything north of 2 points here with South Alabama. 785, 786 on the betting board. It is the Ohio State University playing us at IU Indy. IU Indy finds themselves as 28.5 to 29.5 point underdogs. Total on this game is 159. I set my total at a 158. I'm just in a hair on the under. Now, you want to know with IU Indy, they had a late coaching change in the cycle, and that's a big reason why you're seeing such a high total in regards to this game, because with IU Indy, they actually bring in the coaching staff that was over there it was West Liberty, and when it came to West Liberty, they were averaging 100 points per game a season ago at the Division II ranks, and the guy was just flat out a winner there as well. I actually think that things are going to go okay for IU Indy. They fire Paul Carasso on May 27th, but this guy, Ben Howlett, that comes in to coach his team, he was 217 and 37 at the Division II ranks, so that is going to be big. They've got a few guys with Division I experience. Jackson Edwards, he was a offensive catalyst when he was over a few seasons ago for Valparaiso. He's averaging like 7.5 points, 5 rebounds, a little bit over a block per contest. You bring in Corey Boston, who is a non-Division I guy over at Concord. I believe that that's a D3 school. 17 points per contest there. Dalen Hamilton, he's going to be back for this team as well. He brings in a lot of these guys that were just so rock solid for West Liberty, and they were generating 19.7 turnovers per game at the Division II rank. So I do think that this is going to be a very up-tempo style, and I think that this IU Indy team is going to be selling out for turnovers. And for Ohio State, they do come into this game a little bit banged up down low as well. So that's something that you want to know. The good news is they do have Devin Royal back, who is able to give you over 5 rebounds per game. Now it's going to be Josh Ojawana, who's going to be out of the fold for this team. He comes in from Baylor, 7-footer, so that does place a little bit of the onus here on the backcourt to be able to get things rocking and rolling. I do think that they're going to do so. Bruce Thornton was one of the better just overall guards in the country last year. 17.5 points, 4.5 assists. He was able to shoot 42% from 3-point range. I absolutely love his game, and I think that he's going to be able to be just a really good facilitator for this team. You do lose some of those guys like a Micah Parrish from a season ago, but John Mobley, 13 points on 38.5% 3-point shooting. That's going to be rock solid as well. What are you going to be able to get out of some of those ancillary guys? So, Brandon Noel, he comes in after he spent some time at Wright State. 19 points, 7.5 boards at 6'8". He was able to shoot 36% from 3, but we've seen Wright State transfers come into Ohio State and do absolutely nothing. You've got a guy in Christoph Tilley, who's a true 7-footer, who's able to pop it and lock it from 3-point range. How's he going to fit in this system? Miles Hero, that is the brother of Tyler Hero. How is he going to fit after he didn't do a ton over at South Carolina? So I do have some question marks outside that main starting 5. I do think that main starting 5 is rock solid, but we still need to see it to believe it on the Diebler era as well. I feel like this total is just a skoge a bit too high. Semi-total 158. I'm in on the under, but I think that IU Indy holds within this number. Set my line at 26, so taking the points with IU Indy. 787, 788 on the card. It is Dayton, and they are going to be playing us Canisius. Canisius is an underdog of 22 to 23 points. Totals of between 143 to 144, and I set Dayton as a 25-point favorite. I've been taking a lot of big underdogs, but I'm going to be willing to lay it here. Canisius was just one of the worst teams in all of college basketball last year. I wish I could put it any other way. And when it comes to this Dayton squad, they don't necessarily have the flash of the guys like a Posh Alexander and guys like that, Zed Key, that entered into the program a season ago. But I think that they just have better fits in general. And Dayton is never an up-tempo team. This team under Anthony Grant is always outside the top 275 in terms of total possessions per game. Now, they were able to play some turnovers last year because they were shooting it quite well from three-point range. You had the likes of Nate Santos, Javon Bennett, and guys like that shooting over 39% from three, and you do have one of those guys back in Mr. Bennett. He's going to need to take a nice step up after Malachi Smith decided to transfer away from the program 8 seasons ago. For Bennett, he was able to shoot over 38% from three, 11.5 points, about 2 assists per contest. I think that he's going to be able to come in, and he's going to be really good with regards to this backcourt. What are you going to be able to get around him, though, is a bit of a question mark, but I do think that Anthony Grant did a nice job in the transfer portal of finding nice fit guys. Jordan Durkock, 2 seasons ago when he was over at Merrimack, a 6'5", do-it-all sort of player that was averaging 17 points, 6 boards, 4 assists per contest. Now, not as much of a three-point shooting threat as you'd like to see, but still a guy that I think is going to be able to come in there, and I think that he's going to be able to do a very rock-solid job. And on the other end for Canisius, it's a lot of guys that are missing from a season ago. Paul McMillan, who was averaging 20 points per contest, he decided to transfer out of the program. He went to the SWAC, and, well, he's actually not going to be playing this year either. But now you're looking at someone like a Mike Everbrow, who he was solid over at Central Arkansas. And I will say, 2 years ago in the Metro Atlantic, he was nice as well. 7.5 points. He's able to give you 5.5 rebounds per game. Canisius was well outside the top 300 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. I think that they're going to be a little bit better this year. Micah Snyblack, he was able to give you about 10 points, 3.5 boards, 2.5 assists over at Jacksonville 2 seasons ago. Was a little bit out of sight, out of mind last year, so nice upside guy. Miles Wilmoth, he does come over from the Metro Atlantic from Siena, not much of a scorer, but was able to give you 3.5 rebounds per game. I think that Canisius is going to be playing a little bit more slow and controlled. You've got some question marks in the backcourt. Javante Edwards, who's a freshman that comes in from the great state of Wisconsin, he's probably going to be seeing some minutes. Chris Camus, who comes over from Canada, is probably going to as well. So you've got a lot of proven guys down low. You don't have a lot of proven production with regards to backcourt. Khalil Singleton, who was over at Holy Cross last season, did shoot 39.5% from three. He's going to be looked to really carry the load for this team. I think that it's going to be a slow and controlled Canisius team, and I do think that it's just taken a little bit longer than expected for Canisius to be able to build themselves back up. I do think that Dayton, a team that I thought did an amazing job in the transfer portal with bringing in out of sight, out of mind guys, finds a way to be able to win this game very convincingly. Semi-total 139. I like the under, and I'm willing to lay up to 24.5 here with Dayton. 789, 790 on the card. Bowling Green plays us to Texas State, and Texas State is an underdog of 3 to 4 points. 142.5 to a 143 is the total. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, we have it over. I said my total 144.5. Texas State, always a team that ranks outside the top 250 in terms of total possessions per game, but Texas State is a team that really shot it well from three-point range last season. For some reason, they didn't take a lot of threes, but they're a team that shoots it really well from three, and I think that the big thing is getting the drone going. Mark Drone, who was just in and out of the lineup all season long last season. I'm not sure what was going on there, if it was on the court related, off the court related, what have you, but in 10 games, he was able to give the team about 11.5 points and a steal and a half per contest, and he's a very highly touted junior college guy that came in, and he should be able to give this team a nice little bit of a jolt. And I do like the fact that they've got compound transfers. They bring in Jalen Bolden, who was over at Louisiana Monroe last year and was a do-it-all sort of guy. 13 points, 6 boards, 2.5 assists. Not a guy that was really going to give you a ton from three-point range, but he was a guy that was able to do a nice job in terms of being able to stuff the stat sheet. And then Mekhi Willis, what's up, Willis? He was able to come over from Monroe as well, 10.5 points, 7.5 rebounds per game. I think that this team might take a little bit of a step back with regards to that three-point shooting, as they do lose some of their rock-solid guys from the outside, but you do have a guy, Kendall Davis, who I think is going to be very solid. He comes over from Louisiana. He didn't necessarily see a ton of minutes for them 2 years ago over at Eastern Illinois. He was giving the team about 10.5 points, 4.5 rebounds per game, and on the other end, you've got a Bowling Green team that under Coach Todd Simon, they played a little bit slower than you expected last season. When Todd Simon's teams are really rocking and rolling, he wants that team just playing super up-tempo. We saw that Silas over at Southern Utah, and I do think that this team is going to be turning over a new leaf. And they bring in Javante Campbell, who was a part of that team from a season ago. Last year was averaging 15 points, 4 boards, 3 assists. His 2.8 steals per game was a top 8 mark in all of college basketball. I think that he's going to be able to do a nice job there. Javon Ruffin comes over from Colorado, where last year he was averaging about 5.5 points per contest. As well, he's been a low to mid 33-point shooter, and this is not a Bowling Green team that's necessarily going to light the world on fire with regards to three-point shooting, but they bring in Sam Towns, who was able to give you 7 rebounds per game 8 seasons ago. Meyer Wool is a guy that I really like, coming over from Eastern Kentucky and Chattanooga. Last year over at Eastern Kentucky was able to average about 5 rebounds per game, and he played in a super up-tempo style as well. I think that this is going to be a Bowling Green team that's going to be able to get things rolling. I think that they're going to be able to generate some turnovers against a Texas State team that has quite a bit of turnover in the backcourt, and Josiah Shackelford is a little bit of an upside guy that I think is going to be able to make a nice impact in the backcourt as well. So I am going to be willing to take a shot here on the over. For Bowling Green, I could only set them as a 2.5-point favorite. I don't necessarily trust in them being able to hit their free throws late in the game. It does feel like it's a team that's going to struggle from three, and I do think that the Texas State defense in the end is going to be able to hold up a little bit here. So taking those points with Texas State, and I'm going to be taking a shot on the over. 791, 792 on the card. Tennessee is playing us at Mercer. Mercer is an underdog of 26 or 26.5 points. 143 to 144 is the total, and I am very much going to be in on the under. I set my total at 135.5. Now, Mercer is going to be looking to play up-tempo under Ryan Ritter, but when's the last time we've seen Tennessee play up-tempo? The answer is never, ladies and gentlemen, and with this Tennessee team, they've been a top 12 team in terms of points allowed on a per-possession basis each of the last 5 years. Now, they do bring in a rock-solid scorer, Jacoby Gillespie, 14.5 points, 4.8 assists per contest for Maryland, a part of that Crab 5 from a season ago. He's going to be able to really lead things for this Tennessee team. They do lose the likes of Zakai Ziegler and company, so they're going to be a little bit different with regards to that, but they do bring back some of their rock-solid rebounders as well. I know that with Tennessee, they do lose quite a bit from a season ago, but still, you're going to be able to rely upon someone like a Felix Aparo down low who's able to give you 5+ rebounds per game. He's a relatively good shot blocker in his own right. I like the fact that they bring in Jalen Carey as well, a guy that was able to average 8.6 boards per contest over at Vanderbilt, so very familiar with the SEC. And Nate Ament, he is going to be rock-solid at 6'10". A lot of people are trying to compare him to Kevin Durant. I think that that's going a little bit too far, but I think that he's going to be a second coming for the team, and Amari Abraham is a very nice defensive guard that is going to be able to uphold this Tennessee style. And then with Mercer, they lose each other top 5 scorers from a season ago. They do bring back Brody Shoulders, who is able to give you about 5.5 points, 5.5 boards per contest, but you're looking at a lot of guys that came in via the transfer portal that are going to need to produce right away. A guy like a Kyle Cuffey, who was able to average 5 points per contest over at Syracuse. He's a little bit of an upside guy that never really got his fair shake of minutes when it came to Syracuse and Kansas. Armani Mighty, he was having a mighty struggle in terms of getting out there on the floor for Boston College a few seasons ago. They're going to need him down low, and I do think that Petras Pajamas, I hope I said that correct, who comes in from Dayton 2 years ago, saw a few minutes, gentleman that comes over from Lithuania. He's got a bit of upside down low. They bring in Zaire Williams, who was playing for Wagner a season ago, a very defense-oriented team that didn't have a lot of offense. He was their main form of offense with 12 points per game. He shot about 34% from three. I think that he offers a little bit of upside, but I just flat out think that this team is outgunned. I think that Tennessee is going to be rock solid, and I think that a lot of people are sleeping on how good Ament is going to be. I said Tennessee is a 31.5 point favorite. I think that they really do a good job of shackling up this Mercer Bears team, so I'm going to be willing to lay it with Tennessee, and I'm in on the under. 793, 794 on the card. Duquesne is going to be playing us at Niagara. The Purple Eagles of Niagara find themselves as 14 to 14.5 point dogs. 139 to 140 is the total. Set my total at 131.5. You've got a pair of teams that were well outside the top 275 in terms of total possessions per game last season, and when it comes to this Duquesne team, are they going to be a little bit better on offense? They certainly are going to be, but you do have to have a little bit of a question mark with regards to that backcourt. Now, for Duquesne, if I'm not mistaken, they knocked out Virginia Tech in a exhibition matchup. Again, not necessarily an end-all, be-all, but I think that this is going to be a Duquesne team that's going to be very rock solid. I did set my line here on a 13.5, so I'm not willing to quite get on board with a 14 plus because, again, this is going to be a relatively low possession game, in my opinion, and you got a pair of teams that they are going to play, in my opinion, some better defense. Niagara last year was well outside the top 225 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. But getting back to the Duquesne team, Jake DiMichele, he was really able to step up last season after he was only able to play in 7 games, 11 points per contest in those games that he played. I think that he's going to be able to come back, and he's going to be able to come back in full force. When it comes to this backcourt, they had Trey Dinkins trying to run a little bit of everything last year, and I feel like it's just going to be a little bit more well distributed with Terrence Gunyard coming over from UT Martin, who averaged about 16 points per contest. If I'm not mistaken, he was a non-Division I transfer that really made that nice jump there. But this team has a guy, Maximus Edwards, who does a bit of everything. When he was over at George Washington 2 seasons ago, 12.5 points, 6.5 rebounds per game. I like the upside here in season number 2 in this system. You've got the Williams square, Jimmy Williams, along with Alex Williams, who should be solid in the backcourt. But for Niagara, they're just such a well-coached team that I don't think that they're going to die in this matchup. With Greg Paulus, his team is a little bit outgunned. You just take a look at this roster, and You don't necessarily have a ton of guys that are super duper, shall we say, experienced with regards to backcourt. You do bring back AJ McBride, a guy that just had a tough time being able to get out there on the floor a season ago. He's probably going to need to take some massive strides forward after they lost, I believe, all but one out of their top 8 scorers from a season ago. But I do have a little bit of faith in them being able to get something out of Trenton Waters. Trenton Waters was a guy that was glued to the bench over at Radford a few seasons ago, went down to the non-Division I level, put up some good numbers there, and that's a lot of what this team is going to be banking on. Someone like a Brian Griffith who comes over after he last season was at the non-Division I level. How is he going to be able to fare? I actually think relatively okay. This is going to be a team that is going to be a little bit outgunned with regards to what they're going to be able to give you down low, but Will Short, he was a guy that was able to come in off the bench, gave the team like 3 rebounds per game, a guy from Australia. I think that he's going to be solid, and this is going to be pretty much a in Greg Paul's we trust sort of approach. You've got Justin Page who's back in the fold as well after he was able to give the team some relatively decent scoring at about 6 points per contest last season. I think that Niagara, with having a lot of out-of-sight, out-of-mind guys from the non-Division I ranks, from the JUCO level, they find a way to be able to push a Duquesne team that is going to be very good, but is going to be very defense-oriented to be able to cover this number. So I told 131.5. I like the under and 14 plus here with Niagara. 795, 796 on the card. You've got UMass. Playing goes to Marshall, and Marshall finds themselves as a slim underdog of 4.5 points. 150 to 151 is the total, and this is a circumstance where I'm going to be willing to take a shot here on Marshall. I only set them as a 1.5 point underdog. Now, with this Marshall bunch, they do lose so much of that backcourt from a season ago, but with this Marshall team, you could tell that they were doing a much better job on the glass a season ago, and it just feels like they needed a little bit of a fresh voice with regards to things, as Dan D'Antoni had really run his course there, and with Marshall, it all comes down to having things locked down low with Matt Von Coleman. 7'4" big man that comes in from Elon, 7.9 rebounds, about 2.3 blocks per contest for a Marshall team that they still play a little bit up-tempo last year, but it's not like they were running it and gunning it like we have seen in the past few seasons. And Jalen Spear is a big cog for the team. He was able to average last year about 11 points per contest, but if you look at conference play and conference play only, he was averaging closer to about 13 points per game, shot about 35% from 3-point range. He's going to be a nice experienced guy that is going to be able to help lead a backcourt that I think is going to be rock solid with Wilson Dubinsky coming on over from South Carolina State. Last season, he was shooting nearly 45% from 3-point range, so Marshall has a nice blend of guys that are able to lock it down low, and you've got some good 3-point shooting coming in as well. Meanwhile, on the flip side, you've got a UMass team that was one of the worst 3-point shooting teams in all of college basketball last year. Frank Martin is a coach I respect. He's coached in a Final Four before, but it just feels like things really fell off the rails when they didn't have their low post pieces from 2 seasons ago back last year, and now for this UMass Minutemen team, they do have a few guys that return. Jaden Ndunji, hopefully I said that correct, 4.5 points, 4.5 rebounds per game. He's going to be relatively rock solid for the team, but where is that 3-point shooting going to be coming from? You're really going to be banking on Marcus Banks to be able to deliver that. Over at UMBC, shot 42% from 3-point range. He was averaging about 16.5 points per contest. That's a nice place to start. And Leonardo Batul, who comes over from Abilene Christian, he was able to register about 13 points, steal per contest, part of a defense as one of the best at being able to generate turnovers in all of college basketball. But again, he wasn't necessarily a guy that shot it well from 3. You've got a guy in Daniel Hankins Samford who's going to be solid down low, 10 points, 7.5 rebounds per game. But I mean, really outside of Banks, you don't have a lot of 3-point shooting with this team. I think that they're going to be solid on the glass. They're going to be able to grab a lot of second and third chances, much like we saw a few seasons ago, but this team still has their question marks with regards to the backcourt. I do think that in the end, just having a little bit more depth with regards to the front court, because you do have Von Coleman for Marshall, but you really don't have a lot of understudies outside of him. That's going to be just enough for UMass to avoid the upset at home, but that said, I think that Marshall is going to do a nice job hanging in there. I think that this game is going to be coming down to some late game fouling. Both of these teams are still going to be playing relatively up-tempo, especially UMass, so I did set my total at a 153.5. I do like the over, and I'm going to be willing to take anything north of 2 points here with Marshall. Set my line at 1.5. 797, 798 on the card. Louisiana is on the road against Ball State. Ball State, a 1 to 2 point favorite total on this game, between 147.5 to a 148, and as a Ball State as a 3.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the small number for Louisiana. They underwent a coaching change after Bob Marlin had been there for about 500 billion years. So you got a little bit of a new look Louisiana team. Meanwhile, for Ball State, it's been a little bit up down all around down. It feels like whenever they've had Peyton Sparks out there, they have been rock solid. Whenever they have not had Peyton Sparks out there, well, it's been a little bit of a disaster, and now they're going to need to sink or swim with it being a passing of the torch from one Mr. Peyton Sparks, but I think that they're going to be able to overcome it relatively well. For this Ball State team, they've got quite a bit in the backcourt that I like. I do recognize that they've got a few changes from a season ago, but you bring in a guy like a Cam Denson who's able to do a bit of everything. He was over at Long Beach State shooting 35% from 3 at 6'7" a season ago, so that elevates his team a little bit more with regards to the backcourt. Elmore James, he comes in from within the conference. He was over at Ohio, averaging about 8.5 points per contest. Shot for his career over at Ohio about 36% from three-point range. So you've got a very lethal team from the outside. Devin Barnes, he was a part of that UTEP team that was able to generate so many turnovers as well. And that's something that Ball State has really lacked. Year in and year out, typically they're outside the top 225 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. Armani Ziegler is a guy that comes in from St. Peter's as well to be able to help out a Ball State defense that year in and year out has been well outside the top 250 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. They do lose Jeremiah Hill in the offseason, but with this Louisiana team, they actually brought in a really nice freshman class for a mid-major school. They've got a few guys that were like in the top 150. Joshua Lewis is a guy that really comes to mind, but what are you going to be able to get out of some of these transfers? Like, they bring in Jamarian Keller, who was over at Oklahoma State and put up good minutes over at Oklahoma State last year, over 20 minutes per game, 5.5 points, 3.5 rebounds per contest, but I mean, that was in Oklahoma State. That was just completely outgunned last season. Dorian Finster, he began his career over at Kansas State, played over at Sam Houston State a season ago, 8 points, 6 rebounds per contest, but he's a little bit undersized at 6'5". This is a Ball State team that they don't necessarily have a plethora of different guys with a lot of size, but I mean, really outside of Jeremiah Evans, you've got one guy on the roster with Division I experience that's above 6'6", so that's going to be a bit of an issue. And they do bring back Zeke Cook, who he was able to cook when he was over at Jackson State 2 seasons ago. 2 seasons ago, he was putting up about 6.5 points, 6.5 rebounds per game. Really couldn't find his footing with Louisiana Monroe having a midseason coaching change last season, but it's a little bit of a rhymeless, reasonless team at this point. And I do think that Ball State, having so much with regards to that backcourt, it does win out in this case. I do think that Louisiana is going to be a little bit more of a mid-tempo team this season. Ball State is never necessarily a team that necessarily pushes tempo, so I did set my total here at a 145.5. I think that we might see some sloppiness from that Louisiana backcourt as well to be able to help out with the under with having a lot of turnovers, so I'm going to be in on this little under, and I'm going to be willing to lay the small number here with Ball State, 799, 800 on the card. Kent State is playing host to Troy. The men of Troy do find themselves as a underdog in this ordeal of anywhere between 3.5 to 4 points total on this game, between 143 to 144, and I set my total at 135.5. I'm going to be in on the under. For Kent State, they were a little bit more of a mid-tempo team last season, but both of these teams were pathetic from three-point range. Both of these teams were well outside the top 265 with regards to three-point shooting percentage, but the big reason why I'm going to be willing to trust in Kent State in this spot, Sion Medley is back. The medley was able to do such a nice job of having this offense run like a medley. He was able to give you about 3.5 assists per contest. A guy that averaged fewer than 8 points per game, but still a guy that does a really nice job of just facilitating offense, really good on the defensive side of things as well. In Kent State, when they're at full force, this is a team that when they made the NCAA tournament a few seasons ago, they were a top 40 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. They do lose that top scorer in Jalen Solinger from the season ago, but you still have some rock-solid guys that are going to be able to do a nice job manning things down low. This was a top 75 team with regards to their overall rebound rate. Recco Gillespie was able to give you 8 points, 8 rebounds per game, and when it came to conference play, he was averaging darn near 10 rebounds per game. And then Morgan Safford, he's going to be a big key for this team as well. Was limited to just 8 games a season ago. When we last saw him in a full season over at Miami, Ohio, he was averaging about 15.5 points per contest, shot 35% from 3. Do think that Kent State is going to be a little bit better from 3-point range than they were a season ago. And Jamal Sumlin being able to step it up towards back half of the season last year, averaged about 5.5 points per contest, shot 39% from 3. That's really going to be able to elevate the team. And for Troy, even though they made the NCAA tournament last season, I've got a lot of question marks with the guys that they are missing from the season ago, because the heart and soul of that team last season was Tatum Connerway, who was able to give you like 14 points, 4.5 boards, 4.5 assists. He just did it all. And Now he's going to be starting over at Indiana. They do bring back a few guys like a Theo Song, who at 6'9" was able to pull in there 3 boards per contest. I think that this is going to be a little bit more of a low post team. Jarrell Bellamy is a guy with quite a bit of upside as well. He was able to give the team about 2.5 boards, 4 to 4.5 points per game off the bench a season ago. So I do think that Troy is going to be looking a little bit more down low. Troy was a very good team in terms of generating turnovers last season as well. But again, outside the top 300 with regards to that 3-point shooting percentage, they really didn't bring in a lot of guys to be able to elevate that. They're looking at someone like a Corbin Green, who began his career over at Air Force. Last year was at Texas Tech and could not get out there on the floor whatsoever for them, but he's a career less than 30% 3-point shooter as well. With all the changes that you've got in the backcourt, Sans Thomas Dowd, who at 6'8", I think that he's going to be able to do a nice job. 9.5 points, 7 boards. He shot in that neighborhood about 30% from 3-point last season. He's going to be looked to do a little bit of everything, but having a little bit of a lack of clarity at that point guard spot, I think is going to be costing them, and I think that Kent State is going to eat them alive in a bit of more of a defense-oriented game. So Kent State is a 5.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number, and I'm going to be in on this under as well. 801, 802 on the card. Arkansas State is on the road facing off against Ohio. The Ohio Bobcats are a 4 to 5 point favorite. It's on this game between 156 to a 157. Did somebody total 157? So at that 156, I'm going to be in on the over, and with Ohio, I set them as a 5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay that for with Arkansas State. They bring in Ryan Pannone, who was an assistant over at Alabama, so they're keeping that pipeline very, very strong, having former Alabama assistants take over at Arkansas State. We saw what Brian Hodgson was able to do a few seasons ago, but I do think that there's just a lot of mystery in general as to what you're going to be able to get out of Arkansas State. I think that Pannone is once again going to be playing up tempo. You got a NATO's disciple here, so you can expect that, but even though you've got talent, Matt Heyman, he was over at Stone Cold Stephen F. Austin, averaging 14 points, 2.5 assists per contest. Stephen F. Austin was outside the top 300 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis a season ago. TJ Caldwell is a rock-solid player. 2 seasons ago, he was over at Ole Miss, seeing some good minutes, averaging about 5.5 points per contest. What is he going to be able to do in this system after he was out of sight, out of mind with an injury a season ago? Chandler Jackson saw some nice minutes over at Florida State a season ago, but he last year shot 15% from 3-point range. You've got an Arkansas State team that's going to be very inconsistent with that regard. You're not necessarily having the world's greatest size down low with this team either, and for Ohio last year, they were just getting absolutely pummeled on the glass. It was a team that had a tough time being able to guard from 3-point range. Jeff Bowles is a really good coach. I think is going to be able to get that all straightened out, and even though you do lose a few pieces from the backcourt from a season ago, you have the head of the snake back in Jackson Pavelski, a really good point guard that began his career over at Wofford and Iowa State, was averaging darn near 5 assists, 14 points per contest, is a career mid-30s 3-point shooter. That's a good place to start. You bring in Javon Simmons, who at 6'7", did a little bit of everything at Toledo, 12.5 points, 6 boards, multiple assists, shot in the mid-30s from 3-point range. You really like that. And then I think that Dior Connors was a very under-the-radar nice add for the team. He was over at Appalachian State, averaging 8 points per game, shot 40% from 3. Appalachian State, always a slow and controlled team that really is able to do a nice job on defense. I think that he's going to be able to bring in that defensive toughness. I do think that Ohio is going to be playing quite a bit up-tempo this season. I do think that they find a way to be able to get it done. I think that Jalen Breath gives them a breath of fresh air to be able to win that battle down low, give you 7 rebounds per game coming in from UNC Greensboro. I think Arkansas State is going to look to gun it. I think Ohio is going to be able to match that punch and find a way to be able to win from within. Semi-line of 5, willing to lay the 4 with Ohio, and on the over semi-total 157, 803, 804 on the card. We head out to the lovely Las Vegas. This is Florida and Arizona from the T-Mobile Arena. This is a total between 163 to 164.5, and with Florida, they're anywhere between 3.5 to 4-point favorites. Semi-total 162. I'm going to be in on the under. I know I'm in on a lot of unders right now, but that said, when it comes to Arizona, this is a team that's able to play some relatively rock-solid defense. I do think that that gets lost on some people from time to time, and I do think that this is going to be a little bit of a rough go of it for Florida in that backcourt. You bring in Boogie Fland, who is averaging 14-plus points per contest over at Arkansas, and then obviously you've got just a really nice do-it-all player in Xavier Lee. When he was at Princeton, he was giving you 5-plus boards, 5-plus assists, 15 points per contest, just did a little bit of everything. And then, ironically enough, you bring in the Ohio transfer in one Mr. A.J. Brown, who is averaging about 13 points per game, but are these pieces all going to be able to fit together? Because we know with Florida, they're going to be one of the most rock-solid teams down low in all of college basketball. Alex Condon was able to give you 7.5 rebounds per game. Thomas Howell, he's got really good versatility. He had like 6'8", 6'9", shot in the mid-30s from 3-point range, 10 points, 6 rebounds per game. Micah Hanlogden, he's not a guy that's going to give you a lot offensively, but on defense, 5 rebounds per game. Ruben Chinelu, another guy that's not great offensively, but is really good on the glass. And then for Arizona, I think it's addition by subtraction not having Caleb Love, because Caleb Love could shoot you into a game, but boy, could that guy shoot you out of a game as well. Now you've got Jaden Bradley, who's really going to be the main headliner for this team. 12 points, 3.5 assists per contest. Not a guy that's going to shoot it amazingly from three-point range either, but Montevideo Crivas is back as well. He was expected to be the main man down low for this team. He averaged 8 points, 4.5 rebounds before going down with an injury 8 games in. You've got Toby Awaka back, who's able to give you 8 rebounds per game. So even though both of these teams look to run it and gun it, and both of these teams are typically very explosive with regards to their offense, their main attributes are that they're really good down low, and you have some question marks with regards to three-point shooting. For Florida, losing Walter Clayton. For Arizona, Jaden Bradley and guys like that are not necessarily amazing three-point shooters, so I do feel like this total set a little bit too high, but I do think that with having all that experience back, you've got an Anthony De La Rosa back as well after he for Arizona was able to give the team about 7 points per contest, was a do-it-all guy over at Campbell a few seasons ago. I think that Arizona's going to be able to hold in there as Florida is looking to break in a new backcourt. Don't want the money line here. I set Florida as a 2-point favorite, so 3+ taking the points with Arizona, and I'm in on the under. 805, 806 on the card. Virginia plays us our Rider, and Rider is a sizable underdog here. You're going to be finding them anywhere between 23.5 to 25-point underdogs. So this game between 143.5 to 145, and I did set my total at a 136.5. I'm in on the under. Ryder was well outside the top 280 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis last season, and Ryder is just not really an up-tempo team. Well outside the top 250 in terms of total possessions per game, and even you take a look at Ryan Odom that last year over at VCU, it's not like his team was necessarily gunning it. Now with Virginia, this is certainly a team that's known for playing super duper slow, and they're not going to be as slow as they were a season ago, but I'm not convinced that this team is going to be going out there and completely gunning it. I do like the fact that they bring in a guy in Dalen Hall who's a part of that really good BYU team. Wasn't necessarily too much of a score for them, but was averaging about 4 assists per contest. Devin Tillis was a part of a really good defense-oriented team over at UC Irvine. Zaza for the Anteaters, 7.5 boards, 13.5 points, 2.5 assists at 6'7". He was able to shoot last year 39.5% from 3-point. I think that's going to take a little bit of time for these guys to be able to really pair with one another, but the likes of Shakari White and company are good in the backcourt. And then Ogana Onyesu, 2 years ago, when he was over at Kentucky, he was averaging about 2.5 blocks per contest. I think that he's going to be able to find it once again. And for Ryder, I think that they are just really up against it. It has been very underachieving for this team over the last few seasons. They just haven't been able to find a lot in the backcourt. Now, they do return Flash Burton from a season ago, 7.5 points, a little bit over 2 assists per game. He was one of the few guys on the roster that was able to give you anything from 3, and even at 26% from 3. That was rough. This team was well outside the top 300 with regards to their 3-point shooting percentage, and you do have a guy in Zion Cruz who I think is going to be able to do a solid job in this backcourt again. Shot 36% from 3, 10 points per contest. So you pair those guys up, that's relatively solid. But you lose the Ingrams from seasons ago, who are very good down low. You really don't have a lot of size. You're gambling on Mohamed Diallo being able to give you a whole bunch of production after he was at the non-Division I ranks for many, many years, a true 7-footer, so he gives you size, but no Division I experience whatsoever. Davis Bynum, I think he has a little bit of upside to him. He was over at Cal State Fullerton. He was averaging about 5.5 points per contest, but that Fullerton team was one of the biggest disasters in all of college basketball last season as well. I just look at this Rider team. They don't necessarily have a lot of depth. They lose a lot of their guys from a season ago from down low. They replace them with a lot of non-Division I transfers. A.B. Coulibaly is a guy that they're hoping and praying is going to be able to give them a bit of something, and I just don't know if that comes. I set my line at a 24.5. When we get to 25, that's a little bit of a point of no return, but I'm seeing like a 23.5, 24 out there. Willing to lay up to a 24 here with Virginia, and I'm going to be in on this under as well. 807, 808 on the card. It is Akron, and they play us at James Madison. James Madison is a underdog between 6 and 7 points in your total house game between 155.5 to a 156.5. I set a total of 142.5. I'm in on the under. I recognize that Akron last year was really gunning it. Last year, Akron was a top 50 team in terms of total possessions per game. They were a top 55 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Look at Akron outside of last year, though. Always a very slow, controlled team under John Gross. I think that they return back to that, especially with losing a few pieces in the backcourt. And James Madison was well outside the top 300 in terms of total possessions per game last year. And Preston Spradlin has always always been a very defense-oriented guy, going back to his time at Morehead State, so I don't think that they're reading the actual coaching styles here. I think they're reading a little bit too far into the fact that Akron was an up-tempo team last season. That's why we've got such a high total, and I full-heartedly disagree with it. I'm going to be in on the under, and I'm going to be willing to take those points with James Madison. I set them as a 4.5-point favorite. With the James Madison team, yeah, you do lose quite a few guys like A.J. Smith and company from the season ago, but I thought that they made a nice shrewd add in Cliff Davis, who was over at UT Rio Grande Valley last season, a career 38.5% three-point shooter. Last year, 12 points, 4.5 boards per contest. He does a little bit of everything, and I think that he fits the system relatively well. Eddie Ricks is a guy that returns from a season ago. He's been with Spradlin ever since his Morehead State days, with about 5 rebounds per game a season ago. Eli Wilborn is a little bit of an upside guy. Began his career over at St. Francis, Pennsylvania. Was a part of a Duquesne team that was very slow and controlled. Part-time starter over there as well. So I really like these pieces along with Ike Cornish being able to give you a bit of something in the backcourt as well. And don't sleep on Christian Brown. Christian Brown is a guy that comes in as a 6'8" freshman from Franklin, Tennessee, that I think is going to be able to make some nice, shall we say, waves for this team right away. And then on the other end for Akron, it is going to be a backcourt that I think is going to be pretty rock solid, but I think that Akron is going to be going back to a little bit more of that low post play. I don't think that they're ever quite going to be what they were a few seasons ago when they had just an absolutely dominant man in Enrique Freeman, but that's it. With this Akron team, I do think that they did a nice job adding in there a little bit of size, as you've got Armani Lyles, who last season he was able to register about 7.5 points, 5 rebounds per game. He's one of the main returners for this team from a season ago. You've got Rich Bisco, who comes over as a freshman from the great state of New York. I think that he's going to be able to come in. He's going to be able to make some nice contributions right away, but it's Evan Mahaffey, who I think is going to have to just provide a little bit of upside. 6'6", a little bit of a combo player that when he was over at Ohio State last season, he saw a few minutes. 2 years ago was actually a starter for Ohio State, was only averaging about 4 points per contest, and he's never really been a great three-point shooter, but as a guy that's able to pull in there quite a few boards. He's a little bit undersized for being a forward, even in the MAC, but he's a guy that I think has some upside. Davari Johnson is going to be needing to really be the head of the stake out there in the backcourt. Last season, he was averaging 13 points per game for the team, shot about 39% for three in his career, 39% three-point shooter, but what are you going to be able to get around him with losing so many of those ancillary guards from a year ago? That's a little bit of a question mark. I do think that with Akron, they're going to be, shall we say, scaling down a little bit more in terms of that offense, and then bringing in a guy in Chibi Bare, who is a very nice non-Division I player last year at 6'10". I think that he's going to be able to give this team quite a bit of something down low, and I think that Akron gets back a little bit more to their roots of playing a little bit more slow and controlled. I did set my total as a result at a 142.5. I'm in on the under, and I'm going to be willing to take the points with James Madison, willing to take a 5+ with them. 809, 810 on the betting board. Miami of Ohio is playing host to Old Dominion. Old Dominion does find themselves as an underdog of 6.5 to 7 points, and total on this game is between 148 to 149, and here we go. You guys want a money line underdog play? I'm going with Old Dominion. I set them as a 2-point favorite. I have Old Dominion winning the Sun Belt this season, and with Old Dominion, they're one of the few mid-majors in college basketball that they returned minutes from a season ago, and boy, oh boy, do I think that a lot of people are sleeping on Coach Mike Jones. Who? Mike Jones, who did a really nice job of having this Old Dominion team being a top 40 team in terms of percentage of their missed shots that resulted in an offensive rebound from a season ago. It's a Monarchs team that they really were able to get some good production last year out of Robert Davis Jr. He was able to give the team right around about 15.5 points per contest, shot in the mid-30s from three-point range. He's back. Is this going to be a team that's going to be dominant from three? No. Old Dominion as a collective last year was well outside the top 300 with regards to their three-point shooting percentage, but they're built on horsepower. 7-footer Caleb Swinton-Roger, who began his career over at Maryland, he was able to give the team about a block and a half per contest last season. They bring in a guy in LJ Thomas, who I really like. 14 points, 4.5 boards, 4 assists per game over at Austin Peay last year. Was a part of that NC State team that made the Final Four a few seasons ago. He should be able to help elevate this team as well. Stephon Walker, he down low was able to give the team 7 rebounds per game, albeit through a little bit of injury last year. He's got a clean bill of health as well. This is a team I think is going to go out there and just absolutely dominate on the boards. They're not going to be concerned with their three-point shooting. They're going to be a no-nonsense team, and you got a Miami of Ohio team that last year they were a nonsense team. A team that shot really well from three. They gave up a lot of open three-point looks themselves. You had the likes of Peter Suter, Cam Kraft and company that were so rock solid in that backcourt from a season ago. But now it's up to Brent Byers along with Ian Elmore to really be able to carry the torch. Elmore was able to give the team 11 points per contest, shot 40% from three-point range. And then with Brent Byers, he was averaging about 8.5 points. He shot about 41.5% from three-point range. So these are the guys that are really going to need to elevate out there on the backcourt. And you do have a guy, Antoine Woolfolk, began his career at Rutgers down low. He's able to give you 5.5 rebounds per game a season ago. So you do have some nice production that is returning there. But I think Old Dominion finds a way to be able to win from within. Miami of Ohio is not necessarily an up-tempo team, but they're looking to play a little bit more of an offensive game. Old Dominion is going to want to just pound you in the mouth, play some good defense, and I think that their defensive style wins out in this spot. I like Old Dominion on the money line. I set them as a 2-point favorite, and they might go 142. I think that if you like the over, you like Miami of Ohio. I like the under. I like Old Dominion on the money line. 8-11, 8-12 on the card. Fairfield is on the road against Penn State. Penn State finds themselves between 14.5 to 15.5 point favorites. So this game between 148.5 to 149, and with Penn State, I made them a 22.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. I just have not been impressed by this Fairfield team over the last 12 months. Like, they had the coaching change over to Casey 2 seasons ago. They really ascended in that year number 1, and then last year was just a big giant scud for them, and I just really don't see it getting better. Now, I think that Penn State is really going to have their struggles as well. They needed Jan Conan Niederhauser to come back for the team. He did not do so. So now things are really left to Freddie De Leon, who is the only of their top 6 scorers back from a season ago. He was averaging about 9.5 points per contest. He was able to supply the team with only about 3 rebounds per game. So they're going to need to find a way to be able to replace a lot of that backcourt production. And this is a Penn State team that ever since they've had Mike Rhodes take over, they've been very much based around being able to generate turnovers. I think that Caden Mingo, who comes in from the great state of New York, is going to be able to give you some good minutes right away. And I think that a lot of people are sleeping on how versatile Sasa Sani is. Sani, last season, he was over at UIC, Illinois, Chicago, averaging about 7.5 boards, 10 points per game. Did shoot about 31% from 3-point range at 6'10". So he's trying to be like Jan Conan Niederhauser 2.0, who, when they discovered him from Northern Illinois, really wasn't the most dominant of players. So I do actually think that there's some upside there. Tabor Mijicic, who comes over from Slovenia, as Sani was actually from Slovenia as well. I think that he's going to be able to give you a bit of something. It's a new look team that a lot of people are fading because they've got a bunch of freshmen, but I think that some of these guys are going to be able to come in, be rock solid. I think that Dominic Stewart, who was glued to the bench last year, he's going to be able to take some nice strides forward after he was a pretty highly touted freshman, and this, for lack of a better term, is a bit of a fade here of Fairfield, because with Fairfield, I just don't know where the production is necessarily going to be coming from. You've got Noah Best, which, that's a very fitting name. He was able to give the team about 4.5 points per contest last season, but was limited due to injury. I think that clean bill of health is going to be able to allow him to have a nice season. And Cam Estevez, he's a guy that is able to really give you something from 3-point range. In his 2 seasons over at Rhode Island, shot 37.5% from 3, had a really nice freshman season where he averaged 7 points per contest, took a big giant step back last year. I do think that he's going to be able to find it a little bit once again. And then we've got Peyton Smith down low, who's able to give you about 4 boards, 7 points per contest for Fairfield, but Fairfield didn't have a single guy that gave you north of 5 rebounds per game 8 seasons ago. They're going to be looking to Deuce Turner down for who last year over at UC Santa Barbara was able to register about 9.5 points per game. That's a nice upside guy for this team, but it just feels like they really have no depth whatsoever. I'm wondering who's going to be playing the point guard spot for the team as well. That's very unclear with the team, and when you don't have a point guard going against a team like Penn State that really does a nice job of generating turnovers, that's typically doomsday for you. So I did set Penn State as a 22.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. Penn State going to be very much willing to run it and gut it, and under Casey, this has been a Fairfield team that's been playing a little bit more tempo as well than they have in the past. Set my total 152.5, so I'm in on the over. 8-13, 8-14 on the card. Boston College is on the road against Florida Atlantic. Florida Atlantic is between a 1-point favorite to a 1-point underdog. Total on this game is 149.5. Made my line 6 with Florida Atlantic being the favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay it. This is just a fade of this Boston College team. Now with the Hand and Donald Hand, he was able to give Boston College last year 14 plus points per contest, 5 plus rebounds. He does a little bit of everything. Guys not named Hand, what are you going to be able to get? They need a helping hand for Hand right now, because with Boston College, you just don't have an ACC roster. I take a look at some of these guys that are going to be expected to play big minutes, and I'm wondering why. Chase Forte was relatively solid out there in the Summit League last season over at South Dakota State. He was averaging about 18 points, 3 assists per contest, but he's a career 29% 3-point shooter. It's a Boston College team that, under Coach Earl Grant, they're a team that is supposed to be very defense-oriented, but they struggled on defense last year. They really lost their identity. I think that they're going to try to come back to it, but who's really going to be manning things down low? You're probably going to be looking at Bowden Kopkrey, hopefully I said that correct, who comes over from Butler. He was a part-time starter that was able to pull in there about 3 rebounds per game. They're going to need him take some strides forward. But again, outside of Hand, you really don't have a lot in the backcourt as well. So lots of question marks there. And then you do have a Florida Atlantic team that they lose quite a few of their guys from a season ago. And Florida Atlantic was absolutely atrocious at guarding the three-point line a season ago. But I actually do think that for Florida Atlantic, they are going to be able to rely upon some of the, I like to call them international man of mystery, Maxim Lugi, who comes out over, he was averaging only about 3 points per contest over at Oregon State, began his life out there in France. I think that he's going to be a nice piece for this team. I think that you're going to be able to get a lot of production out of Yoann Cisco. He's a 6'5", a little bit of a do-it-all player from France. You've got a 7'1" big man in Vincent Nujabauer, hopefully I said that correct, should be able to give them a little bit of pop here as well for Florida Atlantic, certainly, even though it is a little bit of a different backcourt than what we saw a season ago. Just really no faith whatsoever in Boston College, having to make this road trip, night number one. I do think that Florida Atlantic, a team that they showed that they were able to be a very rock-solid team offensively, I do think that they're going to be able to get things going. Again, Boston College, I think that they're going to get back to their roots of playing a little bit more slow and controlled. I do think that the Florida Atlantic three-point shooting defense that was so bad from a season ago going to be a little bit improved here. Semi-total 144. I like the under. And for Florida Atlantic, set them as 6-point favorite. We'll take them on the money line as an underdog. I'm seeing Boston College as a 1-point favorite in some spots, / laid the 1 point that I'm seeing right now at Caesars. 8-15, 8-16 on the card. It is Coastal Carolina on the road against Western Michigan. Western Michigan between a pick 'em to a 1-point favorite. 147 to 148 is the total. I set my total at 135.5. I'm in on the under. Coastal Carolina was well outside the top 300 in terms of total possessions per game last year. Now, they inflicted no pressure whatsoever. They were a bottom 3 team. As a matter of fact, I think that they were dead last in the country in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. I do think that season number 2 under this coaching regime, though, is going to be a little bit better for them. I remember, man that came over from Western Carolina was able to do a nice job of instilling some defense there, and Coach Justin, and I do think that that is going to be the case here against a Western Michigan team that last year they shot 24.7% from three-point range at home. That was dead last in the country, and they've turned over much of that backcourt from a year ago. They do bring back Max Burton, who is very nice down low, 6 points, right around about 5 rebounds per game. He was able to pop it from three-point shoot seasons ago. Didn't do any of that last season, so we'll see if he gives them a little bit more there, but they're really going to be banking on Justice Williams. Justice Williams was over at Robert Morris 2 years ago, 12 points, 3 rebounds, 2.5 assists per game, if I'm not mistaken, began his career over at LSU, but he missed all of last year, was never really an efficient player, was always turning the ball over a lot, so that means that Jaden Brewer is averaging 14.5 points, 5 boards per contest over at Florida Atlantic, is going to need to step up, but he's a career 21.5% three-point shooter as well, so that poses a little bit of issue. Now for Coastal Carolina, this was also an offense that was quite inefficient, to say the least. Coastal Carolina, well outside the top 275 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, which is why I'm finding just so much value here on the under. For Coastal Carolina, they do bring back a few guys from season ago that I think are going to be nice for this team, as they've got a guy in Devin Brown, who at 6'7", he comes in as a freshman from the great state of Wisconsin. I think that he's going to be able to make an instant impact for the team. Andre Mumbilia, hopefully I got that correct. He was averaging for the team last year about 5 points, 3 rebounds per contest. He shot about 37% from three-point range on a relatively good sample size at 6'6", so I like his overall game. It's going to be a little bit tough for them down low without Noah Ammenhauser, who was really able to lock things down, but Jerry Nagogpot, he comes on over from the Sun Belt. He at 6'10", should be able to give them some good size, and then you bring back Rasheed Jones, who last season over at Coastal Carolina, 11.5 points, 2 assists per contest for a team that really didn't have a great point guard situation, shot 34% from 3. I think he's going to be a little bit more comfortable with the system, and then AJ Dantzler, 15 point per game scorer from Lemoyne. He comes in as a 40% three-point shooter. Should be able to elevate them a little bit, but I think that Coastal Carolina, once again under Justin Gray, is going to be playing very slow, very controlled. And in the end, I do think that Western Michigan, a team that was a top 75 team in terms of offensive rebound percentage, they win from within in a slow, controlled game with not a lot of turnovers. So I did set my total at a 135.5. I'm in on the under with Western Michigan. I'm willing to lay a point with them, take them as a pick 'em. I set them as a 1.5 point favorite. 8-17, 8-18 on the card. Youngstown State is on the road against Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh's a 13.5 point favorite, and total on this game, you're finding it between a 148.5 to a 150.5. So my total 143.5. I'm in on the under for Youngstown State. Ever since they lost their coach in Mr. Calhoun, who went on over to Utah State, they've been playing a little bit more defense oriented. Last year, they were a bit more of a slow and controlled team, and I do think that that's going to be the case here. Last year, they were more around about 100th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, but Youngstown State last year was actually a top 100 team with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. And for Pittsburgh, they have to replace so much of that backcourt from the season ago. Jalen Lowe is now over at Pittsburgh. That's a giant loss for them. Now, this Pittsburgh team has actually done a nice job of being able to develop guards, but now you're going to be relying upon DeMarco Minor, who comes on over from Oregon State. He was a solid player that stuffs the stat sheet. 5 assists, nearly 5 boards, 10 points per game. From three-point range, he was shooting only about 28.5%, though last season has never really been truly amazing with that regard. You're going to be probably looking to some younger guys to be able to step up. A guy like a Makari Moore, I think, could be seeing some minutes right away for this team. They're really going to be built around what they've got down low, though. Cameron Corrin, who he comes back after he was averaging about 11 points, 5 rebounds per game. He's going to be rock solid down low. Papa Amadou Kante, he didn't see a ton of minutes last season. I think that he takes a stride forward for this team as well. And then on the other end for Youngstown State, they do lose a guy in Gabe Dines who has given them 3 blocks per contest, was just a giant of the earth, so that's going to be hampering them a little bit down low. But I do think that this team, who they turn the ball over a little bit too much in the backcourt, year number 2 of having Jason Nelson in the system, who averaged about 8.3 assists per contest, began his career at Richmond. I think that he's going to be able to take some strides forward. I like the fact that they bring in Vlad Zaldirsday, hopefully I said that correct, comes in from UT Martin, 6-7 combo player from the country of Georgia, 36% three-point shooter at 11 points per contest last season. That gives them some really nice versatility, and they're not going to be quite the team that was so great in terms of blocking shots last year, but Emmanuel Zogoval, he is someone that is truly a 7-footer. He should be able to do a nice job of stepping into that Gabe Dines role. Again, 3 blocks per contest, that's something that you probably can't expect. Can he be able to give this team a little bit of something down low, though? Can he give them like a block or 2 per game? I do think so. And I do think that with this Youngstown State team, they're going to do a nice job holding up here. Drew King is someone I like in the backcourt as well. They've got Chris Carroll back, 6'6", do-it-all sort of player, 9 points, 5 boards, shot 36% from 3. So circumstance where I'm going to be willing to trust in the points with Youngstown State. With Pittsburgh and a lot of transition in the backcourt, semi-total 143.5, I'm also in on the under. 819, 820 on the card. Central Michigan plays us Appalachian State. Appalachian State a 2.5 to 3.5 point road favorite. 140.5 to 142.5 is the total. I made a total of 133.5. I'm in on the under. Appalachian State, year in and year out, is outside the top 300 in terms of total possessions per game. They're always a very rock-solid defense. I don't know if they get quite back to where they were 2 seasons ago when they were a top 40 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but for the Central Michigan team, they've been a wreck on offense over the last few seasons. Like 2 years ago, they were outside the top 275 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. That led to them making a big giant coaching regime change. It was very clear that Tony Barbie was not cutting it, so they bring in Andy Brockma. He comes on over from the non-Division I ranks, and he brings with him a lot of his own guys. You really don't have a lot of guys that were retained. They bring in Fat Brooks, who was a former top 200 recruit of Michigan. He just wasn't able to see a lot of minutes last season. And Ronnie Johnson comes on over from Tennessee Tech. I like his overall game, 40% three-point shooter, 5.5 rebounds per game, 13 points per game. I do think that this Central Michigan team is going to be looking to play a little bit more up-tempo than they did under the previous regime of Barbie, but you're going to be having to wonder, all right, what are you going to be able to get out of some of these guys that they come over from the non-Division I ranks, like a Nathan Clearbout. He was able to be a really nice 7-footer a few seasons ago at the non-Division I level. You have to figure that there's going to be a little bit of upside with him. Logan McIntyre, he's someone that comes in after he spent the longest of time over at Kentucky Wesleyan at the non-Division I level. He was a nice double-figure scorer out there. These are the guys that are really going to need to step up. And then on the other end, you've got a bunch in Appalachian State that they do lose quite a bit of their backcourt from a season ago, so that's a bit of an issue, and that's a big reason why I did set Central Michigan, despite the fact that you've got a coaching regime change, despite the fact that you've got a lot of turnover in general, as a favorite of 1.5 points. So I'm going to be willing to take a shot on them on the money line. I do think that the Brockma era is going to be beginning with a win, because for Appalachian State, I do think that it's going to take them a little bit of time to be able to find their footing. Alonzo Dodd is really the main guy that returns from the season ago. 6 points, 2.5 assists per contest, was a starter a season ago, but not necessarily a guy that's going to knock your socks off. He's a good defensive player, not necessarily going to give you a ton on the offensive side of things. And then you bring in Aaron Banks, who was over at Georgia Southern. Now he is a nice 3-point shooter, shot nearly 40% from 3 with 9.5 points, 2.5 assists per game. He's going to be able to elevate this Appalachian State team a little bit from a offensive standpoint, but you don't necessarily have quite the same amount of size they've had in past seasons. Luke Wilson, no, he's not going to be starring in some sort of comedy or anything like that. He's a man that comes back from a season ago after he was averaging about 3 points, 3 rebounds per contest. He's going to be looked to step up quite a bit down low. And then Chad Moody is someone that I actually very much do like. He was averaging 6 points per contest over at Alabama A&M, but that's a big step up in just the level of play as well. You lose the likes of a CJ Hundley, who had a lot of versatility for this team. You had Miles Tate be able to give the team 16 points, 5 assists per contest, having to turn over all that. Dior Connors, who was a really big 3-point shooter. I think that that's going to be an issue for Appalachian State, even though I absolutely love the way that Appalachian State is run. I do think that with Central Michigan just having a little bit more chemistry, having a lot of these guys that played with one another at the non-division one ranks, actually wins out here in night number 1. So circumstance where I'm going to be willing to take a shot on the money line of Central Michigan, and so I told 133.5. I'm in on the under. 821, 822 on the card. Cincinnati, and yes, we're on to Cincinnati. They play us in Western Carolina. Western Carolina finds themselves sizable underdogs here of 20 points, and so it's game between 142 to 143, and I'm down on Cincinnati big time this year, but I'm still willing to trust in them in this spot as a 22.5 point favorite. With Cincinnati, they lost Jizzle James in the offseason. You figured a lot of the offense was going to be running through him. And then additionally, Jalen Haynes, he was expected to be a big-time contributor in the front court, was over at George Mason last year, averaging over 6.5 rebounds per game. He is going to be out for quite some time as well. But for Cincinnati, they're still going to have quite a bit of horsepower down low. You got a true 7'2" big man that comes in from Central Florida that was able to average about 2 blocks per contest and was off a team who I think is going to be solid. Bobby Miller comes on over from Florida Atlantic, 11.5 points, 7 boards, 2.5 assists, and actually shot about 34% from 3-point range, began his career at Florida State, so he's got power conference level experience. And then additionally, I think that Jalen Celestine is going to be able to make a nice contribution after he began his career over at Baylor, spent some time over at Cal, has always been like a 7 to 8 point per game scorer, a high 33-point shooter to help out a Cincinnati team that left a lot to be desired on the offensive side of things. And this is always a slow and controlled team with Cincinnati. Cincinnati, well outside the top 250 in terms of total possessions per game under Wes Miller. Now, Western Carolina was looking to play up tempo last year. They were actually a top 50 team in terms of total possessions per game, but outside the top 320 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis because they just couldn't find a guy to be able to run the offense. They were averaging 14 turnovers per game. They lose a guy like an Ice Emery, who was one of their main contributors, and I do think that this is actually going to be a Western Carolina team that's going to be much better than they were a season ago. You've got Tijani Dumasi, who was able to average about 9 points, 4 boards per contest over at Southern last season in a very small sample size when he was fully healthy 2 years ago. He was averaging 5 assists per game. That's going to be able to help out this team, but how close to 100% is he going to be night number 1? That's a little bit of a question mark. Marcus Kell, who to begin the 2023-24 season was out for the entirety of the season there, came back last year. He averaged 11.5 points, 5.5 rebounds per game. He's going to be a nice impact guy. Julian Sawarmo, he began his career out there in the Big South last year at East Carolina, just could not get out there on the floor. He's an upside guy as well, but I do think that with Dumasi taking so much time off, and even when he was at Southern, there were quite a few turnovers. That's going to be a little bit costly. This is going to be a Western Carolina unit that is going to have a tough time matching up down low. Kell is someone that's like 6'8". Vernon Collins does stand about 6'10". He was able to average about 5 rebounds per game a season ago, and he began his career over at Princeton, but I still have a lot of question marks with regards to being able to take care of the ball. I think that this is going to be a sloppy game with a bunch of turnovers, so I did set my total at a 140.5. I'm in on the under, and I think that the Cincinnati defense wins out here. I'm willing to lay up to 22 with them. 823, 824 on the card. George Mason is going to be playing against Wofford. Terriers of Wofford are 13.5 to 14.5 point dogs. 141 to 141.5 is the total. Set a total of 132.5. I'm in on the under. George Mason, outside the top 250 in terms of total possessions per game last year, 9th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Now, you have to turn over the likes of Darius Maddox. You have to turn over Jalen Haynes, but you bring back Braden O'Connor, who led the team in assists per contest last season, and you bring in the Presbyterian transfer in Corey Mincy, who is able to average 15 points per contest, high 33-point shooter. He's able to give you a little bit of facilitation. Tony Skinn, just so crafty in the way that he has these teams doing such a great job on the glass. They're not necessarily the biggest team, but they're one of the most physical teams they're going to play. They're like going to the dentist. It's just absolutely brutal going up against them. And then you got a Wofford team that they made the NCAA tournament last year, but for one, they were already losing quite a few pieces from that team from a season ago. And for 2, they lose their coach in Dwight Perry in September over guys having their meal plan be honored off campus or something like that. Like, it was just a very wild and crazy situation. The assistant coach from Virginia Tech and I believe it's Tyler Geltner, Mr. Geltner, he's going to need to take over the program. So that's a big giant issue. And they bring in Niles Makowski. He was over at Central Florida. He was only averaging like 3 to 4 points per game, but he saw some nice minutes in the Crown Invitational. He should be able to give this team a little bit of a just boost in the backcourt, but you're going to be relying a lot on Caden Bosco, a 6'6" combo player that last year he was over at Central Michigan, shot about 39% from 3, 7.5 points, 5 rebounds per game. He did throw in there about 2.5 assists per game, but I mean, that does lead into what are you going to be able to get in terms of the overall facilitation of this team. You've got someone like Caleb Richard, who stands 6'10". He really wasn't able to see too much playing time over at East Carolina, but have to figure that he's going to be able to lock things down low. But I mean, they do turn over so much of that team that was able to make the NCAA tournament last year. You've got a completely different style with Geltner coming over from Virginia Tech, albeit he actually used to play over at Wofford, so he's got familiarity with the program. He was under Mike Young back when he was coaching over there, but do have a lot of question marks as to how this is going to be going moving forward. And I do think that having to play a team that's just going to flat out punch you in the mouth in George Mason is a really, really tough matchup, night number 1 for this team. So I'm going to be willing to trust in George Mason to be able to cover this big number. I set them as an 18.5 point favorite. I think that Wofford gets completely neutralized on offense because they're going to be learning a little bit of a newer style. So I told 132.5. I'm in on the under. 825, 826 on the card is actually a blank skip. But right now, the betting board is missing the Marist versus Xavier game, and I'm not seeing that listed up anywhere, so I'm just going to give you guys my handicap of Marist versus Xavier, thinking that it gets inserted here. I said Xavier is a 13.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay up to 13 with them, 14 or more, taking a shot on Marist, and then set a total of 137.5. So 137 or less, in on the over. 138 or higher, I'm in on the under. For Marist, this is always one of the slowest teams in all of college basketball. They actually got a little bit of offense going last year with Josh Passarelli putting in their 16 points per contest. He was shooting nearly 40% from three-point range, but they lose him in the offseason. You do bring back a lot of your ancillary pieces. So someone like Jaden Collins-Roberts was able to give you 8.5 points, 5.5 boards, 3.5 assists. A really nice Swiss Army knife guy at right around about 6'1". That's not afraid to get his nose dirty. Rajon Blackwell is someone that I think is going to be very solid after he comes in from the non-Division I ranks. He began his career over at McNeese. He was a very good star at the Division II level. He's going to be able to elevate this backcourt. Jason Schofield, he's saying 6'10". He's going to be able to help this team out down low after he averaged about 3 boards per contest in a little bit more of a bench role. I think that he gets elevated a little bit more, and I do think that this Marist team that has a little bit more size than what we've seen in past years. You've got a 6'8" guy, Miles Parker, Tariq Watson, guys like this. I think that they're going to be rock solid on that front. Even the freshman and Jordan Gabriel at 6'9", I think that he's going to be able to make an impact right away. And then for Xavier, they bring in a lot of mid-major guys to be able to fill the void in Richard Pitino's first season, and I do think that for Xavier, you're going to be able to get some good, clean offense. For Xavier, you would have liked to have seen a few more New Mexico guys be able to come over. You've got Javon Milic. He was able to average about 4 points per contest over at New Mexico. He comes on over. You would like to see perhaps someone like a Donovan Dent come over. Unfortunately, they did not get that, so instead they're All Right. Yes, his name is All Right. First name is All, last name is Right. Coming over from Valparaiso, shot 38.5% from 3, was able to log about 2.5 assists per game over at Valparaiso last year with his 15.5 points per game. He's rock solid. Gavier Posado, he was averaging 15 points per game. That was at Evansville. Like, you've got a lot of guys that come in from like the Missouri Valley Conference. Meyer Panoam, he's a guy that was able to average 13 points per game at North Dakota. Again, nice numbers, but that was at a little bit of a lower level of basketball, so have to wonder how these guys are going to be able to fare moving forward. Phil Brockovin, he comes on over from New Mexico, began his career at Arizona, was a starter at New Mexico, but he's not like a star scorer. 6 points, 4.5 rebounds per game, and I recognize that New Mexico was playing a very up-tempo style last season, but it was a team that was actually built around defense, top 20 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. You're bringing a guy like a Trey Carroll from Florida Atlantic who should be able to give you a little bit of three-point shooting, but I do think that this is going to be a little bit more of a slog of a game. 137 or less, in on the over. 138 or higher the under. Xavier, I said, as a 13.5 point favorite. We'll lay up to 13 there. 14 or more taking the points with Marist. 827, 828 on the betting board. Now we get back to the games actually on the board right right now. Air Force is on the road against Belmont. Belmont's a 14.5 to a 15-point favorite. 144 to 145 is the total. Semi-total 146. I'm in on the over. Belmont has been playing quite a bit up-tempo ever since the Casey Alexander era started, and for Belmont, I mean, you just have a lot of guys that are able to bomb it from three-point range. They were a top 35 team with regards to their three-point shooting last season. And for Air Force, this is a team that just doesn't do anything right. Air Force was well outside the top 300 with regards to their rebound percentage. Because they're a military institute, they weren't able to bring in any transfers in the offseason. And for this Air Force team, they were pretty much built last year around Evan Taylor doing everything. Taylor led the team in points, rebounds, assists, and steals, and now you've got him out of the fold. So where do you look to in terms of some production? Wesley Chalkowski is a true 7-footer that averaged 2.1 rebounds per game, and he was seeing solid minutes. Like, how are you 7 feet tall and can't grab rebounds? That's how bad this Air Force team is. So yeah, that's not great to say the least. They're probably going to be relying a lot on Kyle Marshall in the backcourt. Last year, he was giving the team about 7 points, 4 boards, shot in the mid-30s from 3-point. And Air Force traditionally is a relatively good 3-point shooting team, but they really don't have much else. I don't understand why they haven't made a coaching change over the last few seasons. And for this Belmont unit, they're going to be able to absolutely plow on the glass, even though they don't necessarily have ideal size, but for Belmont, even though they do have to turn over quite a bit of that backcourt from a season ago, you still have Tyler Lundblade Black, who is able to give you 12.5 points on 48% three-point shooting a season ago. Don't know if he quite goes off for 48% this season, but you've got Sam Orme, who stands right around about 6'9", 9.5 points, 4.5 boards. He was able to shoot 37.5% from three-point range. Belmont left something to be desired on defense, well outside the top 270 in terms of points allowed on a per-possession basis, so they're going to give up theirs, but bringing in a guy like a Nick McLean, who was over at Eastern Washington last year, mid-30s three-point shooter, was able to go up 4 assists per game. That'll give this team just some nice leadership in the backcourt. This is a team that is lacking a lot of size outside of Graydon Lemke, who is a true freshman that comes in from lovely Las Vegas. Should see some minutes right away, but I do think that for this Belmont team, they take it to an Air Force bunch that they just don't have a lot going on down low. It's an Air Force team that wasn't able to bring in anyone via the transfer portal just because of the situation of being a military institute, and I think that it's going to be a long year for Air Force, so I'm going to be willing to lay the number. I set Belmont as a 20-point favorite, and with regards to this total, I'm in on the over. Set my total 146, say 29.830 on the card. Seton Hall is going to be playing us to St. Peter. St. Peter's does find themselves as a sizable underdog between 15 to 15.5 points. 129 to 130 is the total. Set my total at a 129.5. Personally, if I have a choice between a 129 or a 130, I would rather take the 130 under rather than the 129 over. St. Peter's traditionally outside the top 300 in terms of just total possessions per game. We saw what Seton Hall did on offense last year. Absolute garbage, and I'm going to be willing to take the points with St. Peter's as a result. You've got a low-scoring slug of a game and a spread that's right around about 15 to 15.5 points. I just don't see how the Seton Hall team is able to cover it. They were one of the worst three-point shooting teams in all of college basketball last season, and I actually do think that there were some okay adds for the Seton Hall team. Adam Clark, he comes in from Merrimack, 19.5 points per contest, 4.5 boards, 2.5 steals, but he shot less than 30% from three-point range last season. You got a guy in Elijah Fisher, 14.5 points, 5 boards per contest. Over at Pacific, he shot less than 30% from three-point range. You just have to be looking around and wondering where the three-point shooting is going to be coming from. AJ Sam McCray is probably going to be your best bet for that. He shot 41.5% from 3 2 seasons ago at Samford, but at Miami last year, he shot like 32% from three-point range. You've got a lot of question marks there. It's a team that's going to need to really be good on the glass, and Goshwell Rene, hopefully I said that correct. I think that he takes a few strides forward down low. Hassan Mbe is a guy that's stands 7'2". He should be able to give you a little bit of production there as well, along Josh Rivera, who is a bit of a do-it-all player over at UMass and Fordham. But on the flip side for the Seton Hall team, they actually do bring back some production from a season ago. I recognize that it's not the full amount of production that you'd love to see, but a guy like a Bryce Eaton was able to supply the team with about 11 points, 2.5 assists per contest, shot 37% from 3. Seton Hall was not the world's worst three-point shooting team last year. They just turned the ball over a ton. You've got Brett Bland, who should be able to get a clean bill of health after he was limited to just 5 games last season. 2 years ago when he was fully out there on the court, 5 points, a steal per contest. Not a great three-point shooter, but certainly a guy that you can rely upon out there in the backcourt. This St. Peter's team is not necessarily too tall. You don't have a single player taller than 6'9", very nice for the team, but the guys like Zachary Williams, Akeel Watson. Watson comes over from UMass. These guys should be able to do a nice job holding down the fort. Seton Hall is going to have a little bit more muscle to them, but with Seton Hall, I just have so much question mark as to what you're going to be able to get out of that offense. So at a 130 or higher, I'm going to be in on the under. And with this St. Peter's team being able to get 15 plus, I'm going to be willing to take the points, set them as a 13.5 point underdog. 831, 832 on the card. It is Western Kentucky, and they play us at Tennessee Tech. Tennessee Tech is a underdog here of 13 to 14 points. Total on this game, it is between 154 to a 155, and in this circumstance, I'm going to be willing to lay with Western Kentucky. I set them as a 17.5 point favorite. This Tennessee Tech team had a very rock solid backcourt a season ago, but you lose so many of those guys, and that's why I do lean a bit more to the under. So I told 153.5. Now, we saw under Hank Blonum, this Western Kentucky team was playing at warp speed last year. They were in the top 25 in terms of total possessions per game. Weren't necessarily clean with regards to their offense, but now you've got a Tennessee Tech team that really didn't generate any turnovers whatsoever. A season ago for Tennessee Tech, you had the Johnsons in the backcourt who were so good. Both of those Johnsons are now gone, so you've got a lot of question marks here with them, and now it's going to be up to Mekhi Cameron to really hold it down for this bunch last season for this very team. So he comes back from his season ago, 8.5 points, right around about 3 boards per contest at 6'4", so a little bit of upside there. This team had Daniel Egbaniwe giving you about 6 rebounds per game. He was a lone guy that was able to hit the glass. He's now gone, so that means that Jawan Nichols was averaging about 8.5 points, 4 boards per contest. He needs to take a big leap forward, and I actually think that he's going to be able to do an okay job there, but lots of question marks bringing in junior college guys and just hodgepodge players into this backcourt for Tennessee Tech. And then on the other end, you've got a Western Kentucky team that you know that this team is going to want to run, but typically they play some relatively solid defense. They were able to get a relatively nice add in the transfer portal with Noah Boyd. He was over at LSU, really wasn't able to get out there on the floor, but that's going to be able to give this team a little bit of rough and tumble. Cam Afner, he was averaging about 12.5 points per contest over at Evansville a season ago. He should be able to elevate that three-point shooting. He's a career 37% three-point shooter. Brian Settlebong, he was 2 seasons ago over at Tulsa, averaging in that neighborhood about 9 rebounds per game. Actually, it was the 2022-23 season. Saw some good minutes over at Arizona State last year, so I actually do think that there's quite a bit of good upside there, but that said, I do take a look at the circumstance, and I think that with Western Kentucky, they've done a nice job of being able to elevate that backcourt. They've got a lot of nice new pieces. Terry Mardu, who was able to come over from Texas A&M Corpus Christi, that was back when you had the 1 year of Steve Lutz. I think that he's going to be able to do a nice job of just giving this backcourt a little bit of integrity, generating some turnovers, going out a few dimes. And then Ryan Myers was able to put up about 13 points per contest over at Western Illinois a season ago, career about 37% three-point shooter. I think that that's enough for this bunch to be able to go out there, get the job done, and I do think that for Western Kentucky, they're going to do a nice job holding down the Tennessee Tech team that I think is going to be quite diminished on offense. That might total 153.5, even though I think you get an up-tempo game. I'm in on the under, and I'm going to be willing to lay with the Hilltoppers, 833, 834 on the card. SMU is going to be playing us to Tarleton State, 19.5 to 20.5 point underdogs. Total game is 143, and I'm going to be willing to take a shot here on the over. I did set my total at a 144, and I set SMU as a 26-point favorite. Now, with Tarleton State, I actually do think that there's quite a bit of upside with this team. You got a guy in Dior Johnson who's a former top 75 recruit. Didn't see a ton of minutes over at Central Florida a season ago, but I do think that there's a lot to be had there. But keep in mind with this team, with Billy Gillespie, who was placed on leave like a month or so ago, they reinstated him after a few days, but there just seems to be a lot going on with Tarleton State. They're always an awful offensive team, but it feels like they've got a roster that's going to force them to play up tempo with having a guy like Johnson being the head of the sink for this team. I don't think that you've got any choice with this team. I don't think that they're built to be able to generate turnovers the way that they did last year, where they were number 2 in the country in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and SMU fell flat on their face last season when they faced off against good competition. I'm just not convinced that this is good competition, and I think that SMU is very much being slept upon. You bring back a lot of your good players from a season ago. You've got Kevin Miller. I refuse to call him Boopy. 13 points, 5.5 assists, steal and a half per contest a season ago. He has been one of the more efficient guards in the ACC for quite a long time. You've got someone like a BJ Edwards, who's just a Swiss Army knife guy. 10 points, 4.5 boards, 3.5 assists, 2.5 steals per contest. Shoots in the mid-30s from three-point range. Samat Yitaglu was able to give you about 6 rebounds per game down low. There's nobody on Tarleton State that's going to be able to match up with that. Tarleton State well outside the top 300 with regards to rebound percentage, and then you're bringing Jerome Pierre, one of the best scorers in all of college basketball last year, 21.5 points, 5.5 boards, 4 assists when he was over at Jacksonville State. I really think that SMU is going to take it to a Tarleton State team that had a tumultuous offseason. It feels like the style that they're typically used to playing, they might not be able to play it. So I said SMU is a 26-point favorite. I'm going to be able to lay the number, and I'm going to be in on the over semi-total at a 144. 8:35, 8:36 on the card. Cleveland State is on the road against Loyola Chicago. Loyola Chicago is a double-figure favorite of 15 points. It's all game between 149 to 150. With Loyola Chicago, this is always a relatively slow and controlled team that is rock solid on the defensive side of things. You've got Miles Rubin, who's been able to give you a block and a half to 2 blocks per contest over the last few seasons, 6+ rebounds per game. Loyola Chicago always does a rough job in terms of being able to give themselves second and third chances. They just don't do a great job there, but they don't allow you to get second and third chances as well. Out of the last 6 years, I believe in 4 of them, they've been a top 25 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage. So not a lot of second chances to be had there. And for Cleveland State, they've got an entirely new coaching regime after all their guys headed on over to North Texas. So you've got a big time changing of the guard there. And for Cleveland State, I actually do think that they're going to be relatively fine with this change on over to Rob Summers. He was learning under Dennis Gates, who was coaching over at Cleveland State a few seasons ago over at Missouri. So could Cleveland State be a little bit more up-tempo than in past years? Absolutely, they could be. But what are you going to be really building this backcourt around? I think is a big question. Ice Emery was one of the main guards for Western Carolina last year. It was well outside the top 300 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, and that team was just turning the ball over left, right, and sideways. You've got a guy like a Kamari Jones, who you're going to be banking upon, who averaged about 3 points per contest over at Western Carolina last season. So you've got some compound transfers, which is always something I like. They brought in over a lot of guys from Western Carolina, but again, that was a Western Carolina team that wasn't very good last season, and you don't have a ton of size for this team other than Kavo St. Hilaire. He's a freshman that comes in, and he's expected to see some minutes right away for the team. And then you've got Josiah Harris. He was able to average about 8.5 points, 5 boards per contest over at Akron, but he was limited to only about 6 games. Was a part-time starter for West Virginia 2 seasons ago. If he's able to be what he was over at West Virginia 2 seasons ago, I think that you're looking at a little bit of something there, but lots of question marks in the backcourt, lots of question marks as to how this style is going to be running. You do have Foster Wonders, who was a solid 3-point shooter over at UW Green Bay last season, who should be able to help out a little bit. That said, I do think that this summer has gone a little bit too far with Loyola Chicago as well, because for Loyola Chicago, they do have a little bit of a changing of the guard in the backcourt as well. For Loyola Chicago, I think that they're going to be built a little bit more down low with Rubin and company. They're never necessarily too much of an up-tempo team. You've got Dominic Harris, who last year he just was unable to see the floor over at UCLA. 2 years ago over at Loyola Marymount, and he began his career at Gonzaga, by the way. He was a solid player, 14 points per contest, shot about 43% from 3-point. Loyola Chicago, uncharacteristically last year, had a few turnover woes as well, so that does have me feeling a little bit, shall we say, skittish on them. Kamani Hanusu, who's saying 6'7", he was rock solid last year, about 6 points, 4.5 rebounds per game, but I think that this is going to be a little bit more of a defense-oriented team, and it's going to be really trusting in DeWilk Tavares, who comes on over from Charleston, who logged about 12.5 points, 41.5% 3-point shooter, but I do think that the just overall facilitation for the team is going to be a little bit shaky. I also like Joseph Joseph as well, but I think that Cleveland State, night number 1 under Rob Summers, they find a way to be able to hold in there. I think that this is going to be a game that's going to be very much slowed down, set my total 136.5, like the under, and at 15, I'm going to be able to take the points with Cleveland State, set them as a 12.5 point dog. 8:37, 8:38 on the card. UW Milwaukee is playing us Hampton. The Pirates of Hampton, they say yard, being a 5.5 to a 7-point dog. 144 to 145 is the total. So my total 144.5. I personally would rather have the 144 over rather than the 145 under, because I know that with this Bart Lundy style, they like to play super duper up tempo. UW Milwaukee does, and for Milwaukee, they do lose the guys like Michael Stillwell from a season ago, who is so good on the glass. But I do feel like this team has done a nice job of just being able to reload via the transfer portal, and you do have a few returning pieces down low as well for UW Milwaukee. Milwaukee was one of the best defensive rebound percentage teams in all of college basketball last year. Thanks to Mr. Stillwell, you're going to be looking to John Lovelace to really be able to keep things going last season. Over at Milwaukee, was able to give you about 4.5 points, 2 rebounds per game. He was just lost in the presence of Mr. Stillwell, and you're going to be looking to Danilo Janovic, who's saying 6'8", to be able to give you some good production as well. He was a guy that began his career over at Miami and Louisville, so I do think that there's some upside there. And now the backcourt doesn't necessarily have a ton of pop with regards to their 3-point shooting. They bring in Seth Hubbard, who was able to average 8.5 points per game over at Toledo, but his career about 32% 3-point shooter. I think that he's going to do a nice job of being able to play off the ball, and driving to the rim. You're going to have a lot of Aaron Franklin in the fold as well. And then Amar Ulyagard, I think, is a guy that goes very much under the radar. Last season was able to register about 13 points per contest for Fresno State. Only played in 11 games. I think they got hurt before the gambling scandal, so it should be all good there. But still, you've got a few interesting situations here with a team that I think is going to be rock solid in terms of being able to hit the glass, get those second and third chances against Hampton team that they themselves left a lot to be desired in terms of their backcourt play a season ago. They were very much built down low with being a top 75 team in terms of percentage of their missed shots that resulted in an offensive rebound, but they do lose quite a few of those guys from a season ago. That means that Jaquil Gaines-Wyatt, who comes on over from the SWAC, was averaging 11.5 points per contest over at Elkhorn State, is going to need to really take hold for this team. You've got Etienne Strothers, who's back. He was only able to average about 4.5 points per contest as a part-time starter. Shot 36.5% from three, and I was wondering why they didn't give him more minutes. I think that he's going to be able to take a nice stride forward. And then Josh Ungundele, who comes over from Tennessee State. He's a true 7-footer that was able to average about 4 boards. He's not necessarily a shot blocker, but is a guy that is able to do a nice job of being able to give you a presence down low. I think that he's going to be able to help out as well, but for Hampton, I think that turnovers are going to be a big issue. You're going to need to rely upon Xavier Long and Peter Oduru to do a little bit of everything. Oduru was a bench warmer over at George Mason, but I believe that his brother, the other Oduru, over at George Mason was very rock solid, and then last season, Xavier Long was a bit of a do-it-all guy for this Hampton team. Sure, 37% three-point shooter, 6.5 points, 5 boards. I do think that for Hampton, they're going to be relatively solid down low. Hampton has been slowing down a little bit over the last few seasons. Michael Ely comes over from Tulane. He should be able to give them a little bit of scoring, but in the end, I do think that Bart Lundy has a massive coaching advantage here. I think that UW-Milwaukee going to be able to get things cranked up, and I think that they win the battle on the glass. Set my line at 8.5. I'm going to be willing to lay with UW-Milwaukee, and here at a 144 or less, I'm going to be in on that over 839, 840 on the card. Charlotte plays host to Indiana State. The Sycamores find themselves as a underdog here of 3 points, and total on this game is between 153 to 154. Have a Charlotte team that was well outside the top 275 in terms of total possessions per game last year. Indiana State was in the top 50 in terms of total possessions per game. Something's got to give, and I set my total at 149.5. I'm going to be in on the under for the Charlotte unit. They were awful on offense last year, but Indiana State, they were outside the top 300 in terms of ball security as well. Indiana State, even though they played so up-tempo and they actually shot a very good clip from three-point range, they were just having those 14 turnovers per game. That absolutely killed all momentum. Good news is they faced off against a Charlotte team that is one of the lesser teams in terms of generating turnovers in all of college basketball. But for the 49ers, I do think that it's going to be a little bit of a, shall we say, upgrade, having Major Freeman in the backcourt last season over at Siena. He was a starter that was able to log for the team 13 points, 4 boards per contest. Now, Charlotte last year outside the top 275 in terms of three-point shooting percentage, and you had him, Mr. Freeman, shooting only about 30% from three, but Zane Mingo coming over from Marshall, that gives the team just a little bit more facilitation and a little bit more of a handle on this offense. 12.5 points, 5 assists per game over at a solid program in Marshall. Again, not necessarily a great three-point shooter. This is not a team that's going to light you up from three-point unless if you have it from Kylan Blackman, who last season was shooting only about 32% from three, but when he was out there in the Atlantic Sun was more of a 36% three-point shooter. Flip side, you've got a bunch in Indiana State that I just still don't trust in. The loss of Josh Schertz is very much reigning through that program, and for Indiana State, there were times where they gave you a relatively solid effort, but Samaje Teal had to run pretty much the entire offense last season. He is now gone, so you're relying upon Harding squared. Hunter Harding, he comes over from the MAC Conference, and Marcus Harding, he was with the program last year at 6'10", shot in the mid-30s from three, 6.5 points, 4 rebounds per game, but I mean, who are you going to have running the offense? It's most likely going to be Sterling Young, and Young was a 17-point per game scorer over at Florida A&M last year, but not a guy that really facilitated, a guy that played a lot more off the ball, and there's just really not that guy to help him out. Camp Wagner is back from a season ago. He, at 6'6", averaged about 10 points per contest, was able to do a nice job, shooting about 38% from three-point range, but that lack of a guy that I think is really going to be able to do a nice job taking goals, running the offense, I think is going to be costly for Indiana State. That's why I did set Charlotte as a 3.5 point favorite. Willing to lay up to 3 here with Charlotte, and in on the under, set my total 149.5. 841, 842 on the card. It is Detroit, and they're on the road against Illinois Chicago. UIC, Illinois Chicago, does find themselves as a pretty good sized favorite here of 9.5 points. So odds game between 144 to 145, and I'm going to be willing to lay with Illinois Chicago. I set them as an 11.5 point favorite with Detroit. They did take some nice strides forward in year number one under Mr. Montgomery, but still, they lose a lot of that backcourt from a season ago. They do lose Mac Mansell, who's a nice double-figure scorer for them, and for Detroit, this was a team that was getting very much line-based on the glass. They were outside the top 275 with regards to their rebound percentage. Now, Orlando Lovejoy was a do-it-all sort of player for this team, and he's going to be back. That helps him out. 16 points, 4.5 boards, 3.5 assists per game, but a guy that also shot less than 25% from three-point range. That means that Nate Johnson is really going to need to help out the cause. 8.5 points, right around about 4.5 boards per contest last season, but he, again, was not necessarily a guy that was able to light you up from three-point range, and this was a team that overall was a okay three-point shooting team. I'm not going to call them amazing, but they were able to get the job done there. Jared Larry, he was able to register about 9 points per game, but he was lost very early on during the season. Should be going to go for opening night, but still some question mark there, and really outside Xavier Etam Monroe, a 7'1" big man that comes in from Australia and a very unpolished guy. They don't have a lot of size on this roster. Meanwhile, for UIC, they do lose Sasa Sani, who is a very nice, versatile piece for this team, but I still think that they're going to be able to do a nice job of being able to win the battle down low, just because you do have a Detroit team that just really doesn't provide a whole heck of a lot of that. It is going to be a UIC team that has to replace a lot of production with the likes of Javon Jackson and company. The full Tyon Freeman was able to do a nice job in terms of being able to help out this offense a season ago. He's another guy that they had to move on from, but Ante Belgian, who's standing 6'10", comes over from Little Rock as a starter, 10 points, 4.5 boards per contest. He was a relatively solid passer as a big man. He's going to be able to come in, and I think that he's going to do a nice job of holding down the fort for this team. Abdul Mamoa was a big part of that Central Connecticut team that was so good defensively, and then Joshua Hammonds, I think, is a guy that a lot of people are sleeping upon. Was over at Sam Houston State last year, only about 6.5 points per contest 2 seasons ago. Had a little bit more of a better situation with Incarnate Word, was averaging about 12.5 points per game. I think that he comes in right away, does a nice job with this offense, as Robinson was really able to get the most out of his backcourt a season ago, and having Ahmad Henderson the second back after he was a part-time starter last year, he was able to do all 2.5 assists per game. I think that he takes over that lead guard role for a UIC team that was one of the better teams in all of college basketball in terms of guarding the three-point line last season. I think that they're going to be rock solid in that regard once again, and that's a big reason why I'm going to be willing to take a shot on this under. I set my total at a 143.5, so you're at the 144. I'm diving in on the under, and with UIC, I'm going to be willing to lay up to 11 with them. 843, 844 on the card. Southeast Missouri State SEMO is on the road facing off against St. Louis. St. Louis is a favorite of 18 points. It's all this game between 147 to 150. This seems way overreactionary in my opinion. I said St. Louis as an 11.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to take the points. With St. Louis, they left a lot to be desired in terms of not generating second and third chances, despite the fact that you had Ravi Avila a season ago. They were well outside the top 300 in terms of their offensive rebound percentage, merely the percentage of missed shots that resulted in an offensive rebound. Now, with Avila, it was clear that he wasn't necessarily 100% throughout the entirety of the season. He got injured night number one, and his turnovers were just way up. He was still able to give the team a rock-solid amount of production with 17 points, 7+ rebounds per game, but you can tell that it just wasn't the same with him. And for the St. Louis team, they had a little bit of a lack of depth a season ago. I think that they're going to be a little bit better this season with regards to the depth, but you still have to wonder if this team is going to be able to clean up some of those mistakes from a season ago. They played much slower than what you were used to seeing a Josh Schertz coach team do, and they no longer have their top scorer from a season ago, and Gibson Jimerson as well, so that does lead to a little bit of question mark, though. Kalu Anya was able to give the team 8+ rebounds per game a season ago. He's back in the fold. I really like his overall game, though he's not necessarily one of those guys that's going to give you a whole heck of a lot of three-point shooting production. Deion Brown, he comes over after he 2 seasons ago over at UMBC was a 19-point per game scorer and was still putting up about 8 points per game at the ACC level over at Boston College, so like what he's going to be able to bring to the table. And Paul Otinho, I thought, was a really nice add. He comes on over from Quinnipiac, where he had 13 points, 8.5 boards, nice solid three-point shooter. But with Southeast Missouri State, they were one of the better teams at locking down from three-point range a season ago, a team that was, in my opinion, really creme de la creme out there in the Ohio Valley Conference. And though Southeast Missouri State does lose some of their versatility from a season ago, they do have a guy that I really like in Landon Blocker, who I think is going to be able to come up very big for this team. He is the brother of the other blocker that's over at DePaul, and he was over at Louisiana Tech, couldn't really get out there on the floor. I think that he is going to be able to take a nice step forward. You've got Braxton Stecker, who's been with the program for quite a while, about 10 points per game, shot over 40% from 3-point range a season ago, and then BJ Ward is just a guy that is going to do a nice job in the backcourt of making things happen. A little bit over 2 assists, 8.5 points per game. They do lack a little bit of that pizzazz that they had from a season ago, because you had a nice stat sheet stuffer in Teddy Washington that did a little bit of everything, but still, this is a team that is going to be able to have that leadership of BJ Ward, and they've added quite a bit of size. Elliot Lodness along David Adida. Hopefully I got that correct. All of those guys are 7 feet tall, and I do think that this is a Southeast Missouri State team that, yeah, they're going to have some issues with Avila, but I think that they're going to do a nice job of guarding the outside, and St. Louis, not a team that does a good job of generating second and third chances. So I did set St. Louis as only 11.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to take the points here with Southeast Missouri State, and did set my total 147.5. Right now seeing a lot of 149, 150 out there. I'm going to be willing to take a shot on that under as well. 845, 846 on the betting board. It is Louisiana Monroe, and they are going to be on the road. They're facing off against Northern Illinois. Northern Illinois is a favorite of anywhere between 4 to 4.5 points. So on this game, you're going to get at a 147, and with this Northern Illinois bunch, I did set them as the favorite of only 3.5 points, so here at a 4+. I'm going to be willing to take those points with Louisiana Monroe. They underwent a coaching change really mid-season last year, and Louisiana Monroe has done a nice job of bringing in some younger talent. They did an okay job in the transfer portal, so I think that they're going to hold up against a Northern Illinois team that's just been really dysfunctional and has not been able to find their footing out there in the MAC over the last few seasons, as Northern Illinois has traditionally been a team that they've got like 1 or 2 guys that really runs the offense. You saw this a few seasons ago when David Hewitt was averaging about 20 points per game. Quentin Jones was last year the main guy, being able to put in there about 16.5 points per contest. You have to wonder who's going to be able to step up this year. I think that J.J. Taylor is going to be able to give you some production. I recognize that he only had about 4.5 points per contest last season, but that was at a Central Florida program where he was able to see some good, solid minutes. So I think that he steps in right away. He's going to be able to give you some nice production. And then Gianni Cobb, well, he is going to be a little bit corny for this team as he comes in from Columbia. Hopefully you like that one. But he was able to put in there about 2 assists per contest. Should be able to help give a little bit of facilitation to the team, but you just don't have a ton down low with this bunch. You're going to be looking at Jalen Wharton, who's saying 6'9", to be able to give you production. I don't know if you're going to be able to get that. And then Jai Otika, who comes over from Jacksonville State. I still remember at Mercer many, many years ago, was a 40% 3-point shooter and averaged 15 points per game. Was a nice ancillary piece last year over at Jacksonville State. Can he step up and take on a big-time role? I'm not sure of that. And for Louisiana Monroe, this is going to be an offense that is going to be very much a work in progress, I think is the best way I'll be able to put it, as Louisiana Monroe, year in and year out, it hasn't mattered how they've been structuring things. They've been well outside the top 275 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, but they made the coaching change to Phil Cunningham, who used to be over at Troy many, many years ago. When he was over at Troy, his teams were okay with regards to offense. I think that that's the most polite way of being able to put it, but that said, he's done a nice job of being able to stack up this roster to have some nice big men. I think that a Brentary Noel, who comes over after he had about 4 rebounds per game over at Southern, I think that he's going to be able to take some nice strides forward at 6'10", and I think that he's going to be able to do a nice job locking things down. They bring in a lot of non-Division I transfers, like I get Brady Craig, who's saying 6'8". He's got some nice versatility to his game. I think that there's quite a bit of upside there. They've got a freshman by the name of Wiggy Ball, who I think is going to be able to do a nice job of helping run this offense as well. You do have to wonder who that main facilitator is going to be. Most likely going to be MJ Russell, who began his career over at Mississippi State, a former top 250 recruit that just had a tough time being able to get out there on the floor, out there in the SEC, but should be able to find some minutes here. Both of these teams have a lot of question marks. Both of these teams have not been very good on the glass in past years, and I think that both of these teams are going to be giving up a lot of second and third chances. So I did set my total 145.5. I just think that the inefficiency of both of these teams on offense is going to be there, so I like the under, and being able to get 4+, I'm going to be willing to take those points with Monroe. 847, 848 on the card. UT Rio Grande Valley is on the road against Baylor. Baylor anywhere between a 23.5 to a 25.5 point favorite. Totals anywhere between a 152.5 to a 154.5, and I set the Vaqueros as an underdog of 26 points. I'm actually going to be willing to lay it with Baylor. Now with Baylor, they're going to be without Jocelyn Bodu, who comes over from High Point. He was averaging 8 rebounds per game, was one of the better shot blockers in mid-major college basketball over the last few seasons. And for Baylor, they're a team that I'm a little bit lukewarm on coming into the season. You lose someone like a Robert Wright from a season ago, and that's going to be a little bit of an issue. But that's it for Baylor. They've got one of the best freshmen in all of college basketball, who I think is going to be just absolutely tremendous for the team this season. And Mr. Tonde Yusufu, hopefully I got that correct, 6'5" guy that does a little bit of everything. Probably not quite as versatile as VJ Edgecombe, but I think that he's going to be able to stuff the stat sheet. And then you've got Andre Iguodala II. Makes me feel old. I remember Andre Iguodala from back in the day. He should be able to step in and be solid right away, along with Michael Rata, who comes over from Oregon State. At 6'8", he was incredibly versatile. He fits this offense so well. Shot 35% for 3, 17 points, 8 boards. He's a guy that's able to give you a little bit of facilitation as well. And then Caden Boom Boom Powell. He's got sneaky size at 6'9". Over at Rice last year, was able to average about 10.5 points per contest. Began his career at Wyoming. Has never been a guy that's really going to pop it from 3, but should see some minutes with Bodu being out of the fold. And for Grand Valley last season, things went straight down the toilet bowl when they lost Hassan Abdul Hakim. They were able to put actually a big giant scare into Wisconsin. Then when they lost him, that's where the season was really lost as well. And they did an okay job of bringing in Marvin McGee III. He was over at the Meet Me Roadrunners of Cal State Bakersfield, 10 points, 3.5 rebounds per game. Always been a career mid-30s three-point shooter. I think that he's going to be able to give you some good production there. And then you're banking on a guy that was over at Rhode Island that just didn't see a lot of production. Always right. His first name is always. His last name is right. He's probably going to be having the ball in his hands quite a bit, and he's going to be playing alongside Corey Cotton, who comes over from Jacksonville State. Nice starter for them, 7 points, 3 boards per contest, but not a lot of three-point shooting here with Grand Valley. This is a team that's going to be looking to pound the ball down low, and even without Bodu, this should be a Baylor team that absolutely takes it to this Grand Valley team, other than Mustafa Vanju, who comes over from Dagestan, and he has been just a guy that has been very unpolished and raw. You don't have a lot of size with this Grand Valley team. I do think that they are going to get dominated, and we've seen this Baylor team in the past do a nice job of really taking it to these outmatched teams, and I view Grand Valley as an outmatched team. I set my line at 26. I'm going to be willing to lay the number with Baylor. Grand Valley is always a team that likes to play up tempo, so I set my total of 154. Right now I'm seeing 152.5. At a 153.5 or less, I'm going to be in on that over. 849, 850 on the card. Central Florida plays host Hofstra. The pride of Hofstra is anywhere between an 11 to a 12.5 point underdog. Totals between 145 to a 146, and I did set my total 151.5. I'm in on the over. Central Florida was actually a top 10 team in terms of total possessions per game last season. Now, under Johnny Dawkins, that was really an outlier for them. I don't think that they crank it up quite that much, but Hofstra was uncharacteristically slow under Speedy Claxton as well. So while I think that Central Florida is not going to be playing as up-tempo as they did a season ago, I also don't think that Hofstra was number one in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage last season. I don't think that they're going to be quite as sluggish as they were a season ago as well. So I think that you get somewhere between A and B with both of these teams. And for Hofstra, I did set them as an underdog of 13.5 points. I'm going to be willing to lay it with Central Florida, even with BJ Freeman being out of the full for Central Florida. You bring in a guy like a Jermichael Silwell, who over at UW Milwaukee was averaging darn near a double-double last season. With Hofstra, they had Michael Graham be the main guy in terms of hitting the glass last year. With him out of the full, you do have to wonder what you're going to be able to get out of the true 7-footer in Silas Sunday, who just has never played to his size, only given the team like 4 boards per contest, was able to average a block per game, began his career over at Iona, and you do bring back a guy in Cruz Davis that I love in the backcourt. He was averaging 14.5 points, 4.5 assists, shot nearly 39% from three-point. There's no question as to what you're going to be able to get out of him, but there's a lot of question marks in terms of a guy like an Amir Williams in the backcourt. Is he going to be able to take some strides forward this season? What are you going to be able to get out of the non-Division I transfer in Trey Boyd III, who put up some solid numbers at the non-D1 ranks, but how is that going to be able to translate? And now you go up against a Central Florida team that they don't have the size that they did a season ago. Last year, you were able to get some really good shot blocking out of Mustafa Thiem, and he was able to be very nice for that team. But John Bowles, guy that he's going to be stepping right in, and he's not as much of a shot blocker as Thiem was a season ago, but he's a little bit more versatile, so that's going to be helping out this Central Florida team. And I still think that Johnny Dawkins is a relatively solid coach, and I think that he's going to be able to get the most out of Devin Cambridge, who's just dealt with injuries throughout his career. But we recall when he was actually out there on the floor a few seasons ago, when he was over getting about 10 points per contest at Arizona State, had some nice years over at Auburn. He was rock solid, and I do think that Riley Kugel, who I remember a few seasons ago at Florida, he went on a really nice run where he was averaging double figures in SEC play. What are you going to be able to get out of him after he last year at Mississippi State was a mid-33 point shooter, about 9 points per contest? I think that Central Florida finds a way to be able to dominate down low, bringing in Themis Folks, who was over at UW-Milwaukee a season ago, averaging 5 assists per contest. He was also a really good facilitator when he was over at Louisiana, the Raging Cajuns, a few seasons ago as well. I think that he steps in, does a nice job of leading this team to victory and covering the numbers. So my total 151.5. I like the over on a willing to lay up to 13 here with Central Florida. 851, 852 on the card. Campbell is on the road facing off against Wisconsin. The Fighting Camels are, fighting an uphill battle as they're 20 to 20.5 point underdogs. So it's between 147.5 to a 151.5. I'm going to be willing to take a shot on the under. I don't think that Wisconsin goes back to being quite the slug that they were prior to last season. I also think that losing John Tonje in the backcourt is going to be rough. Now, they bring back John Blackwell, a 12-point per game scorer that was able to be very solid from three-point range, and I think a lot of people sleep on the overall versatility they were able to get last year out of Nolan Winter. Winter was able to log for the team 9.5 points, 6 boards, shot 36% from three-point range as a true 7-footer, and what also gets lost upon a lot of people, Wisconsin shot 82.8% at the free throw line last year. They were number one in all of college basketball. I don't think that they're going to be quite as efficient on offense as they were a season ago. Last year, they were a top 20 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, and they go up against Campbell team that was actually one of the best three-point shooting defenses in all of college basketball, but Campbell is going to get completely outgunned down low, and that's a big reason why I'm willing to lay it with Wisconsin. I did set Wisconsin as a 21.5 point favorite with Kobe Duggan. He was doing it all for Campbell. They lose him via the transfer portal, so now it's going to be really up to Tyzo's Cook to really be cooking for the team. Last year, he was able to do a nice job giving the team a little bit of facilitation, but he was more of a reserve and lost in the shadow of the good guards from a season ago, only averaging about 5 points per contest. Guy that was able to shoot relatively well from three-point range, and then you're going to need Cameron Gregory, great name, who comes on over after he last year at Campbell was able to average about 8 points per game when he was in his last year at St. Francis of Pennsylvania. He was the do-it-all sort of player, so he has that ability, but that was at a very low level of basketball, and just the lack of size. Davidius Butka, who stands 6'9", is pretty much the only guy above 6'7" with any sort of experience. He was at Pepperdine averaging 6 rebounds per game, but that Pepperdine team was absolutely awful, and I think that Wisconsin is going to be able to win from within. I think that Wisconsin is going to be somewhere between A and B. I don't think that they're as slow as they were 2 seasons ago. I also don't think that they're going to be the offensive machine that they were a season ago. So I did set a total of 139.5. I like the under, and I'm going to be willing to lay with Wisconsin. Made them a 21.5 point favorite. 853, 854 on the betting board. North Dakota is on the road against Alabama. Alabama is currently a 33 to a 33.5 point favorite. 167 to 168.5 is the total, and I've been taking a lot of unders here. I'm not going to do so with this Alabama team. You've got a North Dakota team that was well outside the top 300 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. No longer do they have Trayson Eaglestaff, who was averaging like 20 points per game for them a season ago. I made Alabama a 37-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay it. Now, I don't think that Alabama is going to quite be like a top 2 or 3 team in the SEC this year, but I don't think that they're going to be very far off from it. And with this Alabama team, you bring back a really explosive backcourt. Guys that have been dealing with injuries over the last few seasons. Like Latrell Wrightsell was limited to just 8 games last season, but in that small sample size, he showed that he can compete in the SEC. 11.5 points, shot 42% from three-point range. LeBaron Filan is back after he averaged 10.5 points. He was very much toying with the idea of going into the NBA draft. 4 assists per game. He should be able to take over the leadership role in the backcourt from Mark Sears. Houston Mallett came over after he was dealing with injury, after he at Pepperdine was a really good scorer for them 2 seasons ago. He was averaging about 14.5 points per contest, so he should be very rock solid for this team as well. I just really like the backcourt of this Alabama team. They're not going to have as much down low with losing Grant Nelson, who, if I'm not mistaken, he began his career over at North Dakota as well, but for this North Dakota team, what are you really staring at with this bunch? Like, they lose so many of these guys from a season ago, and they dealt with it very unfortunate passing in the offseason as well. So you really do feel bad for them on that front as well. They're going to be playing with some heavy hearts all season long for their fallen man, but that's it. You've got Eli King, who last season was able to give you a bit of something. 8.5 points, 5.5 boards, 2 assists per contest, and he actually did begin his career over at Iowa State, so he does have a little bit of power conference experience, but outside of that, you really don't have a lot of size. George Natsavili, who comes on over from the country of Georgia, they're going to be looking at him to try to be able to elevate the team down low. I'm not sure what he's going to be able to give you. Ryan Erickson is a guy that was very much glued to the bench last season, and without having much to be able to help out King in the backcourt, I think that this is going to be a lambasting by a Alabama team that they are very good at running teams out of the gym. I set my line at a 37. I'm going to be willing to lay the number, and I'm in on the over. Set my total at 173. 855, 856 on the card. It is Kansas. They play also UW Green Bay. The Phoenix are a sizable underdog here. You're going to be finding them as a 29.5 point dog. 115.5 to 152.5 is the total. Set my total 156.5. I'm going to be in on this total over. For UW Green Bay, they were looking to play up tempo with Doug Gottlieb last season. When Anthony Roy went down with injury, that really did hamper the offense a little bit. And I actually think that with Marcus Hall, who was able to average 13 points per game, this UW Green Bay team is going to be able to put up a few points. Here's the problem, though. They play no defense whatsoever. Like, my goodness, it is absolutely atrocious what you've got there. And this is the Kansas team I think a lot of people are sleeping upon. I know that Ryan McIntyre, who's joined the podcast quite a bit, has been mentioning that with Kansas, it felt like they just were actually hurt by the fact that they had Hunter Dickinson leading the way. Now you've got a guy with a great last name, and Peterson, great name, Darren Peterson, who at 6'6", has so much good versatility that I think is going to be amazing for the team. Melvin Council Jr. comes on over from St. Bonaventure. He's got all sorts of versatility, 14.5 points, 5.5 boards, 4 assists. Not necessarily going to be an amazing three-point shooter, and this is going to be a team that probably leaves a little bit of something to be desired in terms of that three-point shooting. You're probably going to need to have Jaden Dawson step up in the backcourt. He comes over from Loyola Chicago, was always a career high 33-point shooter, last year 14 points per contest, but I do think that even though you don't have as many, shall we say, big-name guys from a season ago, I do think that you've got better fits. Marco Jackson, he was really lost in the sauce 2 seasons ago. Last year was dealing with injury and was unable to get out there on the court. He's an out-of-sight, out-of-mind guy that should be able to help out the team. And Flory Badunga was able to take some nice strides forward down low last season as well. He put up 5+ rebounds in each of the team's last 3 games, was able to give the team some relatively good shot blocking. He needs to work on his offensive game a little bit, and I am confident that he's going to be able to do so, and that's really going to be able to elevate this team moving forward. I think that Kansas absolutely houses a UW Green Bay team that has relatively no size whatsoever and is coached by a radio show host. So set my line at 32.5. I'm going to be willing to lay the number here with Kansas, and I like the over. Set my total 156.5. 857, 858 on the card. South Dakota is playing us at Utah Tech. Utah Tech is a very slim underdog here. You're going to be finding them as a 2 to 2.5 point dog. 162 to 163.5 is your total, and I made my total a 161.5. I'm going to be in on the under with South Dakota. They were one of your top over teams in all of college basketball last year, played very up-tempo, and they were a top 50 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, but I have reason to believe that the defense is going to be a little bit better this year. I'm not saying that it's going to be amazing or anything like that, but still, this team was well outside the top 300 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and much of that is because they were without their true 7-footer last season. As for South Dakota, they very much were a guard-oriented team towards back half of the season. That's all because they lost Cameron Fens after 19 games. He was giving the team about 8 points, 5 boards, a block per contest. Now that he's back in there, that should be able to help them out, and they do lose Chase Forte, who was their top scorer from the season ago, but you've got the Bruns back, as you've got Isaac Bruns, and his brother Paul Bruns was playing with him a season ago. Isaac was averaging about 14.5 points per contest. Not necessarily an amazing three-point shooter, a career about 32.5% three-point shooter, but a guy that's able to get the job done. And now his brother Luke Bruns comes into the program, and he apparently is going to be someone that gives this backcourt a little bit of pop. Jordan Crawford, he was averaging about 8 points per contest over at Eastern Kentucky last season as a part-time starter, began his career at Charleston. He should be able to elevate this team as well. And then Caleb Kaiser, I think, is going to be able to give you a bit of something down low as well. Stands about 6'7", someone who was able to give the team really nothing in terms of overall production last season over at South Alabama, but should be able to come in, should be able to give this team some, I guess you'd call it a little bit of reassurance down low. And then Parter Ehen, he's a freshman that comes in from the great state of South Dakota. He's got a little bit of upside to him as well. And then on the other end for Utah Tech, it has just been rough ever since they have joined the Division I ranks, and I just really don't see it getting any better for this program, as they just have not been able to really find any rhyme or reason to their style. This is a team that they always look to play a little bit more up-tempo, and they've been based around three-point shooting for a very long time. Noe Gonçalves was really the top guy from a season ago, but now you lose him him. Noah Bolgna is someone that comes in from St. Bonaventure, though. Saw some relatively solid minutes there. He's a 6'8" big man that is able to pop it from three. Only shot about 26% from three last year, but Bologna, he should be able to come in, be able to give the team a little bit of production, along with Jushaun Holt. Holt was over at Kennesaw State last season, began his career at Alabama and Georgia, a former top 300 recruit. At 6'7", did shoot 40% from three with 5.5 points per contest, so that'll help him out for Utah Tech. This is a team that's relatively rough on the defensive end, though Ethan Potter, who comes over from Utah Valley, was able to average about 4 rebounds per game. He should be able to elevate that team a little bit. That said, you just really don't have that main facilitator for this team. They have dealt year in and year out with a lot of turnover issues. Hunter Schneck is probably going to be looking to elevate the backcourt a little bit after he last season was relatively glued to the bench. I don't know who that main guy is in terms of being able to dole out the ball, and even against a bad defense like South Dakota, that's going to be a big giant issue for them. So I did set my line at 7.5. I'm going to be willing to lay it with South Dakota, and with regards to total, set mine at a 161.5. I just think that Utah Tech going to be a little bit out of sorts in terms of the turnovers. So in on the under, and South Dakota laying the number, 859, 860 on the card. Tulane is going to be playing us to Samford. Sam Amford is a 6 to 7 point underdog. 155.5 to 157 is your total line. I said Tulane as a 9.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay it. With Samford, you've got a new look team as they bring in Lenny Acuff, who did such a good job over at Lipscomb last season, but they really don't get a lot of those Lipscomb guys that were able to follow him. And as we know, Bucky McMillan, he played a very distinct style for Samford where they were generating a lot of turnovers. They were shooting a bunch of threes, and this is going to be a Samford team that is going to be very efficient on the offensive side of things. You will notice that Lipscomb last year was not necessarily a super up-tempo team, and really the main guy that comes over from that Lipscomb team is Dylan Faulkner. He was able to average 10.5 points, 5.5 boards per contest. Not a guy that shoots it from three, and missed half the season last year due to injury, so you do have to have some big-time question marks there. Now, I like the addition of Cam Martin. He was over at Long Beach State last season, 8.5 points, was able to shoot in the high 30s from three-point range, so he should be able to give this team some nice offensive pop right away. And then the Norrises, you've got Caden Norris and Keaton Norris coming in. Keaton was a 7.5 point per game scorer when he was over at Wright State last year. He was able to dole out about 4.5 assists per game as well. And then Caden Norris was a guy that just really couldn't get out there on the floor for Illinois State, but I think that he's going to be able to add a little bit of something being able to play with his brother. But on the other end, I do think that you're going to have a Tulane team that's relatively well tied together, do a nice job of just being able to neutralize the Samford team. For Tulane, they played quite a bit more slowly last year than we're used to seeing under this current regime, and having back top scorer Rowan Brumbaugh, who was able to give you over 15 points per contest, is a really nice place to be able to start. And then Scotty Middleton, who comes over after he began his career over at Ohio State and Seton Hall, and saw some solid minutes over at Seton Hall with about 6 points per contest. Career 41.5% three-point shooter at 6'6". He's very much going to be able to fit this style. I think that that's going to bode very well for them. Tyler Original, guys like this, I don't know if they're going to be seeing a lot of minutes as Tulane throughout the entirety of their tenure. They just have not really dove into the bench too much, but I think that Davian Bradford, who comes over from East Tennessee State, a true 7-footer that began his career at Kansas State and was actually a starter to begin his career at Kansas State, he should be able to elevate this team down low. Recognize they didn't see a ton of minutes last season, but I still think that that's big for a bunch that just has not really had too much of a low post presence. Percy Daniels has really been the lone guy that's been able to give you too much there, but I think that Tulane is a little bit more balanced. I think that they're going to be able to get back to a little bit more of that up-tempo style. I think that Samford is going to be looking to run a little bit as well this year, so I did set my total 155.5. I think that the 157 is just a skoge a bit too high, mainly because I have my question marks as to how efficient this Samford team is going to be right from the jump, so it is a circumstance where I'm going to be taking a shot on the under despite the fact that you should get an up-tempo game, and in terms of this one, I'm going to be willing to lay with Tulane. I'm willing to lay up to 9 with them. 861, 862 on the card. Oakland is on the road against Michigan. Michigan is a 23 to a 24 point favorite. Totals between 153.5 to a 154. And I am going to be willing to lay it here with Michigan. I think that they're going to be a top 5 team when it's all said and done in all of college basketball. And I just saw I total 147.5. Oakland over the last few years has been playing quite a bit more slowly. Last year they were outside the top 275 in terms of total possessions per game. And For Oakland, this is very much a team that they love to shoot it from three, and they just have been banking on a lot of junior college transfers and a lot of non-D1 guys, and they're looking to do so once again this season, and it's a very unique approach that they're going to be taking. Now, they do bring in Michael Hoagie, and I really like what Michael Hoagie is able to bring to the table. He was at Jacksonville State last year, 8.5 points, 7.5 rebounds per game. Again, not a guy that's really going to light you up from three-point range. Oakland, it just feels like has turned over a little bit of a new leaf. You've got Tobari Novarua, who's back from season ago, 14 points, 7 boards. He was able to generate about a steal per game, relatively solid in the post, but you don't have those same explosive guards that we've seen in past years. Back when they had the likes of Kendrick Nunn and company, there's just not a lot of that for the team. You're going to be looking to Coy Thurman, who was a really good junior college transfer. JUCOrecruiting.com had him as a top 50 guy. He's going to be looking to elevate the team. Isaac Garrett at 6'8" was relatively solid over at Salt Lake City Community College, another top 50 transfer as well from the junior college ranks. So these guys are big question marks. So Brody Robinson, who was able to average 4.5 assists per contest over at UT Arlington, he should be able to bring things together for Oakland, but not necessarily the same three-point shooting team that we've seen in past years. And for this Michigan bunch, I think that they are going to be rock solid just top to bottom. As with Michigan, you bring in a guy in Yaxel Lendeborg, who is able to give you 15-plus points, over 8 rebounds. He's able to shoot in the mid-30s from three-point range. This guy does a little bit of everything, and the big issue that Michigan had last year was the turnovers, and they were able to shore that up with bringing in Elliot Kadu, who's always left a little bit of something to be desired with his outside shooting, but I think that he's going to be playing really well with Roddy Gale, who returns after averaging 10 points per contest in the backcourt. You also bring back another 10-point per game scorer in Nabari Burnett, as well, Morez Johnson. I know that they've got a few injuries down low. Johnson has been dealing with a little bit of illness, but he should be rock solid. And Will Shedder, he over the last 2 seasons has shot well over 40% from three at 6'8". I think that Michigan is going to look to slow down a little bit more this year as compared to past years with bringing in the true 7-footer in Ade Mara, who comes in over from UCLA, but I think that this is going to be an improved defensive team. I think that with Michigan, they're going to do a much better job of taking care of the ball, and I think that they house this Oakland team in a intrastate rivalry. Set my line at 25.5, 1 to lay with Michigan, and I'm in on the under, so my total 147.5, 863, 864 on the betting board. It is Fort Wayne, and they are going to be on the road against Grand Canyon. Grand Canyon, a pretty good size favorite here of 14 points. Tallest game between 154.5 to a 156, and I did set my total at 149. I'm in on the under with Grand Canyon. We've seen them play a whole bunch of different styles. When Ty and Grant Foster was there, they were very much playing up-tempo the last 2 seasons. Prior to the arrival of Ty and Grant Foster, though, this has typically been a little bit more of a slower team. I'm not going to call them a slug, but very much based around the defensive side of things. And even last year, Grand Canyon was the top 25 team in all of college basketball in terms of points allowed on a per-possession basis. And for Fort Wayne, they are going through a lot of, shall we say, turnover in terms of that backcourt. Now, for this Fort Wayne team, where they were really able to thrive last year was winning the turnover battle. They were a top 30 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, a top 20 team in terms of fewest turnovers committed on a per possession basis, but you lose so much of that backcourt from a season ago, and now they're looking to a transfer that comes in from the SWAC, and Mikhail Stevenson was solid at Grambling, 11 points, 4 assists per contest to really elevate them. Was about a 33% three-point shooter, but now all those other guys that were so rock solid are gone. You're going to be looking to DeAndre 3000 Craig, who comes on over from Denver, 13.5 point per game scorer that shot 39% from three-point range to be that main off-the-ball guy. I have my question marks there, though. I do like what Corey Hednott is able to bring to the table as well. He's one of the main returners who averaged 9 points, 39% from three-point range a season ago, but I think that they're going to be a little bit less efficient on that end a season ago, and I also don't think that they're going to be generating as many turnovers as they did a year ago. And for Purdue Fort Wayne, they were well outside the top 275 in terms of rebound rate last season, and Grand Canyon should be able to eat them alive down low. Wilhelm Breidenbach comes over from Washington. He's got 6'10" size. Didn't see a ton of minutes because he just had a lot of guys in general like Great Osabor over there, but you're bringing a 7'2" gentleman in Dennis Evans, who he began his career over at Louisville, only saw 7 games there, but he's a former top 30 recruit. He should be able to just absolutely eat down low. Nana Owusu Anane was very good when he was over at Brown, missed the entirety of last season due to injury. Last we saw him, he was averaging a block, 15 points, 8.5 rebounds, was able to shoot about 31 to 32% from three-point range, and this is a Grand Canyon team that has also Dusty Stromer in there. He comes over from Gonzaga, where he was a career mid-30s three-point shooter, a former top 75 recruit. He should be able to really elevate this backcourt as well. It just feels like has so much depth with this Grand Canyon team. A 6'7" guy in Jaden Henley, who I think is going to be able to do a lot of good things for this team. I really like this Antelopes team. I think that that they absolutely house a Fort Wayne team that's in a lot of transition in the backcourt. So I did set my total 149. I think the Grand Canyon gets back to a little bit more of a defensive style. I'm in on the under, and I'm willing to lay it with the Antelopes. 865, 866 on the card. Utah is going to be playing us to San Jose State. Old San Jose State is a 12 to 12.5 point dog. 146 after a 148 is the total, and I did set my total at 137.5. I'm going to be in on the under for this Tim Miles coach team. They typically like to play slow and controlled. Now, over the last few years, we've also seen San Jose State, even though they like to play slow and controlled, not necessarily be the most efficient defensive team. They've been outside the top 200 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. I do think that they're going to be a little bit better this year in terms of their defense, though, and for this bunch in San Jose State, they're always at their best when they've got a true big man. A few seasons ago, they were able to get to 20-plus wins because they had the guys like Robert Fiola, Abrima Diallo, and company doing a rock-solid job down low. And now they're going to be looking to Irian Kakea, who comes over from Turkey, to be able to help out there. They also bring in a big man from Belize in Douglas Langford, who should be able to give you a bit of something as well. They went with the international man of mystery, as you've also got Sarki Nada, who he began his career over at Boise State, along with Seton last season with a bunch. He only averaged about 3.5 rebounds per game. I think he takes a stride forward and was able to shoot in the mid-30s for this team as well. And then Kobe Garland, who comes on over after he spent the last few seasons out in the Big South over at Longwood. He was averaging 12 points per contest, mid-30s three-point shooter. He should be able to help this team out in the backcourt. And when it comes to Utah, lots of question marks because they went with that pipeline of bringing in a coach that was at the NBA ranks to be able to come in and try to be able to just help this team out in general. So I am very intrigued to see what you're going to be able to get here. As he actually did retain some of the guys from a season ago as well. They bring in Alex Jensen, and with Jensen, he was able to keep Keno Dawes, who was a solid player for them last year. He wasn't a guy that was completely elevated in the team, but 8.5 points, was able to shoot in the mid-30s from three-point range. So you do have to like the fact that they're able to bring him back, but now they're going to be looking to quite a few new guys to be able to help out down low, like a Babacar Faye, who began his career over at Charleston last few years, was over at Western Kentucky, and he was a 15-point per game scorer for the team and was able to actually shoot about 38.5% from three-point range, and was a part of one of the more up-tempo styles in all of college basketball. James Okonkwo was a 7-plus rebound per game guy when he was over at Akron last year, was spending time over at North Carolina, West Virginia, so he's been around the block. And then Don McHenry, he's another guy that was over at Western Kentucky, so you've got some compound transfers there. He was averaging 17 points per game as well. But with Utah, you've got a mix of guys that come in from sort of like fast sort of teams, and then you've got a guy like a Terrence Brown, who he's coming in after he was over at Fairleigh Dickinson last year, 20.5 points per contest, but shot less than 30% from three-point range. How is he going to be able to fit in with this offense? I do think that San Jose State is going to be looking to slow down a bunch of just new guys in general, and I think that they're going to have some success in doing so. In the end, I do think that Utah is going to be able to get the job done, and I think that elevation is just really going to be playing to the disadvantage of San Jose State, even though they're used to it with playing the likes of Wyoming and company. I just think that there's too much challenge here with Utah to not cover the number. I set my number at a 13.5, so going to be willing to lay the number with Utah, but I do think that the offense does get slowed down. Set my total 137.5. I'm in on the under. 867, 868 on the card. Montana State is on the road against Colorado. Colorado's a 13 to 13.5 point favorite. Totals between 145.5 to a 146, and could only make Colorado a 10-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to take the points with this Colorado bunch. Tad Boyle just has no idea how to utilize the transfer portal, and that's absolutely killing this team right now, because with Colorado, I do like the fact that they brought in Barrington Hargress. Hargress was a 20-point per game scorer over at UC Riverside. He was a very rock-solid player, and he's going to do a tremendous job with this team. What are you going to have outside of Barrington Hargress, though? Like, it's him and not a whole heck of a lot else, so you do have to have your question marks with this Colorado team that was getting lambasted on the glass. They had that nice triumph over UConn, and then after that, they just had a big giant nothing burger for the entirety of the rest of the season, so that was very much less than savory for them. And then on the other end, you do have a Montana State team that they did lose quite a bit of that production from the teams that made the NCAA tournament, but having a guy like a Patrick McMahon coupled with Jed Miller is a nice place to be able to start. With Miller, he was filling out a little bit over 2 assists per contest, a little bit over a steal per game, not much of a score, only averaged about 4 points per contest, but That's why you've got McMahon back in the fold. McMahon, last year, he only shot about 26% from three after he really dealt with injuries over the last few seasons, but was a 10-point per game scorer. Really nice off the ball, 6'7", do-it-all sort of wing player. So that's going to be able to help these guys out. They're looking to Caleb Rutherford to be able to take some strides forward down low after he was just glued to the bench at 6'11". He's really the tallest guy on the roster. And then you're going to have someone like a Chris Hodges, who he was unable to see relatively any minutes whatsoever at Wisconsin, but he comes out of her after being a touted guy over at Wisconsin, I think is the best way of being able to put it. And then Davion Brown, what is he going to be able to do after he was a star at the non-Division I ranks? I do think that with this Montana State team, the passing of the torch from Danny Sprinkle has actually been relatively solid for this program. I think that they hold in there against a Colorado team that it just feels like the game has passed by Tad Boyle. I think that Hargress is going to be enough for Colorado to be able to get the job done outright, but Montana State is another one of those teams that is used to dealing with the elevation, so I did set my line at 10. I'm willing to take the points with Montana State, and I'm in on the under, set my total of 142. It's 69-870 on the card. It is Idaho, and they are going to be on the road facing off against Washington State. Washington State finds themselves as an 8-point favorite. Total on this game between 156.5 to a 158. Idaho actually brings back a lot of guys from a season ago, but it's an Idaho team that's never really played a lot of defense, but Idaho really isn't too much of an up-tempo team either. We have noticed in past years they've typically been outside the top 250 in terms of total possessions per game, and that's a big reason why I did set a little bit of a lower total here. I set a total of a 152.5. I'm in on the under now. We did see with Washington State last year they were a top 40 team in terms of total possessions per game, and they did fall off a cliff a little bit with all the injuries that they had towards the back half of the season last year. That was just absolutely brutal what we saw on that front. So a clean bill of health is going to be able to help out this Washington State team, and that's the big reason why I'm going to be willing to lay with them. I did set Washington State as a 12.5 point favorite, and the big thing for this team, having a guy in Thomas Thoratson who saw some good minutes towards the back half of the season, really be able to build and elevate off of them. Overall for the season was only averaging about 4.5 points per contest, but towards the back half of the season he was seeing 25 plus minutes, and at 6'7", lends some relatively good versatility. And then Ende Okafor is a guy that down low, he stands right around 6'10", has really been around the block. He played some time over at Cal last season for Washington State, saw some minutes towards back half of the season, but was only pulling in there about 3 rebounds per game. I think that he's going to be able to take some nice strides forward as well. They've got a freshman class that isn't relatively too much to be able to write home about, but Emmanuel Ugbo, I think, is going to be able to step up and give the team some production after being a part-time starter over at Boise State a season ago. So I think that Washington State got a little bit better in the post, and they don't necessarily have the 3-point shooting that you'd expect to find from a team coached by David Riley, who's a young up-and-comer, in my opinion. And then on the flip side for Idaho, it is nice that they were able to maintain much of that backcourt from a season ago. They are very much going to be able to rely upon someone like a Colton Mitchell, who was able to give the team 11 points, 3.5 assists per game. That's a very good place to be able to start for this team. And then Isaiah Brickner, who was over at Mercer a few seasons ago, didn't see a lot of playing time for the team last year, only about 4 points per contest when he was over at Mercer. He was able to do some facilitating. He should be able to take some nice strides forward as well. And Tyler Leinert, I think, is someone that a lot of people sleep upon. 6'7", a little bit of a do-it-all sort of player that last year averaged 9 points per contest. Wasn't necessarily a great 3-point shooter, though, and for Idaho, they always have had a tough time being able to lock it down from 3-point. They should be better down low, and I think that that's going to cause them to be a little bit more efficient with their slow, controlled style. Brody Woodbury, he comes over from Southeast Louisiana, where he was averaging 8.5 points, 5.5 rebounds per game, and actually shot 41% from 3-point. Added a 3-point shot to his game, but I do think that with Washington State, they're going to do a nice job of locking down low. You've got Trevon Blossagame, who for this Idaho team, he's back in that backcourt as well, but not a lot down low other than Woodbury. I think that Woodbury is going to be able to do an okay job of being able to hold his own, but I do think that in the end, it's just going to be a little bit too much size for Washington State, and Washington State being out there in a very remote location, having a nice home court advantage, finds a way to be able to persevere and get the job done in really a border battle here. Set my line at 12.5. I'm going to be willing to lay the number with Washington State, and I'm in on the under as well. 871, 872 on the card. Villanova and BYU do battle from T-Mobile Arena. BYU is a 7.5 to an 8.5 point favorite. Total on this game between 153.5 to a 154.5, and I made my line 10. I'm going to be willing to lay lay with BYU. For Villanova, you just expected Kevin Willard to bring over some of his guys from Maryland, and he really didn't do so. Tafara Gapere, hopefully you got that correct. He was averaging 3.5 points per contest. He came over with Willard, and that's about it. And now you have to lock down a BYU team that was a top 15 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Do recognize that they lose one of their main facilitators in Dalen Hall, but they bring back Richie Saunders, who was averaging 16.5 points, shot 43% from three-point range. AJ Debansa coming in as one of the most highly touted freshmen in all of college basketball. That is a really nice way to be able to start things off as well. You bring back someone like a Kabakita, who led the way with 8 rebounds per game. Dawson Baker is a nice 10-plus point per game scorer as well. You've got a lot of weapons for this BYU team, and they bring in another double-figure scorer that was playing right within the Big 12 last season in Robert Wright III as well. So I really love the way that this team is balanced in general. Mihailo Bosovic, he might be dealing with a little bit of injury, but that's another guy that at 6'10" is an international man of mystery. That's going to be able to give them some production as well. And for this Villanova team, you do have to wonder what you're going to be able to get down low out of this bunch, because they do actually bring back 1 or 2 guys from a season ago. They are going to be having back a guy in Mr. Tyler Perkins, who was able to give them some nice production, mid-30s three-point shooter, and Bryce Lindsey, who comes on over from James Madison, was a nice 13-point per game scorer, shot 40% from three-point range. But other than Duke Brandon, who he was solid when he was over at Grand Canyon last year, he was averaging about 9 rebounds per game. They are going to have a tough time being able to slow down a BYU team that was one of the best in terms of their rebound rate a season ago. They do have a true 7-footer in Braden Pierce as well, but this is a guy that only saw 5 games a season ago over at Maryland. He's someone that just really didn't get a lot of run in general, with dealing with some injuries, so you do have to have some question marks there, and they're probably going to be running a lot through Devin Askew, who averaged 19 points, 4.5 boards, 4.5 assists per contest at Long Beach State, but Long Beach State was a brutally bad defensive team. They were actually one of the slower teams in all of college basketball as well, and I know that Kevin Willard came out and said that his team is very, very banged up right now. That's not necessarily what you want to be hearing going into game number 1 of the season, and I do think that BYU is going to be able to go out there, show their might, and this is a game being played out there on the West Coast. Should be a BYU crowd. I set my line at 10. I'm going to be willing to lay with BYU. Made a total of 146, as Kevin Willard, outside of last year, has always played relatively slow and controlled as well, so I'm in on the under. 873, 874 on the card. USC plays us to Cal Poly. Cal Poly is a 23.5 to a 24.5 point dog. 161.5 to a 163.5 is your total line. With USC, I set them as a 19-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to take the points with Cal Poly. Now, Cal Poly does lose 4 of their top 5 scorers from season ago, so for Mr. Mike DeGeorge, after I know it was a rousing success what he did last season over at Cal Poly. Cal Poly has been miserable for a very, very long time. He actually gave them a little bit of a shot in the arm. I think that he's going to find a way to be able to figure it out and be able to cover this number, especially with USC having so many new guys as well. Now, they bring in a guy like a Rodney Rice, who's a 15-plus point per game scorer over at Maryland. He's going to be able to do a nice job for the team. And then the Van Wilder of college basketball, Chad Baker-Mazzaro, who was a big part of that Auburn team that made the Final Four last season. I mean, those are guys that are going to be rock solid, but I have a little bit of faith here in Jackson Mosley coming in and giving this team some nice production after he last year was just unable to get out there on the floor, was dealing with a bunch of injuries. He only played in like 6 games. Peter Benjay, he's the main guy that returns from a season ago, 10.5 points, 4.5 boards, 2.5 assists per contest, and this is going to be a team that's going to be trying to specialize in positionless basketball. You really don't have a true big man on this team other than Jess Asisis, who is a true freshman that comes in from France, a guy that's a little bit of an unknown, and I mean, this team actually does have a lot of guys that come in as international men of mystery. Ali Asarin, who is 6'9", I expect him to see some minutes down low for this team. They've got a guy that comes in from Qatar and Hamad Musa as well, so they did a nice job of being able to just mix and match. And then you've got Luka Tarlik, who was only averaging about 3.5 points per contest a season ago, but someone that comes in from Utah, and I think that he's going to be able to give this team a little bit of versatility as well. I think that this Mike DeGeorge system is going to really psych out a USC team. I think is going to be looking to run as well under Eric Musselman. I think that you get a very high scoring game here. I said my total at 165. I'm going to be in on the over end. Getting 20 plus, I'm going to be willing to take those points with Cal Poly. 875, 876 on the card. North Dakota State is on the road against Oregon State. Oregon State is a favorite of 8.5 to 9 points. 148 to 149 is the total, and I'm going to be willing to lay with Oregon State. I did set them as a 10.5 point favorite. With North Dakota State, they're well outside the top 250 in terms of total possessions per game, and Oregon State has been playing under Wayne Tinkle at a very slow slow and controlled pace as well, but both of these teams were two of the better three-point shooting teams in all of college basketball last year, so that really massive fact that these two teams do play relatively slow and controlled. I think that is really giving us a elevated number with regards to this total. I set my total at 136.5. I'm in on the under. North Dakota State, they were a top 3 team in all of college basketball in terms of their three-point shooting percentage last season, but they lose pretty much 4 of their top 5 scorers from a season ago. And Oregon State, they themselves lost 5 out of their top 6 scorers as well. So I don't think that the three-point shooting that was so prevalent and was so prolific for both of these teams is going to be there from a season ago. That said, I do think that with Oregon State, they did a nice job of being able to add some size via the transfer portal, and that's a big reason why I'm going to be willing to lay the number here as you bring in one of the Diaz-Graham brothers, who was over at Pittsburgh last season, and Ore Diaz-Graham had a little bit of a tough time getting out there on the floor for Pittsburgh, but he's actually shooting 47% from three-point range at 6'11", despite only getting about 3 points per contest. Noah Ammenhauser, who's playing for one of the slower teams in all of college basketball in Coastal Carolina last year, true 7-footer that's able to give you 11.6 boards, a block per contest. He should be able to help out this team as well. And then Malcolm Christie was not a efficient three-point shooter over at Oakland, but another guy that played in a very slow system, was averaging 8.5 points per contest. About 90% of his shots came from three-point range as well. I think that Oregon State is going to be able to straighten out his shot. And then you've got Stephen Olawani, who should be able to do a nice job coming in from Southern Indiana, 14 points, 7 boards per contest. Flip side, you've got a North Dakota State team that they are getting back a man that is a little bit out of sight, out of mind from the season ago, as they unfortunately had Damari Wheeler-Thomas be out for the season last season. 2 years ago, he was averaging about 10.5 points per contest, shot 37% from 3. That's going to be able to help replace a lot of the three-point shooting that they lose from a season ago. They're going to be looking at Trayson Anderson to be able to take some strides forward after he only averaged about 2 points per contest while playing half the season due to injury. Noah Federson, at 6'10", he's got some versatility, shot about 38% from 3 with 8.5 points per contest last season, but now they look to Mekhi Strickland to really be one of the head of the snakes for the team last season over at Western Michigan. Was a double-figure scorer with 11 points per game, but he also only shot 25% from three-point range. Not a guy that's really going to be able to give you the three-point shooting pop. Last year, you had all 5 guys on the floor for this North Dakota State team be really good three-point shooters. Max Marley, that is of relation to Dan Marley, began his career, if I'm not mistaken, out there in the MAC as well. He spent a few years at the non-Division I ranks after he was actually a part-time starter over at Central Michigan a few seasons ago. He comes in, but he's another guy that isn't necessarily the world's greatest three-point shooter. When he was at the Division I ranks, was shooting less than 30% from three-point range. Have some question marks here with that Bison team and what they're able to provide with regards to that outside shooting, and I think that leads to a diminished total, and I think that leads to Oregon State getting the job done. I'm willing to lay up to 10 here with Oregon State, and I'm in on the underside by total 136.5, 877, 878 on the card. St. Mary's plays host to St. Thomas. In the Battle of Saints, St. Mary's is a favorite of 12.5 to 13 points. Totals between 139 to 140, and St. Thomas really pumped up their tempo a little bit more last season. I think that they're going to play a little bit more slowly this season, so I did set a total of 136. I'm in on the under. We all know that this is a St. Mary's team that is not really going to be looking to push tempo that much. They did play a little bit faster a season ago, but this is always a team that is going to be one of your top rebound rate teams. They were a top 10 team with regards to rebound percentage last season, and they go up against the St. Thomas team that their kryptonite is the fact that they're not necessarily great down low because they don't have a lot of size. You do have one guy in Parker Bajirke, who's at 6'9", able to give you a bit of rebounding. Last year, he was able to throw in there about 10 points per contest, shot 41.5% from three-point range, and he's one of the very few guys on the roster that stands above 6'7". You're going to be looking to Luka Mamasilovic, who he is of relation to the other Mimosilovic, who plays for Iowa State. He's going to be able to give this team some production coming in from Pewaukee, Wisconsin. That's an impact freshman. And Austin Hero, yes, that is of relation to one Mr. Tyler Hero. He comes in from South Carolina. He's going to be able to give this team a bit of something as well. So I'm very intrigued to see what he's going to be able to bring to the table. But with regards to the St. Thomas team, I think that they're going to be able to hold in there despite the fact that they are going to be a little bit outgunned down low, as this is a St. Mary's team that they do lose so much of that production that they had in the backcourt from a season ago. And it's going to take a little bit of time for them to be able to get things sorted out. Now, what I love to see from this team was the fact that Mikey Lewis was able to be a really good sixth man for them. 8 points per contest, shot about 37.5% from 3, but he was averaging more in the neighborhood of double figures when it came to conference play. Tony Duckett, he comes in from within the conference. He was at San Diego last year. 10 points, 2 assists per contest, shot in the neighborhood about 34% from 3, but what they're really going to be looking to is the big men down low. They've got a guy in Andrew McKeever who's saying 7'2", didn't necessarily see a lot of minutes from a season ago, but they're going to need someone to be able to fill in that void left by Mitchell Saxon, and I do think that he's going to be playing a part in that, along with Harry Wessels, who's another 7'1" big man that's able to give you about 3.5 rebounds per game a season ago, and Paulius Marsoukas. This is really his team now. 12 points, was able to pull in there about 7.5 rebounds per game, only shot about 30% from three-point range after in a small sample size 2 years ago, was really a guy that was able to pump it up from three-point range. I do think that for St. Mary's, the backcourt play is going to be a little bit shakier, and that's going to allow the St. Thomas team to hold in their semi-line at 10.5, but I do think that the defense and the rebounding is going to be top-notch for St. Mary's, so also set a total of 134.5. I'm going to be in on the under, 879, 880 on the card. You've got Cal, and they're going to be playing us at Cal State Bakersfield. Meet the Roadrunners of Cal State Bakersfield, our 13.5 point underdogs. Tonight's game is 145.5. I made Cal a 19.5 point favorite. With Cal State Bakersfield, they had to deal with all the stuff of Rod Barnes being let go in September because of the trafficking situation. Like, this is just a complete and utter mess for the team. I wish I could say it any other way, but man, Cal State Bakersfield is right now an HE double hockey sticks of basketball, and I think that Cal is very much going to take advantage. Now, Cal has left a little bit of something to be desired ever since Mr. Madsen has taken over the program over the last few seasons, but I think that this is a nice hammer spot for them, and I do think that year number 3 of Madsen is where this team is really going to be able to take hold and be able to take over after Jeremiah Wilkerson really showed some nice promise last year as a freshman. They needed to replace him, and how do you replace him? You bring in a guy by the name of Stephon Marbury II. He comes in, and he should be able to give this team a lot of great production. You've got John Camden, who was over at Delaware last year, began his career at Virginia Tech, so he does have some high major experience, was averaging 17 points, 2 assists at like 6'7", 6'8", was shooting it at about a 41% clip from three-point range, and then you've got Lee Dort down low, who should be able to do a nice job in the post, was not necessarily too much of a scorer, but a guy that began his career over at Vanderbilt, was able to give you about 4.5 rebounds per game last season. Then Nolan Dorsey was a nice part of that Campbell team from the season ago, 9 points, 6 boards, 2.5 assists, not a prolific scorer, but guy that just makes winning plays in general. And for Bakersfield, they really didn't have anyone leave the program due to everything that went on, just because it happened so late in the process that a lot of these guys were unable to hit the transfer portal. But now you're going to be looking very much to CJ Hardy to be one of the main guys for the team. He was averaging about 9.5 points, 2 assists per contest, shot about 44% from three-point range a season ago, but for Bakersfield, under Rod Barnes, this was always a relatively slow and controlled team, a team that really did not take a lot of threes, and Hardy is a guy that shoots it relatively well from three. A.J. George began his career over at Long Beach State 2 years ago. At Long Beach State, was a mid-33 point shooter with about 10.5 points per contest. You have to wonder if this Bakersfield team is going to be trying to take on a little bit of a new identity. I think that it's going to be a mix of playing very slow and controlled and trying to rip it a little bit more from three-point range, because they just don't have a lot of size down low. Really, you've got one big man named Pierre Gasente Jr., who comes on over after he was a part of that Fresno State team from the season ago that was just a complete dumpster fire. He had 6'11", was averaging about 2.5 rebounds per game, so relatively glued to the bench. I think that this is a team that's just very much out of sorts, even with bringing in a Dalen Smith, who was a solid performer out there in the SWAC over at Alabama A&M, 14 points per contest, but had his season cut short due to injury. I think that this is just a rough ordeal in general for the team, and I think that it's not going to go well for them in this spot. I did set my line at 19.5. I'm willing to lay with Cal, and with this total, I set mine at a 143.5, so here at the 145.5, I'm in on the under, 881, 882 on the card. Denver's on the road against Seattle. Seattle's a 12 to 12.5 point favorite. 138.5 to 140 is your total, and I'm going to be willing to take a shot here on Denver. I did set them as an underdog of 11.5 points with Denver. This has been one of the more sorry teams in all of college basketball, and this is actually a preview of what we're going to be getting in future years, as Denver announced that they are going to be heading to the WCC at the end of this season. But with this Denver unit, I am very much willing to trust in them in this spot, because they brought in a coach that I thought did a really good job at the Division II ranks in Tim Burgestader. Hopefully I said that correct. He was over at MSU Moorhead, that's in the great state of Minnesota, and he led them to some great heights. Had to pretty much turn over this entire roster, but got a lot of guys to be able to come back with them. Caden Holderbrook, he was a nice double-figure scorer a season ago at the non-Division I level. He brings in a guy in Julius Rollins, who he was over at Western Illinois last season. He's got good Division I experience, was averaging 9.5 points per contest. Not a great three-point shooter, but at 6'7", has some versatility. Shot in the mid-30s from three. Was able to pull in there about 4.5 rebounds per game. You've got someone like a Logan Kinsey, who at 6'6", had nice versatility at the non-D1 ranks. Zane Nelson, he's another guy that follows him on over from MSU Moorhead. So you've got a lot of guys that were stars at the Division II level. I actually think that this is going to work out really well for Denver. And with MSU Moorhead, they were more of a, shall we say, middle-of-the-road team. Not necessarily a prolific offensive team, not necessarily a prolific defensive team. And then you got a Seattle U team that they traditionally are outside the top 275 in terms of total possessions per game, and they do bring back some of their big guys from a season ago. John Christofilis was averaging 9.5 points per contest last season. 2 years ago, shot 40% from three, down to 28.5% last year. I think that he's going to be somewhere between A and B this year. Malik Harrington, one of the main facilitators with 4.5 assists per contest last season. He's back, needs to work on that offensive game. Only average about 7.5 points per game, but Huron Don, he's going to be able to do a nice job down low for this unit. He, last season, was able to see some minutes towards the back half of the season. Only was averaging about 2.5 rebounds per game. Was a little bit of a project that actually came over from the country of China, but I think that he's going to be able to help this team out. Braden Maldonado, despite being just 6 feet tall, he's got good versatility, 9 points on 39% three-point shooting, but I think this all comes back to the defensive side of things. And then John Suck-Yo, who was over at Gonzaga to begin his career, he should be able to help this team out with regards to versatility as well. I do think that Denver is going to be able to hold in there, and I do think that with Denver, they're going to be able to show a little bit of might offensively as well. I did set my total at 141.5, so I'm going to be in on the over, and I'm going to be willing to take the points with this Denver unit, and this is the last game on the normal Las Vegas betting board before we hit a break, and the extra games, 883, 884, Eastern Washington on the road against UCLA. UCLA, 28.5 to 29-point favorites, 146.5 to 147 is the total, and I did set a total of 150.5. I'm going to be in on the over. Dan Monson's teams going all the way back to Long Beach State. Always super up-tempo teams. Always teams that are looking to grip it and rip it in for UCLA. I do suspect that this is going to be a unit that is going to be a little bit more oriented on the offensive side of things, and I think that they're going to crank it up just a little bit. I know that Mick Cronin is a very much defense-oriented coach, but you bring back 3 of your top 4 scorers from his season ago. Tyler Bilodeau and The Daily Show, Eric Daly, combined for 25 points per contest. Bilodeau at 6'8", threw in there about 4.5 boards, shot 40% from 3. Daly shot 38% from 3. Sky Clark shot 40% from 3-point. And now you've got Donovan Dent, who is playing a very up-tempo brand of basketball over at New Mexico, was doling out over 6 assists per contest, throwing in there 15-plus points per game. He really elevates this team. Now for UCLA, they're going to be missing a few of those guys down low, like an Ade Merrow, but they still should be able to do a nice job on the boards with bringing in Xavier Booker, a former top 25 recruit that just never really found his footing when he was over at Michigan State, but the system in general is going to be able to bring the best out of him, and I do think that Mick Cronin is going to do a good job there. I do think that this summer is starting to get up just a little bit too high, as I did set my line at a 26.5, as Eastern Washington was actually one of your worst cover teams in all of college basketball last season. I think that they're now being a little bit dogged and undervalued as a result, as Eastern Washington, they do bring back a few guys that were part of that system of season ago. Emmett Marquin, along with Andrew Cook, are back from last season. Cook was a cook, and he was able to give you about 16 points per contest. Now, didn't shoot it well from 3-point range, but he was able to give you a bit of something. And then Emmett Marquin, he was able to throw in there about 9 points, 4.5 boards per contest. Did shoot 36.5% from 3. Eastern Washington had a big issue with regards to their 3-point shooting 8 seasons ago. They're going to be looking at Tyler Boom Boom Powell to be able to take some strides forward after he averaged just 4 points per contest after beginning his career over at Nevada, and Seton Hall was a bit of a disappointment as a part-time starter for the team 8 seasons ago, but I think that year number 2 in this system helps him out. And then you've got Kyrie Huey. He was unable to get out there on the floor last year at Miami, but go back 2 years ago to what he was able to do over at Idaho State. 11.5 points, 5.5 boards, block per contest. He should be able to do just enough to give this team enough presence down low to be able to hold in this game. I don't think that Eastern Washington is going to be able to win this game outright or anything like that, but you also bring in a guy in Isaiah Moses, who over at UC Riverside was averaging 12 points per contest, high 33-point shooter. I think that Eastern Washington is going to be able to play much more of that Dan Monson style this year than they did last year, so I'm going to take 27 plus here with Eastern Washington. Set my total at 115.5, so I'm also in on the over, and now we will take a break and hit the extra games on the flip side right here on Coast to Coast Hoops with myself, Greg Hughes Peterson, now a part of the Beast and Family Podcast. For anyone that is new to VSiN, well, I wish you a friendly hello. This is an attention to anyone that is new to VSiN because you're able to get some free stuff with our daily newsletter. It's a great way to catch up on everything that's happening in the sports betting world. It's delivered straight to your inbox every single morning. VSiN's newsletter offers picks, data, strategies for the day's betting menu, and so much more. Sign up for free today over at VSiN.com/newsletter. That's VSIN.com/newsletter and start receiving your free newsletter tomorrow morning. That is VSIN.com/newsletter. Stay ahead of the game and bet smarter with VSiN. And we're back here, lovely Las Vegas, for Coast to Coast Hoops with myself, Greg Hoops Peterson, now part of the VSiN family podcast. We've already run through the games on the normal Las Vegas betting board, and here in the extra games, I will take one break along the way. I wanted to keep as much of that normal board as break-free as possible, and I will say before I go forward, I'm recording much of this during Sunday evening, and not all the games on the extra games board have numbers up. So for any games that don't have numbers, you'll just get my mere handicap, and I'll tell you exactly where I'm going, what my thresholds are, and everything like that. But here we go with picks and analysis for every game on the extra games board for this college basketball Monday as we continue on with our bank shots and the bonus.
The normal betting board picks are complete, but there are some extra games today, so we go into the bonus.
306-501, 306-502. This will be the game that actually starts off the college basketball season. Queens NC playing Winthrop out there in South Carolina. So pretty much a home game for Winthrop, who's a 5 to 5.5 point favorite. The on game is between 162.5 to a 163.5, and circumstance where I said Winthrop is only a 4.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to take the points with Queens NC. Now, Queens NC, they no longer have Bryce Cash. I thought he was supposed to come back this year. I think they stepped away from the program, but that said, you can't whine about what you don't have. You just have to take a look at what you do have, and what you do have is a guy in Yoav Berman, who last season was really able to come on strong with regards to his three-point shooting. He had about 8 points, was able to give the team 40.5% three-point shooting, and the real star of this team is going to be Chris Ashby. He was able to supply the team with about 12.5 points per contest. Not a guy that's really going to dole it out too much, but is a mid-30s three-point shooter. They're a little bit affected down low, as last year they had one of the best shot blockers in all of college basketball, Malcolm Wilson. He was averaging about 3.3 blocks per contest, so that's something that they did have to replace here in the offseason, but I do think that Gus Larson is going to be able to step up and be that guy for them, not necessarily give you 3+ blocks, but you also have Nasir Man in the backcourt as well, so that's going to be rock solid. And for Winthrop, a big reason why I can't lay this number with them is that they, over the last few years, have been one of the worst free throw shooting teams in all of college basketball. For Winthrop last year, they shot 66.8% at the free throw line, and they have to replace so much of that production from a season ago. Now, you do have a little bit of that backcourt that's going to be coming back, so that's going to be able to help out as coach, but that said, they're going to be looking at someone like a Cody Cluett, who is a 6'5" combo player that averaged about 9 points per contest at San Diego last season. Ty Hamilton, guy that really couldn't get out there on the floor last season, began his career at William & Mary. He's going to need to step up at 6'10", because they do lose a guy that was just so veteran and was able to give them so much in Kelton Tolford. It's very much a new look team. I think he's going to struggle a little bit out there in the Big South, and I think that this is a good test for them night number one. I like the fact that they bring in Kareem Rozier, was averaging about 3.5 assists per contest over at Duquesne, but not necessarily the scorer that we've seen in the past for Winthrop. A Winthrop team that was in the top 25 in terms of total possessions per game. Queens NC, since they've arrived at the Division I level, they've been one of the most up-tempo teams in all of college basketball, but with Winthrop, I just don't think that offensive production is going to be there. And keep in mind, this is a game being played at 8 o'clock a.m. Eastern Time, 5 o'clock a.m. Pacific, so I think that offense is going to suffer through that alone, so I did set my total at a 160.5. I like the under and 5+ here with Queens NC. 306-503, 306-504. This is the first of our games that are off the board. Binghamton on the road against Syracuse. I set a line to where I'd be willing to lay up to 23.5 with Syracuse. Made them a 24-point favorite. 24.5 or more. Taking the points with the Binghamton, I made a total of 146. 145.5 or less. I'm in on the over 146.5 or higher. I'm going to be in on that total under. For Binghamton, they really showed some signs of life over the last few years. It looked like a relatively dead program, but they do have to turn over so many of the guys that were rock solid for them down low, and I actually have expectations for Syracuse this year. Maybe it's just a little bit unwarranted because we do need to see it to believe it from Coach Autry, but you know what? You do bring back a double-figure score that I think now has just a little bit of a system for him to be able to flourish in J.J. Starlin. Donnie Freeman was limited to only 14 games last year when he was out there shooting in the mid-30s from 3, 13.5 points, right around about 8 or so rebounds per game. Losing a guy like a Chris Bell is relatively rough, but now you've got Nathan George, who was averaging right around about 4.5 to 5 assists per contest over at Georgetown last year. That means that J.J. Starlin doesn't need to have the ball in his hands as much. He's able to create a little bit more off the ball. That's a good thing for this team. And then Bryce Zephyr, I think, is a little bit of an upside guy, and they've got Carmelo Anthony's son in the program as well. So you've got a lot of upside there. Meanwhile, this is a big empty team that I think is actually going to be relatively okay out there in the America East. You lose Gavin Walsh, who was averaging about 11 rebounds per game, so that's going to hurt. But Jeremiah Quigley, I think he's your upside guy. He began his career over at Iona, just wasn't able to get out there on the floor over at James Madison last year. 2 years ago, he was averaging over at Iona about 3 assists, 11 points per contest, and under the radar, it was really nice that they got in Demetrius Lyle as well. This guy was supplying about 6 rebounds per game over at LaSalle, began his career at Penn State, so I think that this team is going to have some nice contributions there. You've got a guy like a Bryce Wilson, who I think is going to be able to make some nice contributions as well. It's averaging 7.5 points per contest over at Buffalo. Not a team that's going to be great from three-point range, and this is not a program that generates a lot of turnovers, so I think that you get a pretty straight-up game, 23.5 or less, willing to lay with Syracuse, 24.5 or higher. I'm going to be willing to take a shot on Binghamton, and then with regards to this total, 145.5 or less, and on the over 146.5 or higher, the under 306.505, 306.506. This is from the great state of South Carolina. Neutral court game between High Point and Furman. This is a game that is presently off the board, so once again, we go to my projections, and I personally did set Furman as a favorite of 3.5 points. We'll lay up to 3 with them, 4 more, taking the points with High Point, and then set a total of 145.5, 145 or less, in on the over 146 or higher. I like that under, and I did set Furman as favorite, as I think that they're the team that actually wins the SoCon this year. They bring back darn near 50% of their minutes from a season ago. It is a Furman team that I think is very well coached under Bobby Ritchie as well. And the big thing for Furman is that this is a team that has some very explosive and some very nice three-point shooting. Recognize that you lose a guy like a PJ Smith, who is a nice alpha dog scorer for this team, but you've got a pair of guys that stand 6'11" that are really going to be able to supply for this team. Charles Johnson last year, he was averaging about 5.5 points, 3 rebounds per game, but what makes him so unique is that at 6'11", he shot darn near 39% from 3-point range a season ago. You've got a guy like a Cooper Bowser as well, as able to give you 8.5 points, 4.5 boards. Doesn't quite have the versatility that you're able to find out of the other 6'11" big man, but that said, I think that he's going to be rock solid as well. And Furman, year in and year out, the one thing that you know about them is that they're going to be really diligent and they're going to be really smart with their shots. They are always one of those teams that is towards the top of college basketball in terms of their 2-point shooting percentage. The 3-point shooting percentage could sometimes be a little bit hit or miss for this Furman team, but even go back to last year, which I would argue was a little bit of a down year with regards to offense, and they were still a top 90 team with this regard, and I do think that they're going to be back in full force with that regard. And this is a High Point team that they lose their coach in the offseason, they stay from within the program, and they promote one of their assistant coaches to the head coaching ranks, so they were able to stay within, and I don't think that this is going to be a High Point team that very much veers off from what we've seen in past years, because with this High Point team, they've got quite a bit of NIL, they've got quite a few good resources, and they were able to maintain a guy or two, like a Charles Johnson, who he's for his career about a 40+% 3-point shooter, a one-trick pony guy, but that one trick is pretty darn solid, as last year he was putting in there about 7 points per contest on a little bit over 40% 3-point shooting. You do have to turn over much of the backcourt from a season ago, but having a guy like a Brandon Housen, who stands right around about 6'7", is a nice place to be able to start. He was only averaging right around about 3 points per contest last season in an injury-riddled year for High Point. I think that he comes off of injury and he's able to give you a bit of something, as he was a pretty highly touted freshman. And then you've got Cameron Fletcher. Cameron Fletcher is a guy that began his career over at Florida State. Last year just was unable to get out there on the floor for Xavier, and really the last few years he was unable to. You go back to his last fully healthy season at Florida State during the 2021-22 campaign, he was putting in there about 7 points, 3.5 rebounds on 36% 3-point shooting in the ACC. If they can get him healthy, that is going to be big. And then you bring in Rob Martin. He was over at Southeast Missouri State, putting in there 15 points, 4.5 assists per contest. He is going to be the head of the stake for this High Point team, but you do have a lot of mixing and matching. You've got a guy that is coaching for the first time in his career as a head coach, and then on the flip side, you've got a guy in Bobby Ritchie who has been there, done that. So made Furman a 3.5 point favorite, willing to lay up to 3 with them, 4 more, Take the points with High Point, a team that was outside the top 200 in terms of total possessions per game last season, so 145 or less, and on the over 146 or higher, the under at 306.507, 306.508. Morgan State is on the road facing off against Georgetown, another one of these games without numbers, but I've got my handicap. I said Georgetown as a 22.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay up to 22 with them. 23 or more, I'm taking the points with Morgan State, and then I set a total of a 152.5. 152 or less, I'm in on the over. 153 or higher, the under, and we saw Georgetown win that exhibition matchup against Kentucky, and I love that in terms of a little bit of a fade spot here for Georgetown, because I think that this easily could be like a 27, 28 point line neck. We might even see this touch 30 when it's all said and done, because Morgan State is going to get zero respect whatsoever. They're a MEAC team that has not necessarily been the world's greatest over the last few years, and I do think that for Georgetown, bringing in a guy in Vince Iwuchukwu, was a former top 50 recruit, had that heart issue a few years ago that really kept him off the floor. That's a nice little bit of an upside guy. Now, they do lose the main guy that was allowing them to be so good defensively a season ago. When Thomas Sorber was out there on the floor, nearly 2/3 of their games went under the total, and then from there, the defense cratered a little bit. They do bring back Malik Mack, who was able to give you 13 points, 4.5 assists per contest, began his career at Harvard, 35% three-point shooter. I really like what he's able to bring to the table, and you're going to need to have some of these more ancillary guys be able to step up a little bit more, as you did lose Curtis Williams in the offseason to Tulane, so that's a little bit of a problem for them, and I do think that they're going to be able to do a nice job of mixing and matching with Langston Love and KJ Lewis. Lewis, an 11 point per game scorer over at Arizona, was able to give you about 3 assists per contest. We saw Love have some very good results over at Baylor. He averaged 11 points per contest 2 years ago. Last year was limited to 20 games due to injury, but was still supplying about 9 points per contest, a career 39% three-point shooter, but I think it might take them a little bit more time than a lot of people like to recognize on that front. And I think that Morgan State is a little bit of a sleeper out there in a MEAC that I think is very, very much improved with Morgan State. They do have the guys to be able to just at the very least give you a little bit of pause in the backcourt. And then in the front court, you've got a guy in 7'1" Dallas James who is going to be able to come in, and I think that he's going to be able to give you a bit of something. Was glued to the bench over the first few years at South Carolina State, was a little bit more of a starter in limited minutes last year. He's going to be able to give you like a block and a half per contest. I think that he's going to make things interesting on a Georgetown team that does lose quite a few of their big men from a season ago. You bring back Christian Oliver, who was able to give you about 3.5, 4 boards per contest and shot 38.5% from three. So you've got that sort of versatility there, but it's all going to be on Rob Lawson in the backcourt. Lawson last year, he was averaging about 2.5 assists, 7.5 points per contest, but did shoot 37.5% from three-point range. He had some nice results towards the back half of the season. They trusted him more with the offense, and I think that that's going to keep Morgan State somewhat lively in this game. Like I said, I expect Morgan State to be like a 3-touchdown underdog. I'd be willing to take that. 22 or less, I'm willing to lay Georgetown. 23 or higher, taking it with Morgan State, and then set a total to where a 152 or less, I'm in on the over. 153 or higher, the under. This game does have numbers on it. 306.509, 306.510. This is Maryland, and they're going to be taking on Coppin State. This is actually a neutral court game out there at CFG Bank Arena, and with Coppin State, you are finding them as a massive underdog in this ordeal. They are between a 29 to a 29.5 point underdog, and you've got a total between 140.5 to a 141, and with Maryland, I did make them a whopper of a favorite here. I set them as a 35.5 point favorite. I am going to be willing to lay the number for Coppin State. This is a wet match in a dark cave. I could easily see them being a bottom 5 team in all of college basketball this year. Like they returned darn near nothing from a season ago. They were last year a bottom 5 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Defense was actually halfway decent. They were actually towards the middle of the pack nationally last year in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, so yay, barely there, but I mean, when you're creating more turnovers than Sarah Lee's Bakery on offense, there's just not a lot that you can do, and you look at Coppin State, and there's relatively no Division I experience here for a lot of these guys. Like, you're going to be relying upon someone like a Josiah Brown, who comes in from the non-Division I ranks. He's a Maryland product that is probably going to be able to give you a little bit of something. Cam Sparrow, he's back from season ago after he averaged like 5 points, 3 rebounds per contest as a part-time starter, and they're staring at him as being one of the main returners for this team. That's not great. Hassan Perkins is someone that last year was able to supply about 5 points per contest over at Maryland Eastern Shore. They're going to be looking at massive minutes for him. This is not good. Khalil Horton is a guy that should be able to help out in the backcourt, but they've got absolutely no size whatsoever. And you know that with a Buzz Williams team, that this team is going to hit the glass, and they are going to hit the glass very hard. This is like a doomsday scenario for Coppin State, and Maryland might not necessarily be the world's greatest team in year number 1 under Buzz Williams, but you know that these guys are going to fight, and you know that these guys are going to do a nice job of being able to hit those boards as they bring in Pharrell Payne. He comes on over with Buzz Williams from Texas A&M, 10.5 points, 5 rebounds per contest. He knows the system. Solomon Washington was a guy that was able to average 5 boards per contest over at Texas A&M, so they're going to completely dominate there. Have to have a few question marks with regards to the backcourt. Rakis Passamore is probably going to be seeing some minutes after he was just glued to the bench over at Kansas a season ago, but he's an upside guy. And then they bring in compound transfers because David Hewitt, he also comes in from Kansas 2 years ago when he was over at Northern Illinois. He was averaging over 20 points per contest. When he was at Kansas, in the minutes that they actually gave him, he was halfway decent. So I actually do think that there's quite a bit of upside there, and I think for our good friends at Coppin State, this is going to be a relatively rough season for them. So in a circumstance where I'm going to be willing to lay up to a 35 here with Maryland, and with regards to the total, set mine at a 137.5. I flat out don't think Coppin State does their part with the total, so in on the under. 306-511, 306-512. NC Central's on the road against NC State. Currently no numbers up on this game, but I've got my handicap. Set NC State as a 26.5 point favorite, willing to lay up to 26 there, and then 27 or more. Take the points with NC Central, and then set a total of 142.5. 142 or less, I'm going to be in on the over. 142.5 or higher. I do like that total under. You go back to what Will Wade was able to do over at McNeese, and McNeese was actually a very good defense-oriented team his last 2 years there, and for that McNeese team, they were playing very slow and very controlled. So I don't necessarily think that this is going to be an NC State team that is going to absolutely run it and gun it. As a matter of fact, for McNeese, 316th in the country in terms of total possessions per game last year. Do I think that he pumps it up a little bit? Yes, you bring in a guy like Darian Williams, who's used to playing a little bit more slow, was playing a little bit more of a mid-tempo style at Texas Tech last season, and I mean, he was very productive, was able to give out over 3 assists per contest, 14 plus points per game. I mean, the guy was doing a little bit of everything for them, and I mean, Terrence Arsenault, he didn't necessarily get the minutes that you would expect over at Houston, but still, 6.5 points per contest for a team that made the national title. That's a good place to start. And then the McNeese guys that come over, Kadir Copeland at 6'6" was able to give out 4.5 assists per contest. You love that versatility. Alan Breed, he might be able to go in this game, but even if he doesn't, you've got a guy like a Van Allen Lubin, who I've always thought has been a very underrated guy. In North Carolina last year, he was able to give out 8.5 points, 5.5 boards. Came on really strong when North Carolina was playing their best basketball a season ago. So you do have an embarrassment of riches. Jerry Dang is a guy that at 6'9", he was auditioning for the NBA draft. Trey Holloman was giving you 4+ assists over at Michigan State, but for NC Central, this is always a team with a lot of pride under Lavelle Moulton. He actually was the AAU coach once upon a time of John Wall, and this is going to be a team that I think is going to be able to hold up in the backcourt. They're going to be based around Kyrick Davis, who comes over from West Georgia, where he was averaging about 10 points per contest. Not an amazing three-point shooter, but should be able to dole out some good, clean offense for a team that last year was in the top 25 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. You have to think that Takeo Carpenter, who was over at Alsapia a season ago, was averaging only about 4.5 points per contest, but was a pretty crafty defender, not a guy that gave you a lot offensively, that he's going to be playing a little bit of a role here for NC Central. The big issue for them was that they just absolutely got plowed down low. They were outside the top 340 in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage. I do think that with bringing in Jonathan Dunn, who was over at Coppin State last year, was giving out about 10 points, 4 rebounds per game, that they're going to be a little bit better with that regard. I do think that for NC Central, they're actually going to be okay in the backcourt. Front court, that is going to be their issue, and that's why NC Central is going to be able to hold in there maybe a little bit, but they're going to, in my opinion, take a big loss. 26 or less willing to lay with NC State, 27 or more taking the points with NC Central, and then 142 or less in on the over, 143.5 or higher, the under. 306-513, 306-514. You've got Rhode Island, and they are going to be playing us to Stetson. Here's another one of those games that is off the board, so good, clean family fun there, but I set a line to where I'm going to be willing to lay up to 16 points here with Rhode Island, 17 or more taking the points with Stetson, and then I set a total of a 152.5, 152 or less in on the over, 153 or higher. I'm going to be in on the under. Rhode Island really bumped up their tempo last year under Archie Miller, and it just feels like this team has not had an identity ever since Archie Miller has taken over. Rhode Island last year, 41st in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Previous few years, they have been a little bit more of a mid-tempo team, and Stetson is typically a relatively slow and controlled team. Like last year for Stetson, they were 128th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, but that's because they lost lost absolutely everyone. They were in a lot of transition. I think that Donnie Jones is going to be getting things slowed down a little bit, but this team is always atrocious on defense. Stetson year in and year out is outside the top 275 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and the only question is, are they going to be able to knock down their three-point shots? And now you lose guys like Mekhi Ellison, who are relatively solid with regards to their overall scoring. Abrimo Kenka, last season, he was able to give you some relatively good scoring. He's out of the fold as well, so now they're looking a little bit more down low as they bring in a guy in Mateo Diop, who began his career at Nebraska. He's a little bit of a project guy that comes on over from the country of Senegal, so we're going to see what he's going to be able to do to help this team out down low. And then they also bring in a guy that I think is going to be able to make a little bit of an impact for this team, as you had Jamie Phillips Jr. last year be an 11 point per game scorer for this team. He was able to shoot about 37% from three-point range. I think that he's going to be able to be really the main headliner for this team. You have to wonder who's going to be doling out the ball. You could be seeing a little bit of Ethan Copeland, who comes in from the Division I ranks, but you do have a lot of question marks there. And with Rhode Island, you have a lot of question marks too. But again, with the Stetson team, it just feels rhymeless and reasonless for them right now. So even with Rhode Island being in quite a bit of transition, losing a lot of those guys like David Green from a season ago, I do think that they're going to be able to find their sea legs with Jonah Hinton coming in after he was averaging about 8.5 points per contest over at St. Bonaventure as a starter for them. He's going to be able to help out the defense of this team. And then RJ Johnson, I think, is your real kicker. He comes in after at Charleston Southern was averaging 14 points, 4.5 assists, shot in the mid-30s from three-point range. So I do think that this team is going to be relatively rock solid with that regard. Moak Ike is a guy that comes over from the Netherlands. He played a little bit of professional basketball out there. He should be able to give this team a little bit of a shot in the arm down low, along with Mohamed So, who comes over from St. Peter's. He was a nice 5+ rebound per game guy. And then Tyler Cochran, he's really your X factor, because Cochran missed all of last season due to injury. He was supposed to play at Minnesota. Last we saw him 2 years ago over at Toledo. 14.5 points, 6 boards, 2.5 assists, career 34% three-point shooter. So willing to lay up to 16 here with Rhode Island. Stetson, I would need 17 or more to take the points with them. And then 152 or less, like the over 153 or higher, the under 306-515, 306-516. Here's a game with numbers. Colgate, they are on the road looking for a minty fresh cover against Michigan State. Michigan State, a 20.5 to a 21.5 point favorite, and your total on this game, it is 146.5, and I set my total here at a 139.5. I'm going to be in on this total under, mainly because with Michigan State, this is a team that played very slow, very controlled last year. They were well outside the top 275 in terms of total possessions per game, and you got a Colgate team that they weren't looking to gun either. They were outside the top 250 in terms of total possessions per game as well. Last year was the first time in like 4 years that Colgate was outside the top 25 in terms of three-point shooting percentage, and I do expect them to be a little bit better with regards to their offense. They were well outside the top 125 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis last year for the first time in an eon, but now you go up against a Michigan State team that prides themselves on defense, top 25 team in points per possession allowed last season, and they do lose a guy in Trey Holloman who was rock solid for them, but they bring back a lot of their guys. They really didn't hit the transfer portal too much other than bringing in Trey Fort, who was averaging 14.5 points, 4 boards over at Sam Amford, and shot 38% from 3, and that's something that was much needed for Michigan State. They were outside the top 275 with regards to their three-point shooting percentage a season ago, but you still have a guy in Jeremy Fears who was able to give out 4 assists per contest. You've got those rock solid guys that were able at the glass, like Jackson Kaler, who was able to give you about 7.5 rebounds per game. Cohen Carr is just a nice, interesting mixer and shaker at 6'6". He was shooting in the mid-30s from 3, 8 points. I really just like the way that he makes things happen for the team. And then on the other end for Colgate, the loss of Braden Smith from 2 years ago is still really affecting this team, because he was supposed to be the main do-it-all guy for them, and Colgate always has one of those guys that dates back to all the way to Jordan Burns when they were making the NCAA tournament with him, and they looked at Jalen Cox to do that last year. Cox, 12 points, 4 boards, 4 assists, that's the only per contest, but shot less than 30% from three-point range. You've got a guy like a Brandon Cummins who was able to shoot about 34.5% from three-point range, just a skoge under 10 points per contest last season as well. So, I mean, he's going to be able to help him out a little bit, but you do have to be wondering what you're going to be able to get down low of this team as well, because you had the likes of Keegan Records and Jeff Woodyard over the last few seasons be rock solid on the glass. Now they're looking to a guy in Cameron Brennan who just really didn't see a lot of minutes. He's a true 7-footer that comes in from the country of Canada, but I mean, is he going to be able to take those strides forward? I'm not not sure. Kyle Carlissimo, that's actually the son of PJ Carlissimo, has just not developed the way that you were expecting as well. Ben Tweedy is someone that just didn't see great minutes over at UW Green Bay. This is just not the same Colgate team that we've seen in the past, and I think Michigan State puts them on lockdown. I'm going to be willing to lay with Michigan State, set them as a 23.5 point favorite. I like the under, set my total 139.5. 306-517, 306-518. Howard is going to be playing actually host here to Missouri. This is a game that is off the board, but with Howard being the home team, I set them as a home underdog of 20 points, and I set a total of 164. So want to lay up to 19.5 here with Missouri, 20.5 or more. Taking the points with Howard, and then 163.5. I'm in on the over, 164.5 or higher. The under. Howard, year in and year out, is outside the top 300 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. We're just going to call it what it is. This is a team that does not play any sort of defense whatsoever. They are going to give up 75 to you, and they are going to hope to score 80 plus. That is the style that you're going to get with this Howard team, and that's probably not going to go well facing off against an SEC team. That said, with Missouri, you do have to wonder what you're going to be able to get out of this backcourt moving forward, because they've got a whole bunch of size, but they no longer have that guy like a Caleb Grill. You do have to wonder if Sebastian Mack is going to be the head of the snake. He's like the only guy with Division I experience below 6'6" on this team, was averaging about 9.5 points per contest a season ago. They're probably going to be trusting in him quite a bit. You bring in a guy like a Javon Porter, who spent the last few years over at Pepperdine and Loyola Marymount out there in the WCC, 12.5 points, 7 boards per contest. He is actually of relation to Michael Porter, who played at Missouri as well. So, I mean, you've got that tie-in there. Anthony Robinson, he's the other guy that's below 6'6" that is on the roster. 9 points per contest, shot 40% from three-point range. A little bit of a facilitator himself with about 3.5 assists per contest. Jacob Cruz is a guy that with relatively good versatility as well, but they did lose Trent Burns, who was a 7'5" big man. He is going to be out for the season, so that affects him a little bit. Missouri has always been a team that's had a little bit of a rough go of it on the glass, and Howard brings in athletes. Now, they don't necessarily play the best as a team, but they bring in athletes and they find a way to be able to do a solid job of being able to hit the transfer portal line. The out-of-sight, out-of-mind guy that they get back is Bryce Harris. Harris was limited to 7 games last year due to injury. Last we saw him in a full season 2 years ago. 16.5 points, 7.5 boards, a block per contest, shot 37.5% from three-point range. He's a guy that's actually able to be a difference maker, and I think is going to be able to keep this team somewhat lively in this game. You're going to need to have the gentleman from Lithuania, Denis Kirkavicius, hopefully I said that correct, to be able to give you a bit of something, as he's really the lone guy with size as on this roster. Cam Gillis is someone that should be able to elevate this backcourt as well. Gillis over at Lehigh last year, 9.5 points, 4 boards, 2.5 assists per game. He's going to be able to help out as Harris. He should be full bore here night number 1, but he is coming off a major injury, so that does lead to a little bit of question there. And then you're looking to a guy in Isaiah Brown, who is pretty much redshirted a season ago as well, but is a highly touted guy in that backcourt as well. So I do think that for Howard, they're going to take it out of the chin here a little bit against Missouri, and I do think that you get a nice high-scoring expose. 163.5 for less than on the over, 164.5 for higher. The under, 1 to lay up to 19.5 with Missouri, 20.5 or more. Taking the points with Howard, 306-519, 306-520. It is VCU, and they're going to be playing us a Wagner. This is another game that is off the board, but I do have my handicap with Wagner. I set them as a underdog of 20.5 points. I would need at least 21 to be able to take a shot there. 20 or less, I'm willing to lay it with VCU, and set a total of 134.5. 134 or less in on the over, 135 or higher. The under, this is going to be a battle of tempos, because you've got Phil Martelli Jr., who comes in from Bryant. If you recall, Bryant last year was one of the most up-tempo teams in all of college basketball. They were 6th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Wagner is as slow and controlled as it gets. 362nd in the country in terms of total possessions per game last year. Wagner was a top 100 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. They were also a bottom 50 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. They just found no way whatsoever to be able to put the biscuit in the basket, and that main scorer in Zaire Williams is now out of the fold for them, so that is going to be hurting them a little bit. Meanwhile, for VCU, there are high expectations on this team. They do bring over, with Phil Martelli Jr., a few of those guys that really made that Bryant team tick, so that's something that you do like to see. So the style and the overall camaraderie is going to be there with a guy like a Barry Evans, who comes over 13.5 points, 2.5 assists, 7 rebounds per game when he was over at Bryant a season ago, so that helps things out. Keyshawn Mitchell also came over with them, 8.5 points, 7 rebounds per game over at Bryant, but you also have a guy or two that returned from a season ago as well, and that's always a good sign. Like Brandon Jennings, I recognize he didn't do a ton for VC with like 3 points per game from a season ago, but he decided to stick with the program. You bring in a guy in Nick Lewis, who is a top 75 freshman. He should be able to do some nice things out there in the backcourt. Jordan Tillery is a relatively highly touted freshman as well, and Jaden Tracy, he was able to see some nice minutes over at Oregon. He was averaging 6+ points per contest. He's going to be rock solid in this backcourt as well. And then for Wagner, they're going to be trying to slow this thing down. They're going to try to make things as defense oriented as humanly possible. Question is, are you going to be able to get any scoring out of these guys whatsoever? Because now you're going to be looking to someone like an Eddie Placer, who I believe that is the brother of Jose Placer, who he was over at USC Upstate, didn't really see a lot of minutes. They're going to need to have him take a little bit of a stride forward. You're probably going to be looking to a lot of these non-Division I transfers. Elijah Brown is a highly touted freshman that is probably going to be seeing a lot of minutes right from the jump. You don't have a lot of size on this team. Nobody above 6'7". I do think that the very slow, very controlled style of Wagner is going to keep this somewhat respectable, but do think that VCU is going to be able to take it to them. So I'm going to lay up to 20 here with VCU, 21 or more, taking the points with Wagner, and I do think that Wagner succeeds in slowing this game down. 134 or less, I'm in on the over. 135 or higher, the under. 306-521, 306-522. New Haven is on the road against UConn. This is a game without any numbers, and this is going to be an ugly line, ladies and gentlemen. We welcome New Haven to the Division I ranks, and I welcome them by setting them as a 44.5 point underdog. I am willing to lay up to 44 with UConn, 45 or higher. I'm going to be willing to dumpster dive with New Haven, and then I did set a total of 144.5, 144 or less. I'm in on the over. A 145 or higher, I'm going to be in on this total under. And for New Haven, this is a team that just should not have made the jump up to the Division I level. I wish I could put it any other way, but man, like, this is a New Haven bunch that they were sub 500 at the Division II ranks last year. Like, what are we expecting this team to be able to deliver? They lose pretty much 6 out of their top 7 scorers from a season ago. They weren't necessarily a great defensive team. They weren't necessarily a team that was able to get a lot going on offense at the Division II ranks either. Like, there's not a lot of redeeming qualities here. I wish I could put it any other way. I wish that there was a little bit more that I could say positively about them, but there really isn't. And then for this UConn team, I fully expect them to win the Big East this year. Like, you bring back Alex Caravan, who's a guy that's able to shoot in the high 30s from three-point range at 6'8". He's able to give you 6 to 7 rebounds per game. He's going to give you double figures. You bring back Terrace Reed, who is able to give you 7 boards per contest. Recognize that you lose Liam McNeely. That was a little bit of a loss for them as he decided to go into the NBA draft, but you're bringing Silas Semery, who's a nice double figure scorer over at Georgia. Solo ball, 14.5 points per contest. He shot over 40% from three-point range. UConn, always a pretty slow and controlled style under Dan Hurley, outside the top 300 in terms of total possessions per game. So I do think that they're going to do a nice job locking down on defense, but I think that they're going to be scoring on darn near every possession and just put up a big, giant number. We have seen this UConn team cover over 75% of their non-conference games over the last 3 years. I think that that's probably going to be continuing. We'll lay up to 44 here with UConn, 45 or more taking the points with New Haven, 144 or less, like the over, 145 or higher, the under. 306-523, 306-524. Arkansas is going to be playing us as Southern, and Southern does find themselves as a sizable underdog here. On my handicap, as this is another game that's off the board, I set Arkansas as a 25.5 point favorite. I'm willing to lay up to 25 with them. 26 or more, taking the points with Southern, and then set a total to where a 145 or less, I'm going to be in on the over. 146 or higher, the under with Arkansas. It was a very interesting year for them last season, and it feels like with John Calipari, he just plays a different style every single year. Last few seasons, he's been playing a little bit more up-tempo, and in his last year at Kentucky, that team was super duper up-tempo after they had been a little bit more slow in those recent years as well. With this Southern team, they have a really good backcourt that I think is actually going to be able to help them hang in there. You do lose a few guys via the transfer portal, but that said, it just feels like they have the sort of two of everything sort of ordeal, as they do bring back a guy like a Michael Jacobs who was able to give them 11 points per contest last season. Damari Jones was throwing in there 7.5 points, 4.5 rebounds per game. It's like all by committee by this team. They did not have a single guy that gave you over 11.5 points per contest last year, but a guy like a Cam Mbroe was able to shoot 35% from 3, 2.5 assists, 7.5 points per contest, and Malik Abjawald, he was a 5 rebound per game guy over at UMass a season ago. He should be able to help out a Southern team then just year in and year out. They always have a little bit of a tough time on the defensive glass, but they were able to do actually a relatively rock solid job on the offensive rebounding front a season ago. And then when it comes to this Arkansas unit, I do think that they are just going to be able to overwhelm them a little bit, even though you lose Boogie Flan in the backcourt. You still have DJ Wagner, a nice double figure scorer that was a little bit of a flop as a very highly touted guy a few seasons ago, but he's been able to take some strides forward. Carter Knox, he was able to come alive towards the back half of the season last year, 8 points per contest on 35% three-point shooting. And if you can get a clean bill of health for Trevon Brazil, because he has just dealt with injuries over the last few seasons, even though he played most of the games last season, you tell that there was a point towards the beginning part of the season last year where he wasn't necessarily himself, but 6'10" big man that's able to shoot 36.5% from 3, that's just something that Southern's not going to be able to account for. Now, Southern year in and year out, very good at being able to generate turnovers. They're always a top 50 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. And Arkansas last year, if you're taking a look at that overall tempo, about 71st in the country in terms of total possessions per game. So they do like to run, but they're not necessarily overly breakneck. And then Southern, they're very much in that same category, about 82nd in the country. So I did set more of a mid-sized total here. I do think that Arkansas is going to be improved on the defensive side of things. I think that Billy Richmond takes some strides forward, 145 or less. I'm going to be in on that total over 146 or higher, the under, and then with Arkansas, want to lay up to 25 with them, 26 or more. Taking those points with Southern. 3-6-5-25, 3-6-5-26. Radford is going to be playing against Western Illinois. Another game that is off the board, but I've got my handicap. I set Radford as a 17.5 point favorite. Want to lay up to 17 there. 18 or more taking the points with Western Illinois. 133 or less. I'm in on the over. A 134 or higher, the under. Western Illinois has a very distinct, slow and controlled style. 319th in the country in terms of total possessions per game 8 seasons ago. Now we need to see what Radford is going to be. They bring in Zach Chu. He was sort of a game analyst, a guy that was helping out the Indiana Pacers 8 seasons ago, so they head to the NBA ranks with that regard, and Radford, as we know, the last 2 seasons, it's actually been through a few coaching changes under the likes of Mike Jones and company, and they have always been a very slow and controlled team. I think that they're going to be somewhere in the middle of A and B this season, and when it comes to this Radford roster, they are still going to be a team that I think is going to be one of the better mid-major teams at being able to hit the glass. They bring in a gentleman from Brazil in Gabriel Faria, who I think is actually going to be very rock solid for this team, and then you've got the Jordans, Amari Jordan and Louis Jordan. These are 2 guys that I think are going to be able to make a nice impact in the backcourt as well, but you're going to be looking at Brendan Rigsby Jr., who's really going to be able to make an impact. Began his career over at Oregon, saw some solid minutes over at Minnesota last year, where he was averaging like 5.5 points per contest. He only shot about 30% from 3-point range, but I think that there's quite a bit of upside there. It's going to be a little bit random as to what you're going to be getting in terms of more of a main facilitation for this team, but you also have Tyson Brown, who was able to average about 7 rebounds per game 8 seasons ago over at Georgia Southern, so I think that this team is going to be great with that regard. And for Western Illinois, if they don't rebound, they have absolutely no shot whatsoever. Western Illinois a few years ago was one of your actually good rebounding teams, and they were able to rise up the OVC as a result. Last year they had no rebounding whatsoever, and it was a complete and utter flopperoonie for them, and now they're going to be looking to Nick Hittle to be able to give you a bit of production. Was averaging about 4.5 points per contest last year over at Southern Indiana. It's a bit of a part-time starter for them, and do think that there's a little bit of upside on that front with him, but that said, this is still going to be a team that I think is a little bit of a wet match in a dark cave at this point. You've got just not much in the backcourt for this team as they lose a lot of those top scorers from a year ago. You're going to be looking at someone like Tyron Cook, who he was just not able to see a lot of minutes last year over at Indiana State. He actually, at VMI 2 years ago, was a 12.5 point per game scorer. They're going to need him to really be able to step it up, because if they don't have him step it up, they really don't have much hope whatsoever. Isaiah Griffin is another guy that they're going to be calling upon, as he was relatively solid over at Idaho State, 10.5 points, about 4 boards per contest. At 6'6", he's a little bit undersized for being a primary rebounder, but still should be able to give you some relatively good production with that regard. But I just look at this Zach Chu style, I think that it's going to be a choo-choo train to the window in this one, and I do think that for Radford, they are going to be able to win a game that's going to be relatively slow and controlled. I think that Western Illinois does a nice job in terms of really putting the brakes on, but I just don't think that the execution is going to be there too much whatsoever. So I did set a line of a 17.5. I'm willing to lay up to 17 here with Radford, 18 or more. I'm going to be willing to take those points with Western Illinois, and then 133 or less, I'm in on the over. A 134 or higher, I'm going to be in on the under. 306-527, 306-528. St. Joe's hopes to not be average Joe's as they play Osa Lafayette. This is another game that we've got off the board, but I've got my handicap. I did set St. Joe's as an 18.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay up to 18 points with them, 19 or more. I'm going to be willing to take those points with Lafayette, and then set a total of 142.5. 142 or less, I'm in on the over. A 143 or higher, I like the under. You have Steve Donahue, who takes over very much midstream as Billy Lang. He decided in like mid to late September that he was going to be taking a job with the New York Knicks, so it's going to be interesting to see what happens there, because he led Penn to the NCAA tournament a few seasons ago. We all recall what he was able to do over at Cornell when they made the Sweet 16, but I mean, he's got good weapons around him. Nobody decided to enter into the transfer portal after it was announced that he was going to be becoming the team's coach. Justice Ajabor is a guy that's able to give you multiple blocks per contest. He last season was a little bit more of an ancillary big man because he was sort of in the shadow of Rasheer Fleming, but when he was over at Harvard a few seasons ago, was able to do a nice job on that front, so I actually feel relatively good about what he's going to be able to give you down low. Additionally, I do think that you're going to be able to have some upside with some of these guards as well. You bring in someone like a Deuce Jones, who he was one of the rookies of the year out there in the Atlantic 10, was a nice nearly 10-point per game scorer when he was over at LaSalle. That's going to be a nice upside guy for this unit. And for Lafayette, it's always a whole being greater than the sum of its parts for the team, but they lose a lot of those parts from seasons ago, and it's just been a little bit of a rudderless, strange team that plays at a slow style. They're typically outside the top 250 in terms of total possessions per game, and losing a guy like an Alex Shulkin who shot 48% from three 8 seasons ago, that does certainly hurt the team quite a bit. Now you're looking at more of the ancillary scorers from a season ago, like you bring back TJ Berger, who was able to supply the team 2 years ago with more like 5 or so points per contest. Last year, he just really fell out of favor because Shulkin really took the majority of his minutes, so they're going to need him to re-elevate. Mark Butler was a guy that was able to give you 3 assists, 7.5 points per contest, but I mean, this is a team that had Justin Vanderbond give you like 3 or so blocks per contest a season ago. They get him back. That is going to be massive for this unit, and they're going to be running pretty much everything through him, in my opinion, because the three-point shooting takes a big giant nosedive from what they had a season ago. They bring in a pretty highly touted freshman in Caleb Williams from the great state of Florida, so that's going to be able to give them a bit of something, but I do think that for the St. Joe's team, they actually get a little bit of an upgrade here from Steve Donahue coming in. I actually think that they're going to be in for a relatively solid season. A lot of people look at a coaching change and think that it's all bad, and most of these coaching changes are bad. I'm going to be fading a lot of them. I don't sense that I'm going to be doing so here with St. Joe's, though. 18 or less, I'm going to be willing to lay it with the fighting St. Joe's. 19 or more, taking the points with Lafayette, and then did set a total of 142.5. 142 or less, I'm in on the over. 143 or higher, the under. 306.529, 306.530. Another game that we've got off the board. Virginia Tech, they play Charleston Southern. Charleston Southern is on my line a 21.5 point underdog. 21 or less, I'm going to be willing to lay a Virginia Tech. 22 or more, I'm taking the points with Charleston Southern. And then I did set a total of a 141.5. 141 or less, I'm in on the over. A 142 or higher, the under. Under Mike Young, Virginia Tech always plays relatively solid defense. They are outside the top 200 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis a season ago. I do think that the defense is going to be ramped up a little bit. And for Virginia Tech, there's a little bit of mystery with this team because they bring in some international gentlemen that I think are going to be really able to crank this team up. Antonio Dorn is a 7-footer that comes in from Germany. I don't think we're going to see a ton out of him. The real, shall we say, interest piece is Nicolas Avedeas. He is a 6'9" gentleman that comes over from Greece. He's able to handle the ball. He's able to pop some threes. He is really a guy that's expected to do a little bit of everything. And I do think that the defense got a nice, shall we say, upgrade with Amani Hansberry coming over from West Virginia. West Virginia was a really good defense last year. He was averaging 10.6 rebounds per game for them. And keep in mind, with Virginia Tech, they lost their main point guard in Heisier Miller due to that Temple gambling scandal. They were expecting him to run the point, and that led to the team going into HE double hockey 6 for the season last year. But you bring back Toby Lual as well, and with Toby Lual, 12.5 points, right around about 7 boards per contest. So I like what he's able to bring to the table. He was shooting about 37% from 3-point range. Other end, you've got yourself a bunch of Charleston Southern that actually took some strides forward. Saw Nimley, I actually think, is doing a good job of being able to upgrade this team a little bit. And you've got a few guys that I think are going to be able to help themselves out in the backcourt. Alan Sumler, I think, is just not necessarily getting the attention that he deserves because 2 years ago over at Charleston Southern, he was averaging 14 points per contest, threw in there about 2 assists, 3 boards per contest, missed all of last season due to injury. He should be able to come back, be good to go coming off of that injury. You've got a guy like a Luke Williams who comes on over from the non-Division I ranks. He should be able to make a nice impact for the team right away. And then you do have some size on this team. Devin Bradford, he's saying 7'1". Last year over at Siena was a part-time starter that was able to give the team a little bit over a block, 3 rebounds per game. So I think that that's going to be relatively helpful, but I think that Virginia Tech is going to be able to overachieve this year. I think that not enough people are taking into account the fact that they bring in some really good international guys that have some professional experience overseas. So I did set this to a line to where I'm going to be willing to lay up to a 21 with Virginia Tech, 22 or more, taking the points with Charleston Southern, and then 141 or less, I'm going to be in on the over. 142 or higher, the under. 306.531, 306.532. Another game that's off the board, North Carolina is going to be playing us at Central Arkansas. With North Carolina, I set them as a 33.5 point favorite. I'm willing to lay up to 33 with North Carolina, 34 or more, I'm taking the points with Central Arkansas, and then set a total of a 155.5. 155 or less, I'm in on the over. 156 or higher, the under. Central Arkansas has been one of your better over teams in all of college basketball over the last few seasons. And I will say for Central Arkansas, they took some strides forward last year. They made a much-needed coaching change a few off seasons ago, and for Central Arkansas, they cranked it down a little bit more. They were outside the top 75 in terms of total possessions per game. John Schulman is actually doing a somewhat okay job with this program, but it's still a wet match in a dark cave for this team right now. And you lose someone like an Elias Cato, who was able to supply the team with about 14.5 points per contest. He was very good for them. So now you're going to be looking at Cole McCormick as being the head of the snake. Last season as a true freshman, he was throwing in there about 8 points, 3.5 boards, shot in the mid-30s from three-point range. So he was able to do an okay job for this team. You're going to be looking at someone like an Ethan Thomas to take strides forward after he was glued to the bench last season. They're going to need him to be able to step it up. But you get back Cameron Hunter. He decided that he was going to be transferring to Wisconsin. He just did not see any playing time over at Wisconsin. He was injured the previous year. Last we saw him at Central Arkansas, 22-23 season, 17 points, 5 boards, 4 assists. He instantly elevates this team. So having him back is going to be massive, but you do have to wonder how he's going to be looking after he just hasn't played over the last few seasons. Then for this North Carolina team, bringing in Henry Vassar, who is a nice double-figure scorer over at Arizona, a true 7-footer, he's going to be able to help elevate this team. They lose R.J. Davis, who was in college basketball for about 500 billion years. So it's a little bit of a changing of the guard in the backcourt, but how do you do a nice job of being able to replace him? You bring in Luka Brogdon, who he should be eligible for this North Carolina team. I know that there was a little bit of, shall we say, discussion with regards to that waiver situation with him, but you've also got Isaiah Dennis, who I think is going to be able to make some interesting contributions in the backcourt along Derek Dixon, the 2-star freshman that come in for this team. And then you've got a guy in Jonathan Boom Boom Powell, who I really like. He was able to average over at West Virginia last year, 8 points, 3 rebounds per game. That's going to elevate a North Carolina team that when they really had their success 2 years ago and they were the 1 seed in the NCAA tournament, that defense was actually relatively solid. Seth Trimble is not a guy that's really able to facilitate or anything like that, but he had 11.5 points per contest. Needs to be better than the 27% three-point shooting that he had last year. 2 years ago, shot over 41% from three. I think that you're staring at a situation where it's somewhere between A and B with him, but Jaron Stevenson is a guy that is 6'10", began his career over at Alabama. He's got some good versatility as well. I do think that for Central Arkansas, things are getting better for them, but I think that they get lambasted here by North Carolina. It's that North Carolina is a 33.5 point favorite. Won't lay up to 33 there. 34 more. Take the points for Central Arkansas. 155 or less, like the over. 156 or higher. The under. 306.533, 306.534. Presbyterian is playing against the Navy. Navy, I set as a 3.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay up to 3 with them. 4 or more. I'm going to be looking at those points with Presbyterian, and I did set a total of a 133.5. 133 or less. I'm in on the over. 134 or higher. The under. This is another one of those games that's off the board, but Navy is a team that I'm buying in on this year. Navy returns 90% of their minutes from a season ago. 90. That just doesn't happen in this day and age of college basketball. And then you've got Don Draper. I believe that it's not a relation to the Bandman Draper, but you know what? He was able to give the team 6 rebounds per game a season ago. Austin Kahoe is a guy that's able to give you 15 points, 9 rebounds per contest. Austin Benjini was able to throw in there 17 points per game. When Navy's really firing all cylinders, they typically do a nice job of being able to generate turnovers. They did have a little bit of a coaching change in the offseason, but they kept it in-house. So I do think that with this Navy team, you're staring at a team that I think can really make some noise out there in the Patriot League. And I know that it's going to be a true road game to start the season, but I still like them as a favorite here, even against a Presbyterian team that they were much better than what they have been in recent years. Like for Presbyterian, ever since they made their coaching change, it's been a little bit rough for them, but for the Blue Hosts, they were able to find a little bit of something, but they do lose Corey Mincy from the season ago. He was a 15 point per game scorer, so that means that you're probably going to be looking at quite a bit of Iverson King this season. With the King, he was a 6'6", a little bit of a combo player that gave the team like 5.5 points, 3.5 rebounds per game, but he did shoot 44% from three, albeit on low volume, but you're going to be expecting quite a bit from him. And then the good news is you've got Jonas Pierce back in the fold after he was limited just 8 games last year due to injury, but prior to him going out with injury, 7 boards, 13 points per game, and even the season before, he was averaging like 5 rebounds per game, so he's going to be able to give this team a little bit of rough and double down low. I think that this is actually going to be a unit that I'll be just fine down low with Chidi Chakuli, who he's a 6'8", little bit of a big man. He's a highly touted freshman that I think is going to be able to give this team some good minutes. And then you've got Jalen Peterson returning from down low, who averaged 5.5 rebounds per game, but that backcourt is going to be an issue going against one of the most veteran teams in all of college basketball, and that's a big reason why I said Navy has a pretty good size favorite, and Navy traditionally well outside the top 250, top 275 in terms of total possessions per game. They're going to look to play slow and controlled like we always find with those military institutes. So 3 or less, I'm going to be willing to lay with Navy. 4 more, taking the points with Presbyterian, 133 or less. I'm in on the over, 134 or higher. The under, 306-535, 306-536. Delaware is on the road against the Bucknell Bison. I set Delaware as a 1.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay up to 1 with them. 2 or more, taking the points with the Bucknell, and then set a total of 147.5. 147 or less, in on the over, 148 or higher, the under. I don't know if we quite get a 1, so pretty much whoever the underdog is, I'm going to be taking them in some form or capacity. If it's Delaware, I'm just taking them on the money line. If it's Bucknell, I'm probably going to be taking anything of 2+ with them, as I do think that this is a relatively evenly matched game. As for Delaware, this was actually their first game as a member of Conference USA after last year finished off with a bang out there in the CAA conference tournament. They were outside the top 10 seeds in the CAA tournament. Somehow, someway, they make a run to the final, but the bad news is you lose John Camden from a year ago. Niles Lane, who was a nice double-figure scorer, he's gone as well. So now you're looking to someone like a Jameel Brown, who he was over at Temple, go Owls. He averaged about 5.5 points per contest last season, was limited to just 8 games due to injury, though. So you're going to be wondering what you're going to be able to get out of him. Tyler Hauser is one of your main guys that returned from a season ago, about 5 points per contest, a career mid-30s 3-point shooter. When he was over at VMI in a little bit more of a starter's role, he was able to average about 11 points per contest, but you do have your question marks there, and then Calvin Riley, he was able to average 12.5 points per contest last season, but you do have to wonder if Justin Fernandez, who has always been a highly touted guy going back to his time at George Mason and Providence, if he's actually going to be able to live up to those expectations or not. This is a Delaware team that doesn't necessarily have a lot of size, but for Bucknell, they were rock solid down low last year with the true 7-footer and Noah Williamson, who was able to pop it and lock it from 3-point range. They lose him, and for Bucknell, they lose so much of what made them tick from a season ago. John Griffin, former Bucknell player, has done a nice job of being able to coach up this team. As a matter of fact, coach him up to being number 1 in the Patriot League last year during the regular season, but you pretty much lose 4 of your top 5 guys from a season ago. Now you're going to need Quinn Berger to be able to step up, who just has been a flop ever since he got to Bucknell. Began his career over at St. Joe's last year. He was unable to get out there on the floor. 2 years ago, was only averaging about 2 points per contest. You need to see if he's able to finally take those strides forward for this team. Brandon McCreesh, he was averaging about 6 points per contest. He shot last year about 41.5% from 3-point range. He's going to have the ball in his hands a ton this season, and for Bucknell, this was a top 125 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. A Bucknell team that was in the top 130 in terms of total possessions per game. That's actually like flying for this Bucknell team. And Delaware, they were a top 50 team in terms of total possessions per game. So do you think that you get a little bit more of an up and down game? 147 or less, I'm in on the over. 148 or higher, the under. And then set Delaware as a 1.5 point favorite. Pretty much in some form of capacity, I'll probably be in on the underdog. If we end up getting a 1 on Delaware, I would lay the 1, but most likely going to be taking a shot on the underdog. And then 147 or less, and on the over, 148 or higher. The under, 306-537, 306-538. Siena is going to be playing us a Bryant. And with Bryant right now, we shall see what sort of an underdog they're going to be. I set this line at 5. I'm willing to lay up to 4.5 with Siena. 5.5 or more, I'm taking the shot with Bryant. And then set a total of 145. 144.5 or less, I'm in on the over. 145.5 or higher, I'm going to be in on this total under, as Jamion Christian, he takes over for this Bryant team after they were really flying the last few seasons when they were under the tutelage of Phil Martelli Jr. And you go back to what Jamion Christian was able to do when he was over at George Washington. That last season that they were there, they were right around about 81st in the country in terms of total possessions per game. They played a little bit more up-tempo, but they weren't necessarily a team that was absolutely soaring on the other side of things for Siena. This is a relatively mid-tempo team. Now, their total possessions per game number is a little bit, shall we say, warped by the fact that they played a lot of overtime games last year. Like, Siena was the king of playing overtime games. They were a relatively mid-tempo team if you look at total possessions per game, but I believe that they're a little bit slower than this. But you've got a guy in Jerry McNamara who's doing a very rock-solid job, in my opinion, with the Siena program, as they do return quite a bit of that backcourt from a season ago. They're going to need to replace some of those low-post pieces that were able to do a nice job of being able to generate blocks for this team, and for Bryant, this is going to be a little bit of a brand spanking new look for them as well. But on the side of Bryant, you do have a little bit of size with Keegan Harvey, a 6'11" big man that really couldn't get out there on the floor for George Washington, being able to come in. They're going to be looking at Quincy Allen, a former top 150 recruit, who was averaging about 9 points, 5 rebounds per game over at Chicago State, was limited due to injury, but when he was out there was relatively effective to be able to give you a bit of something. And they did retain Ja'Kai Robinson from a season ago as well. He stayed with the Bryant program, was averaging about 6 points, 3.5 rebounds per game, began his career over at Miami, but not a guy that's really going to be able to give you a lot of 3-point shooting. Bryant is going to be a team that's probably going to be struggling underwhelming with regards to that three-point shooting this season. And for the Siena unit, I do think that the offense is going to be a little bit more, shall we say, connected than it was in season number 1 under Jerry McNamara. As we know, this is a guy that he very much knows guard play, and you had Justice Schultz last year be able to supply 16 points, 4.5 assists per contest. He was amazing, and they get him back in the fold. And then you got someone like a Reed Descharme, who is a 6'7", do-it-all sort of player, shot about 33% from three-point range, began his career over at Xavier. He's a guy that I think is going to be able to take some nice strides forward. Brandon Coyle is a guy that you like down low, is able to give you 13 points, 4 boards as a 6'7" do-it-all guy that shot 39% from three-point range. I really do like this Siena team, and I do think that with our guy, Jamion Christian, he still knows how to coach as well. So set a line of 5. I'm willing to lay up to 4.5 here with Siena, 5.5 or more to get the points with Brian, and then 144.5 or less, on the over 145.5 or higher, the under 306.539, 306.540. It is Notre Dame, and they're going to be playing us at Long Island. Once again, we've got a game that's off the board, but set a relatively short line here for an NEC team going up against an ACC team. I set my line at 12.5, 12 or less. I'm going to be willing to lay with Notre Dame, and 13 or higher, I'm going to be willing to take a shot on Long Island with a total of 134.5, 134 or less. I like the over 135 or higher, the under, and even though Long Island does lose their associate coach in Gerald Gillian in the offseason, they've got Rod Strickland, who has really come a long way as a coach over the last few seasons, and he got this Long Island team playing some rock-solid defense and really slowed them down last year, 290th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and for Micah Shrewsbury and his style, going all the way back to when he was over at Penn State. Never really an up-tempo team. Notre Dame last year was 245th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and that was actually quite a bit faster than what they were 2 seasons ago. Now for Notre Dame, they do have the star appeal guy, Marcus Burton, who was able to average over 20 points per contest. He missed a few games of the season ago, and you can tell just the level of impact that he made when he was on the court rather than when he was off the court. He's able to give you some assists as a relatively solid rebounder. This guy just completely stuffs the stat sheet for Notre Dame, and now they should be a much better team on the glass because they bring in Carson Tout. He was averaging 12-plus rebounds per game over at Northern Arizona 8 seasons ago. They still have those rock-solid guys in the backcourt. Brendan Shrewsbury, the son of Micah Shrewsbury, 14 points per contest, was shooting about 37% from three-point range a season ago. I like what he's able to bring to the table, and when it comes to some of these, shall we say, more mysterious guys, I think is a fair way of saying it, like Asar Muhammad, what you're going to be able to get out of him, a Garrett Sundra. These are the guys that are really going to make or break the team. But for Long Island, I mean, the fact that they bring back much of their roster from a season ago actually really does speak to me. Even though they did lose the associate coach in Gerald Gillian, they are able to maintain a lot of that consistency, a lot of that style. And for this Long Island team, are they going to shoot it necessarily well from three-point range? No, they were outside the top 250 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis last year, and they were not a team that really bombed it from three-point range, and that's because you got a guy, Malachi Davis, that does a nice job of just being able to play good, tough defense, gives out 3 assists, 17.5 points per contest, began his career over at Arizona State. He's going to be a rock-solid part of this team. Now, you do lose a lot of the more ancillary pieces that were around him, but you're bringing a guy in Greg Gordon who, if you recall what he was able to do at Iona a few seasons ago, last year just was unable to see minutes over at UAB, but 2023-24 campaign, when he was over at Iona, 16 points, steal and a half, 7.5 rebounds per game, shot about 33% from three-point range. He completely elevates this team, and I think that he's going to be one of the better players that we see out there in the NEC. Additionally, you've got a little bit more size with this team as well. Isaiah Miranda, former top 250 recruit, began his career over at Oklahoma State along with UW Green Bay, just has ever been able to find his footing. He should be able to give you quite a bit down low for this team as well. And then you have Lakula Sarr, who is really good down low for them with Cedric Lasu. I was getting the name all confused. He was able to give the team 7+ rebounds per game. I do think that this is going to be a Long Island team that's going to be a really tough out. Jamal Fuller is back in the backcourt as well. And I do think that this is going to be a very slow, controlled game. 134 less in on the over, 135 or higher the under. And for Notre Dame, 12 or less, I'm willing to lay with them. 13 or more taking the points with Long Island. 306-541, 306-542. Holy Cross is on the road against Providence. This is another one of those games as without numbers, but I've got my handicap as I did set Providence as a nice sizable 21.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay up to 21 with them. 22 or more, I'm going to be willing to take those points with Holy Cross, and then set a total of a 139.5. 139 or less, I'm in on the over. 140 or higher, I'm going to be taking a shot on the under what has been a characteristic of this Kim English Providence team is been a bunch that has been much better on the defensive side of things rather than the offensive side of things. And last year, Providence played relatively slow and controlled, 244th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. You've got a Holy Cross team that was 304th in terms of their total possessions per game. Now, for Holy Cross, they were actually a really good three-point shooting team last year. They were, as a matter of fact, a top 15 team in terms of their three-point shooting percentage. Dead last in the country, though, in terms of being able to get to the free throw line. They just don't have a lot of rough and tumble down low. They really just don't have anyone that's able to grab rebounds, and they do lose a lot of that good three-point shooting from a season ago as well. So they're going to need to fill in a few holes there. They're going to be looking to Tyler Boston to be able to step things up after he last year was the main facilitator, right around about 9 points, 4 assists per contest. Joe Nugent is going to be your main returner in terms of guys that are able to launch from three. Shot 43% from three at 6'6", 12.5 points, a little bit over 5 rebounds per game. So I do like what he's able to bring to the table. And then I do think that getting back Gabe Warren is big, as he was limited to 10 games last year. Shot over 50% from three, and he was rock solid there, but certainly it was a very small sample size, so we'll see what he's able to do moving forward. But on the other end for Providence, you're going to have Oswin. I can't even say the last name, so we're just going to call him Oswin. Just absolutely dominate things down low. In conference play, he's averaging darn near 2 blocks per contest, over 5 rebounds per game. I really think that Providence is going to be built around him and what he's able to provide down low. As you've also got Petrias, who comes over from Latvia, true 7-footer that should be able to help out down low as well. I do think that Oswin is still going to be that main guy, though, and then it's all about just being able to get some consistency in the backcourt from someone like a Corey Floyd Jr., who averaged 9 points, 5 boards per contest, mid-30s three-point shooter. He's able to do it out a little bit as well with about 2 assists per game, and then how he pairs up with a guy in Jalen Sellers who missed so much of last year due to injury. Should be good to go here, but you want to be checking in on his status after he 2 seasons ago over at Central Florida was a nice solid double-figure scorer. He, going back all the way back to his time in the MAC, was always a nice rock-solid guy. What he's going to be able to bring you is really going to be determining what this team is able to be in the backcourt. And then Jason Edwards. He goes really under the radar, in my opinion. Had a nice year over at Vanderbilt where he was averaging 17 points, shot in the mid-30s from 3-point. I think that this is going to be a Providence team that's going to be much improved from what they were a season ago and still able to maintain that slower defensive identity. So 139 or less than on the over, 140 or higher on the under with Providence. One to lay up to 21 with them, 22 or more taking the points with a late cross. 306-543, 306-544. Maryland Eastern Shore is going to be on the road against Georgia Tech. This is a game that's off the board and does not have numbers, but I've got my handicap. I'm going to be willing to lay up to 25.5 here with Georgia Tech. I actually set them at a 25.5, so 25 or less. Willing to lay with Georgia Tech. 26 or more, taking the shot with Maryland Eastern Shore, and then made a total of a 145.5. 145 or less, I'm in on the over at 146 or higher. The under, Maryland Eastern Shore is just simply one of the toughest jobs in all of college basketball to take, so I do not envy the fact that for Maryland Eastern Shore, they gave the job to Cleo Hill of Winston-Salem University in like June last year, so that really prevented him from being able to get things rolling with this team from a season ago. And he does lose a lot of those guys from last year, but Christopher Flippin was pretty flipping good. He was able to give the team 10 points, 5.5 rebounds per game. They do lose KJ Shaw, who was really the main guy in the backcourt a season ago, but they got a really nice add in Michael Teal. Michael Teal was playing over at South Carolina State a season ago. He was a starter for them 2 years ago. Last year, fell a little bit more out of favor in a just system in which the whole was greater than the sum of its parts, but I think that he's actually going to do a nice job, be able to dole out the ball for a team that was well outside the top 300 with regards to their overall points scored on a per possession basis from a season ago. This is going to be a team that outside of Flippin, they don't necessarily have a lot of size. And for Georgia Tech, they do lose that main facilitator in Nathan George. So that's going to be hurting them quite a bit this season. We just have noticed that Damon Sotomayor, he's been able to do an okay job, but it hasn't necessarily been amazing. Bate Ndongo is really the head of the stake for this team. He over the last few seasons has been averaging like 13 points, 8.5 boards, mid-30s three-point shooter at 6'9", a very underrated player on the national landscape just because this team has not had a lot of success. They bring in a guy like a Lamar Washington, who last season he was rock solid over at Pacific, 13.5 points. He averaged over 5.5 assists per game, but also 3.9 turnovers per game. He's a top 10 player in all of college basketball in terms of total turnovers, and it's not a place where you want to be a top 10 player. And then they bring in Cam Kraft to be able to help out that three-point shooting at Miami of Ohio last year, 13.5 points on 43% three-point shooting, but it just feels like this team has not really found a lot of an identity. Good news for them is that they're going to be playing against a completely outgunned team, and Kawasi Reeves is a guy that I think take some strides forward this year. So 145 or less, I'm going to be on the over. 146 or higher, the under. And then with Maryland Eastern Shore, we'll take 26 or more with them. 25 or less, going to be willing to lay it with Georgia Tech. 306-545, 306-546. Boston U is on the road against Northeastern. I set Northeastern as a 1.5 point favorite. Another one of these games where I'm probably just going to end up taking the underdog in some form or capacity. We'll be willing to lay up to 1 with Northeastern as well. If they become the underdog, I would just take them on the money line. 2 or more, take the points with Boston U. And then 133 or less in on the over. 134 or higher, the under. And with this Boston U team, you know what to expect out of them. They're going to be very much a defense-oriented team that's going to be grinding you out down low. They need to improve that free throw shooting percentage as well. Like, I would probably put Boston U as a favorite in this ordeal because they returned so much of their production from a season ago. But the fact of the matter is they've been outside the top 275 in terms of their free throw shooting percentage pretty much each out of the last 3 seasons. So that really hampers them quite a bit. You've got Michael Aaron McNair, who was able to give the team double figures, shot in the mid-30s from three-point range. So that's a nice place to be able to start with them. You've had the likes of Otto Landrum and company be very rock solid down low. Boston U consistently one of the better mid-major teams with regards to their rebound percentage in all of college basketball, but also a team that plays at a very slow, controlled pace, 352nd last year in terms of total possessions per game. And Northeastern, under Coach Cohen, they have sped themselves up a little bit more over the past few years, 231st in the country in terms of total possessions per game, but at their identity, you can sense that this is a team that really doesn't want to speed themselves up too much. They want to be able to have just that nice, methodical style. And for Northeastern, they do lose guys like Masai Troutman and company from a season ago. They had a lot of their rock-solid guards leave the program, but they bring back L.A. Pratt. And I think that L.A. Pratt is going to do a nice job of being able to elevate this offense after last year. He averaged about 11 points per contest. Not a great three-point shooter at only shooting about 29% from three-point range, but it's a good place to start for a little bit of a younger team. Like a Miles Newton is a freshman that comes in, and he's probably going to be seeing some minutes right away. William Karumi, he's someone that has dealt with injuries throughout his career, was limited to 17 games last season. When he was out there, though, shot 39% from 3, 8 points per contest. I do think that he's going to be a nice difference maker for a team that is going to be lacking a little bit of size other than like Yuri Fritz. You don't have a lot of experience in terms of the low post, and I do think that helps Boston U hang in there, and I do think that for Boston U, this is going to be a solid team out there in the Patriot League, but again, that free throw shooting I think is going to be an issue, and what I think is going to be a slow, controlled, grimy game, 133 or less. I'm going to be in on the over. 134 or higher. I'm going to be in on that total under. And with Boston U, if they are a 2+, I'm going to be willing to take the points with them at a 1/moneyline underdog price. I'm going to be in on Northeastern. 306-547, 306-548. Georgia plays us at Bellarmine. Another game currently without numbers, but I've got my handicap. I set Bellarmine as a 28.5 point underdog. I'm going to be willing to lay up to 28 here with Georgia, 29 or more, taking the points with Bellarmine, and then set a total of a 146.5, so 146 or less. I'm going to be in on the over. A 147 or higher, I'm going to be in on that total under. And for Bellarmine, passing of the torch in the offseason as Scott Davenport passes it on over to Doug Davenport, his son. And for Doug Davenport, he actually did an okay job of being able to retain a few of the impact guys from his season ago. You have to figure that Jack Karsinski is going to be the main man for the team after last year. He was dealing with some injuries, but in 24 games, 15.5 points per contest, shot 38.5% from three-point range. The big issue for Bellarmine is the defense. They were well outside the top 330 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. They have never been a team that has been able to generate a lot of turnovers, and they're really going to be looking to a guy, Miles Watkins, to be able to elevate this team after he last season was a little bit more of a sixth man that was able to give you about 6 points per contest. I think that he's going to be able to take some nice strides forward this season. Then when it comes to the low post play, you just don't necessarily have a ton of it. Luke Anderson was a guy that was glued to the bench last season that I think needs to take a little bit of a stride forward. And on the other side of things, you've got a Georgia team that they do lose Silas Emery from last season, so that hurts them quite a bit. But I do think that for Georgia, even though they're going to be left in the dust with regards to a just absolutely loaded SEC, I do think that they're going to have quite a bit of production from Marcus Millender. He comes over after he was over at South Alabama and UTSA, beat me for the Roadrunners in recent years, and was a nice 15 point per game score a season ago. Shot 44% from 3. And then you've got a guy in Mr. Blue Kane, who is a really nice 3-point shooter as well. He last season was able to take a nice step forward, 9.5 points on about 35% 3-point shooting. I think that he's going to be a big part of the offense. And Cannon Catchings is a former top 50 recruit that was over at Purdue and BYU. Didn't necessarily find his footing at either place. I think that he's going to be able to find himself a nice home here. And then Jeremiah Wilkerson, who was a very good freshman over at Cal last year, was averaging about 15 points per contest. I think that he's going to be a nice fit. You still have your rough and tumble guys down low. Jackson McVeigh is a 7'1" big man that comes in as a freshman. Should be able to make a nice little bit of a inroad here. And then Somtu Surreal. Just didn't necessarily see the minutes that you were hoping for a season ago. He's a very highly touted freshman that was glued to the bench a little bit more. I think that he was just left in the just dust of some of the good big men that they had a season ago. But he and Justin Abson, I think, are going to be rock solid. And even though I do think that for Georgia, it's going to be a little bit of a struggle this season, they're facing a Bellarmine team I think is just completely outgunned, especially down low. 28 or less willing to lay it with Georgia, 29 or more take the points with Bellarmine, 146 or less in on the over, 147 or higher, the under, 306-549, 306-550. Albany is on the road against Marquette. Another game without numbers, but I said Marquette is a 22.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay up to 22 with them, 23 or more take the points with Albany, and then set a total of 146.5. 146 or less, I'm going to be in on that over, and 147 or higher, the under. With Dwayne Killings, we've seen a wide variety of styles with them. With Albany, they were one of the slowest teams in all of college basketball like 3 or 4 years ago when he took over, and then they played super up-tempo 2 years ago. Last year, they were more of a mid-tempo team, so it makes it very intriguing to see what they give you this season, and they're going to be based quite a bit around Nasir Muhammad, who comes over from Northern Illinois. He was a part-time starter for them last year, 7.5 points per contest, is a career 36.5% three-point shooter. I think that there's quite a bit of upside with regards to his game. It looked like they were going to be able to get a few guys via the transfer portal, and some of those guys did not come over, but they do bring in Yaya Kita, very interesting name. He was over at Missouri and Oklahoma, 6'8" big man that should be able to give this team a little bit on the glass. And then you've got Abdoulaye Fall, who he comes over after he was a rock solid player at the non-division 1 ranks at 6'10". I think that he's a guy that's being slept upon along with Akuchu Okeke, who also stands right around about 6'10". He comes in after at Florida National last season. He saw some relatively solid minutes, right around about 4.5 points, was able to chip in there a few boards, was dealing with injury last year, 2 years ago. He was able to see a little bit more consistency, and on the other end, this is a Marquette unit that just doesn't have that main point guard as of right now. Like, they return rock solid pieces. They never ever use the transfer portal, which that, for the life of me, I don't understand why. They're going to need the guys that were former top 150 recruits, and Royce Parham along with Marion Owens to be able to take some strides forward after last year. They were sparingly used guys. The main guys that you've got coming back is someone like a Chase Ross, who was able to give you 10.5 points per contest, and then Ben Gold. He's saying 6'11". Last season was a relatively good three-point shooter for them, shot about 37% from the outside, and Ross was able to shoot about 36% from three. With a guy like a Parham, he was averaging about 5 points per contest. Can he be a guy that maybe gives you a little bit more flow with this offense? You have to think that he's going to need to take a little bit of the load off of Chase Ross, who I think is going to be one of the main men for the team for this upcoming season. And when it comes to Marquette, they always do a nice job of being able to generate turnovers. They do a nice job with their pressure style defense. Have to have your question marks with what you're going to be able to get down low. They bring in a freshman in Josh Clark, who has good size at 7'1", but he's a very unproven guy. So I do think that there's going to be a little bit of struggle for Marquette to begin the season, but the fact that they do have a lot of guys that have played with one another, I think that that also bodes well for them. So I'm going to be willing to lay up to 22 with Marquette, 23 or more, taking the points with Albany. And then I do think that even though Marquette is a little bit more of an up-tempo team, that their defense holds it down. 146 or less in on the over, 147 or higher the under. 306-551, 306-552. Northwestern State is on the road against Texas A&M. Another game without numbers, but I set Texas A&M as a 24.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay up to 24 with them. 24-5 or more, I'm going to be willing to take the points with Northwestern State. And then I set a total of a 150.5. 150 or less in on the over, a 151 or higher the under. And certainly with Buckyball taking over, that's going to be of intrigue, but this isn't necessarily the world's biggest pushover that they're going to be facing in night number one. I was actually quite impressed with the job that Rick Cabrera did last season with this Northwestern State team, and they have some talented players. Like, you've got a guy in Izzy Miles who was playing at Tarleton State last year. Tarleton State was the top 5 team in the country in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. Not going to wow you offensively, but 7.5 points and a steal and a half per contest. This Northwestern State team, I think, is going to be a little bit of a tough out with regards to that defense. You've got Willie Williams, who's back. He's a career 7.5 rebound per game guy. Micah Thomas was able to log some good numbers last year with about 12.5 points per contest for this team. Shot 42% from 3-point. Northwestern State has had a tough time taking care of the ball. They were well outside the top 250 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis on offense. offense, but you've also got a guy in Quentin Bolton who is playing over at Arkansas Pine Bluff and Charleston Southern over the last few years, a 7.5 point per game scorer at both stops, a guy that shot 41% from three. That's going to be able to elevate them a little bit. And for Texas A&M, lots of talent on this roster. Have to wonder about the chemistry and if Bucky McMillan is going to be able to continue that style where year in and year out, Sanford was always a top 40 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and they got late in the process a guy in Ali Diba who is a 15-plus point per game scorer over at Southern Illinois. You got Frederico, so nice they named him twice, coming in after he was rock solid over at Texas Tech and Pittsburgh in terms of shot blocking in recent years. Zach Clements, he was a guy over at Kansas that, he's a former top 75 recruit that just never could get out there on the floor because he was in the shadow of Hunter Dickinson. But Mackenzie Mbakpo, a former top 20 recruit, is a guy that at 6'9", shoots in the mid-30s from three. Love his game. Pop Isaacs sometimes makes bad decisions, but he's a guy that's a rock solid scorer as well. You've got a lot of talent on this team. You've got a lot of guys that might command the ball, and I do think that with Texas A&M, they don't necessarily have the style of team that is going to allow them to generate as many turnovers as they have in past seasons, so it makes this handicap very intriguing. With this bunch, I did set them as a favorite of here 24.5 points just because I do think that the talent discrepancy is very, very big, so 24 or less, I'm going to be willing to lay with them. 25 or more, I'm going to be willing to take the points with Northwestern State, and then again, with regards to this total, a 150 or less, I'm going to be in on the over a 151 or higher. I do like this total under as well. 306-553, 306-554. Clemson plays themselves to New Hampshire. Another game without numbers, but with Clemson, made them a 29.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay up to 29 with them. 30 or more, I'm taking the points with New Hampshire. Semi-total at a 135.5. 135 or less, I'm in on the over. A 136 or higher, the under. For Clemson, they in recent years have played a little bit faster, not necessarily like warp speed or anything like that, but they've sped it up a touch. I do think that they're going to need to slow it down a little bit more with losing 3 of their top 5 scores from a season ago, and they play against a New Hampshire team that they were one of the most injury-riddled teams in all of college basketball last year, and they're going to be very much looking to Gajan Robinson, who comes on over from Hofstra to lead this offense. Last year at Hofstra, shot in the mid-30s from 3, 5.5 points per contest. Not necessarily a true facilitator, but with New Hampshire, they lost so many of the guys that were productive for them in the transfer portal last season. They've got a bunch of freshmen up and down the boulevard for this team. They're going to be certainly looking at David Posier to be able to take a nice step forward after last year. He was giving the team about 6.5 points per contest. A starter that shot 40% from 3, but really was skittish to shoot, so that's going to be of intrigue. You just don't have a lot of size outside of Giannis Exopoulos. Hopefully I got that correct. He's a gentleman that comes on over from outside the country. And on the other end for Clemson, yes, you do have quite a few moving parts with this team, but it's just a case where I trust in Brad Brownell to be able to get the team firing all cylinders and to be able to play their really, really good defense. Whether you're going to be able to get offensively is a question mark, but you get back RJ Godfrey, a little bit of a boomerang transfer. Began his career at Clemson last year at Georgia, 6.5 points, right around about 4 boards per contest. They're going to be very much looking to him to make a big impact for this team down low. You bring in someone like an Ephraim Johnson, who was over at UAB a season ago, and with Ephraim Johnson was averaging in the neighborhood of about 9 points per contest last year. 2 years ago, more like 11 points per game. Career mid-30s three-point shooter, but a lot of things are going to be now running through Dylan Hunter. He's one of the main veterans and one of the main holdovers from a season ago after last year. 5.5 points per contest. He saw a few more minutes after being glued to the bench in the first 2 seasons. They're going to need him to be able to take that leap forward, and I do have some question marks with how this Clemson team is going to be able to operate in the backcourt, but boy, do I have questions with this New Hampshire team. They are going to be a wet match in the dark cave, and you know that with this Clemson team, they're going to do a nice job down low. They're going to play solid defense. They bring in Nick Davidson from Nevada, who is averaging 7+ rebounds per game as well. So I think that this is going to be a grimier game that Clemson is going to be able to win convincingly. I'm willing to lay up to 29 with them, 30 or more, taking the points with New Hampshire, 135 or less, like that over 136 or higher. The under 306-555, 306-556. Iowa State is playing us Fairleigh Dickinson. This is another game that is off the board without numbers, but I do have my handicap. I said Iowa State as a 39.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay up to 39 with them. 40 or more, taking the points with Fairleigh Dickinson. And then I said a total of 155.5. 155 or less, I'm in on the over. A 156 or higher, the under. Fairleigh Dickinson, year in and year out, is one of the more up-tempo teams in all of college basketball. If you look at the raw numbers last year, they were outside the top 75 in terms of total possessions per game, but much of that is because they were based out there in an NEC where everyone not named Fairleigh Dickinson was playing as slow as molasses. And that just really really warped their numbers in non-conference play. They were still one of the fastest teams in all of college basketball, but not very efficient, well outside the top 250 in terms of points scored on a per-possession basis a season ago. And Jack Castleberry has done a okay job of taking over for Tobin Anderson, and he's going to be now looking to Tashad Jackson to be able to really headline this team. He last season was over at Northern Colorado, really couldn't get out there on the floor after he had a nice career over at VMI. 2 years ago at VMI, 10.5 points, 10.5 rebounds, a little bit over a steal per contest, and it is a team in Fairleigh Dickinson that typically is based around good guard play, but I do sense them going in a little bit of a different direction. Cyril Martinov, hopefully I got that correct, began his career over at Georgia Tech, spent a little bit of time at Eastern Kentucky as well. He steps in as a true 7-footer and should be able to give this team some nice rough and tumble after just could never really find his footing at a bunch of other schools, but has a lot of size, should be able to give this team a little bit of upside. Have to have big time question marks as to who's going to be one of the main facilitators for this team. Tyler McQuaid is a freshman that I've been hearing some good things about. Noah Melson, he comes in from Chattanooga. He last year was over at Chattanooga, a guy that really took a little bit of a drop off after as a freshman. He was shooting over 44% from 3-point last year. That was down to 27% from 3. They're banking on him bouncing back a little bit. And when it comes to the flip side of things, you've got an Iowa State team that should have out their night number one, Tamon Lipsby. He's been dealing with a little bit of an injury. He'll probably play, but he'll probably be relatively limited, and they should still just completely be able to knock the socks off of this team. As you've got Milan Bosilovic, who's back for 2 years over at Iowa State, has been a 38% 3-point shooter at 6'8", averaging 11 points per contest. Love what he's able to bring to the table. And with Lipsby, he's one of the best at being able to generate turnovers. Year in and year out, Iowa State, a top 20 team in terms of both points allowed on a per possession basis and turnovers forced on a per possession basis. And then Joshua Jefferson, just the perfect guy for this team. At 6'8", generated 2 steals per game, 13 points per contest, was able to haul in their 7.5 rebounds per game. Iowa State in their first few years under this current regime that you've got with just all the success of TJ Otzelberger, they were lacking a little bit of rebounding before he got in there. He did a nice job of being able to restore that. And then they got a nice fit coming in from Utah Valley as well. And Dominic Nelson last season was averaging 14.5 points per contest, shot only about 25% from 3. He's not going to light you up there, but I think that he's going to do a nice job of just continuing this great Iowa State defense. And we have seen Iowa State just absolutely pound these lesser teams in non-conference play. And I think that they're going to be able to do so once again here. So 108 to 39 with Iowa State 40 or more taking the points with Fairleigh Dickinson. 155 or less. I think that Fairleigh Dickinson really cranks up the tempo here in on the over 156 or higher. I'm going to be willing to take a shot on that under. 306-557, 306-558. UAB plays host at Mississippi Valley State. Very unfortunate that we don't have an opener on this game, but I do have my handicap as I set UAB as a 37.5 point favorite. I'm willing to lay up to 37 with them, 38 or more. Taking the points with Mississippi Valley State and then set a total of a 141.5. 141 or less. I'm in on the over at 142 or higher, the under. And I recognize that Andy Kennedy, ever since he got to UAB, really other than year number 1, he's been playing at a pretty up-tempo style. For UAB last season, they were 69th, very nice in terms of total possessions per game, but for Mississippi Valley State, I mean, it's just a sad program. They play at a slow style, 296th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and that gets compounded by they weren't just dead last in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis last year. They were like a country mile clear of everyone else. They were averaging, and I'm not even kidding when I say this here, over 9 points fewer per 100 possessions than any other team in college basketball. Last year, when they were on the road, they averaged 9.9 points per 100 possessions fewer than any other team in all of college basketball. And it's not like they got some good hauls in via the transfer portal. As a matter of fact, the guys that were actually halfway decent for them, they're all gone now. So with Mississippi Valley State, it's a wet match in a dark cave. You're probably going to be looking at George Ivory III, that is actually the coach's son, who he's for his career been averaging like 1 point per contest. He's probably going to need to step up for this team. You've got someone like Antonio Sisk, who last year he was able to give the team a bit of something, 6 points, 2 assists per contest. He's going to need to step up in a big way, but I don't think that that's going to be coming. And for UAB, I think that this might be a little bit of a down year for them after they lose Yaxel Lendeborg, but you've got Kyron Lindsey, who comes into the program. I remember he was a top rebounder over at Georgia a few years ago before he just decided to bolt the program. Last year at Murray State really couldn't find his footing, but still was giving that team about 4.5 rebounds per game. Not a guy that's going to give you a lot of 3-point shooting, but is going to be rock solid down low. And then when it comes to more of the backcourt of this team, you're probably going to be looking at Jacob Meyer to be able to step up. He was over at DePaul along with Coastal Carolina in recent years. Last year at DePaul was putting up about 9 points per contest, mid-33 point shooter, did a little bit more facilitating in Coastal Carolina. We'll probably be looking to do a little bit more here. Chance Westery is a former top 50 recruit that was over at Auburn and Syracuse, really couldn't find a lot of footing there as well with some injuries. He's a nice upside guy as well. And then I think that Karan McPherson, who has spent quite a bit of time over at Northern Illinois throughout his career last year, 12 points per contest. He takes some nice strides forward here. It's just a case where Mississippi Valley State is a pretty unbackable side unless if you're getting like an absolute gob ton amount of points, and I just don't know if we're going to be getting that at 37 or less. I'm willing to lay it with UAB, 38 or more, taking the points with Mississippi Valley State, and then 141 or less, on the over 142 or higher, I'm going to be in on that under. 3-6-5-59, 3-6-5-60. Auburn plays those to Bethune-Cookman. Another game without numbers, but I said Auburn as a 20.5 point favorite. 20 or less, I'm going to be willing to lay with them. 21 or more, I'm going to be taking the points with Bethune-Cookman. And then with regards to total 148 or less, I'm in on the over 149 or higher, the under. And I think Bethune-Cookman is actually going to be a solid team this season. You typically don't say that about SWAC teams, but for Reggie Theus, 2 years ago, he really had things humming with this defense. 2 years ago, they were a top 10 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. And I bring up 2 seasons ago because they bring back Jacoby Heedy and Zion Harmon, who they both left the program last year. 2 years ago, they were playing with one another. They combined for 30 points per contest, 3.1 steals per game between the two of them. Both decided to return. You just don't see that in this day and age of college basketball. And then on top of that, you bring in the Dr. Bradley, who led all of college basketball in terms of free throws attempted per game. He was averaging over 17 points, over 9 rebounds per game over at Arkansas Pine Bluff 8 seasons ago. You bring back Daniel Ruzon, who was giving you about 5.5 or so rebounds per game. And then you bring in Arturio Morris. How much he's going to be able to play to start the season because he committed late, that's a little bit of a question mark. But that's a former top 25 recruit that began his career over at Texas and Kansas. You've got a lot of talent on this roster. Ariel Bland is a guy that I think has some upside as well. And then on the other end for Auburn, they got handled in a scrimmage against Oklahoma State about a few weeks ago. That's not great. We have the passing of the torch from Bruce Pearl onto Stephen Pearl. And there's still talent on this roster. Keyshawn Hall was really good over at Central Florida last year. 18.5 points, mid-33 point shooter, 7 rebounds per game at 6'7". He's going to be all sorts of versatile. And Todd Pettiford is one of the better guards in all of college basketball. Was a 6th man on that team that made the Final Four last season, 11.5 points per contest, 3 assists. He's now going to need to be the head of the snake this year, and I think that he's going to do a nice job of being that. And for Pearl, he was really one of the main defensive coordinators and one of the guys that really set the tone in terms of being able to develop game plans for the team. So it's not like he's completely inexperienced. He also has Kashawn Murphy, who's he's going to be able to lean on down low. Is he as versatile as Janai Broom? No, but he was able to average 11.5 points, 7.5 rebounds per game in the SEC over at Mississippi State last year. So that's going to be all help out. But for one, I think that Bethune-Cookman is going to be a really good team this year. And for two, that, shall we say, coaching drop-off that we're going to be seeing, I think is going to be very prevalent here. So 20 or less, I'm willing to lay with Auburn. 21 or more, taking the points with Bethune-Cookman. 148 or less, like the over. 149 or higher, the under. 3-6-5-61, 3-6-5-62. Nebraska plays us to West Georgia. Another game without numbers, but I've got my handicap. Want to lay up to 29.5 with Nebraska. I set them as a 30-point favorite. I would need at least 30.5 to take a shot here on West Georgia, and then I set a total to where a 149 or less. I'm in on the over. A 150.5 or higher, I'm going to be in on the under. Being able to get back rink mass is absolutely massive for this team. He missed all of last season for Nebraska 2 years ago, was averaging 12.5 points on about 34.5% three-point shooting, 7.5 boards at 6'9". He's got such good versatility for this unit. And then you got Berkey Butiesel, who came over from UCLA at 6'9". He's able to give you about 5.5 rebounds per game. Now the question mark is counter-adhesion. Are you going to get good at counter-adhesion? Or are you going to get bad counter-adhesion? Because he just feels like he's a guy that's a little bit all over the place, dating back to his time with Wisconsin. Last year he was averaging 10.5 points, shot 38% from three, but felt like he would give you 20 one night and he would give you 2 the next night. So, that's a big giant question mark. But with West Georgia, boy, oh boy, do you have a lot of question marks with this team as well. They came up from the Division II ranks 2 years ago, and they just fell flat on their face last season. They clearly were not ready to make that jump. But the good news is they bring back their top scorer in Shelton Williams-Dryden. He was averaging 17.5 points, 7.5 boards, looked like he was going to transfer on over to UW Green Bay, as his home state is Wisconsin, decided that he would pull out and he would go back to West Georgia. Malcolm Noel was someone that was able to log about 3.5 assists per contest for this team, so they've got a bit of something there. They were a team, though, that last year was well outside the top 300 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, so that means that Matija Zuzic, who comes in after he was averaging about 8 points per contest over at UT Martin, shot in the mid-30s from three-point range. He's really going to need to elevate this team. I think that this is a West Georgia bunch that's going to be much improved from a season ago. You've got a guy in Colton Gordon who's able to give you right around about 9 points, 4 boards per contest as well, so they've got some chemistry back, but I actually think that Nebraska is going to be rock solid with getting back Mass and so many of those guys from a season ago. So this is a circumstance where 29.5 or less, I'm going to be willing to lay the number here with Nebraska, 30.5 or higher. I'm in on West Georgia, and then 149.5 or less, I'm in on the over 150.5 or higher, the under 306.563, 306.564. Northwestern plays us some Merciers. Another game without numbers, but I said Northwestern as a 20.5 point favorite. At 28 or less, I'm going to be willing to lay with Northwestern. 29 or higher, I'm going to be willing to take a shot here on Merciers and set a total of 132.5. 132 or less in on the over, a 133 or higher the under. Northwestern was actually a relatively good over team last season. That was more or less because their defense took a little bit of a drop off, but now they play against a Mercer's team that was very slow and controlled outside the top 300 in terms of total possessions per game, and they were well outside the top 300 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis as well. And for Northwestern, I think that they're going to have to play very slow and methodically this season, mainly because they're going to be built around Mr. Martinelli, who was just so good for them last year. Nick Martinelli, he just did it all. He was able to supply them with 20.5 points, 6 boards, shot in the mid-30s from three-point range, and he's once again going to be the main headliner for this team because you do have a little bit of transition in terms of this backcourt. Jordan Clayton was limited to just 10 games last year, and in the games that he played, he was able to give out about 2.5 assists per game. Not too much of a score at only about 5 points per contest, but he's going to do a nice job flowing good, clean offense, and then you're bringing a guy in Max Green, who was over at Holy Cross last year, shot 38% from three, 15 points per contest. That's going to be big because a lot of that good three-point shooting that they had when they made the NCAA tournament 2 seasons ago, that's gone, though you do have KJ Wyndham, who is back, and I think that Arrington Page, who has just really never found his footing, began his career over at Southern Cal in Cincinnati, never really saw great minutes there. He's a former top 75 recruit that I think is going to be able to elevate this team, and for Merciers, they were another one of those teams that it felt like they just were not ready to make that Division I bump up, so that's going to be really killing them a little bit. Now, for Merciers, you do have a few guys I think are going to be okay for this team. Michaelis Avanauskas, who stands 6'8", was able to be relatively solid as a first-year player last year, was putting in there about 4.5 points, 3.5 rebounds per game at 6'8". He's got a little bit of an ability to shoot it from three-point range at about 35.5%, so that bodes relatively well for them, but I mean, you've got a lot of men of mystery when it comes to the backcourt. You're probably going to be banking on a little bit of Christian Gamble this season, who he was only averaging about 2 points per contest, was glued to the bench, and was a little bit more of a defensive stopper for the team a season ago, because they do lose a lot of those guys that were really leading them, like Aiden Riker or Jeff Planutis, the guys that were able to help this team be able to surprise from a season ago. They're now out of the fold. Bernie Blunt is really your main guy that returns after he was averaging in that neighborhood about 12.5 points per contest, so he's able to give you a bit of something in the backcourt, but I mean, it is a team that's in a lot of transition. They don't necessarily have ideal size, and it's not like Northwestern has been a team that has been an absolute menace on the glass or anything like that, but Merciers, I think that they're going to get absolutely plowed there, and I do think that for Merciers, this continues to be a relatively inefficient offense, to say the least, so I did set a total to where a 132 or less. I'm going to be in on the over, a 133 or higher, the under end. With Northwestern, willing to lay up to 28 with them, 29 or more, I'm going to be willing to take those points with Merciers. 306.565, 306.566. New Orleans is on the road against TCU. No numbers up on this game, but I said TCU is a nice size favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay up to 26 with TCU, 27 or more, taking those points with New Orleans, and set a nice high total here to where a 152 or less, in on the over, 153 or higher, the under end. Ever since New Orleans games were offered on the betting board in the start of the 2018-19 season, they have been a top 5 team to the over. So this is a bunch that they don't play a lot of defense. They were well outside the top 300 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis a season ago. Now the good news is Master P is actually helping out in terms of the GM duties of New Orleans, and they brought in some interesting pieces. They had a lot of guys that get kicked off the team towards the back half of the season last year, and they've rebuilt this backcourt. Ja'Kavion Buckley, who was solid at Southeast Louisiana, 14.5 points, 4.5 boards, 4 assists, not a great three-point shooter, but he's going to be able to give this team just a little bit of, shall we say, direction in terms of the backcourt. They do retain really the one main contributor that wasn't suspended last year in MJ Thomas. As a freshman, he stepped up in a big way, 11 points, 8 rebounds per game. Not a guy that's going to shoot it from 3 at 6'8", but he's able to give you a bit of something down low. And then you've got Churchill Avis, who comes over after he began his career at Wake Forest. Really didn't see great minutes there, but I mean, still, he's a guy with a little bit of upside for this unit as well. And then Colton Benson is just a really good shooter in general. Last year when he was over at Texas State, dealt with a bit of injury. 10.5 points per contest on 38% three-point shooting over the last few years. Has been one of the best free throw shooters in all of college basketball as well. So that, in my opinion, is going to bode very well for this unit. But you take a look at the flip side, and I do think that they're up against a TCU team that got a lot of punch out of David Punch a season ago, logging about 6.5 points, 4.5 rebounds per game, but really took some nice strides forward towards the back half of the season. For TCU, the main issue for them was that they had a lot of injuries in the backcourt. Frankie Collins is someone that went down with an injury very early on last season, and now they should be a little bit more, shall we say, straightened out in the backcourt. I like the fact that they brought in Tanner Toolson, who was logging 13.5 points, 4 boards per contest over at Utah Valley, a nice mid-30s three-point shooter. I think they just fits the system so well, and Jaden Pierre is a guy that goes under the radar. He was over at Providence last year, 3 assists, 12.5 points per game. Not an amazing three-point shooter last year at 34%, but has always been a relatively solid three-point shooter. And Luteris Lavicius, who was over at Oregon State, he was a 40+% three-point shooter at 6'7", so they upgraded that. Xavier Edmonds is going to be able to do a nice job down low. They've got a lot of depth with regards to that low post play, and then bringing in Brock Harding, who did a really nice job last season over at Iowa. He was able to give out over 5 assists, steal and per contest. He's going to really elevate this team, and I do think that for New Orleans, even though they are much improved from a season ago, I just think that this TCU team under Jamie Dixon is going to be able to get back to their defensive roots. New Orleans is going to look to play super up tempo, and I think that TCU is going to be able to exploit that and win this game very convincingly. 1 delay up to 26 here with TCU, and with New Orleans, I would need at least 27 to take a shot on them. 152 or less in on the over, 153 or higher the under. 306, 567, 306, 568. At last, a game with actual numbers on there, as we've got Lehigh going on the road facing off against Houston. Right now with Houston, they are 37.5 point favorites. Drawing game, it is 137.5, and I am going to be willing to take anything above 37 here with Lehigh. I set my line at 37, so we are at the bare bones minimum that I'm willing to take the points here with Lehigh, but we are at that minimum, and for Houston, I do think that they are going to be able to do just such a nice down job on defense, with Houston number 1 in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and they were in the bottom 10 in terms of total possessions per game. So Houston plays slow and they play defense oriented. This is going to be a doomsday for a Lehigh team that is outside the top 350 in terms of percentage of their missed shots that resulted in an offensive rebound last season. Now, they were able to have Nasir Whitlock really step up overall for the season, average 10.5 points, multiple assists per game, and shot in the mid-30s from 3. And Lehigh as a collective was actually a solid 3-point shooting team. Shot 37% for 3, top 50 team in all of college basketball. Hank Alvey was able to step up, give the team 5 rebounds per game after they dealt with so many injuries towards the second half of the season last year. I do think that someone like Joshua Ingram, who gave you 7 points and nearly 4 rebounds per game, is going to be able to take a stride forward, but this is not some sort of a team that's able to go out there and get a lot of guys in the transfer portal, and they're going to be completely outgunned down low. Recognize that for Houston, they do lose much of that front court that led them to the title last season, but you bring back Milo Suzon, who's one of the most gifted guards in all of college basketball, 5+ assists, shot really well from 3-point range, double-figure score. He did an amazing job of being able to lead this team a season ago. And then you bring back Emmanuel Sharp, who had over 40% three-point shooting, 12.5 points per contest. Losing Terrence Arsenault to NC State, that was a little bit of an issue. But Joseph Tugler, who gave the team about 6 rebounds per game, is a little bit limited with what he's able to do on offense, but he's going to be absolutely tremendous down low for this team. Ramon Walker Jr. has been in the program for a few years. I think that he's going to be able to take some strides forward. And then the star freshman that they brought in the backcourt, Isaiah Harwell, along with Bryce Jackson. These guys are going to be absolutely incredible as well. And then Chris Senek, I think that he's going to be able to do a nice job down low of helping out this team. This is just a team with an embarrassment of riches. I do think that 37.5 is starting to get just a little bit too far, even though this is a team with the propensity of just absolutely blowing teams out. But that's it for Houston. I do think that they're going to be able to win this game very convincingly. 37.5 or more, that is my buy point here on Lehigh, so I'm willing to take the 37.5, but I did set also a total of 125. I'm going to be in on the under. 306.569, 306.570. Back to the games without numbers, as Gardner Webb is going to be on the road facing off against Minnesota. I set a line to where I set Minnesota as a 19-point favorite, so 18.5 or less, I'm going to be willing to lay it. 19.5 or more, I'm going to be willing to take those points with Gardner Webb, and then set a total of a 145, so 144.5 or less, I'm in on the over. A 145.5 or higher, I'm going to be willing to take a shot on that total under. I think that Nico Medved is going to do a nice job of turning around this program, and Nico Medved is, in my opinion, one of the most underrated coaches in all of college basketball, going up against the Gardner Webb team that they had a coaching change last offseason, and it just really didn't go well for them. Gardner Webb was always a team that was pretty rock solid on the glass, but was always a little bit hampered with regards to offense. Under Jeremy Luther, they just weren't able to get really anything right. Now, the good news is they bring in a guy in DJ Jefferson, who began his career over at Tennessee, and I do think that he's got a little bit of upside, just has dealt with injuries over his last few seasons. He was over at Longwood last year, was limited to only 13 games. I think that he's going to be able to give this team a nice little bit of a spark, but you're going to be looking to someone like an Abadou Endai, who comes over from the non-D1 ranks as a 6'8", little bit of a wing to be able to elevate this team. Ace Tolbert, he was, when we last saw him over at St. Francis of Pennsylvania, a nice solid player, and he was at St. Francis of PA the last 2 years, averaging 8.5 points per contest, shot 38% from three, but he's coming off of a major injury that limited him to just 5 games a season ago, so that does have you a little bit concerned. And for Minnesota, Cade Tyson comes in after he just was unable to get out there on the floor over at North Carolina last year, but you go back to what Tyson was able to do 2 seasons ago when he was starring over at Belmont. This guy was just a bona fide stud, 16 points on 46.5% three-point shooting, 6 rebounds per contest at 6'7". I don't think he's going to quite shoot 46.5% from three-point range, but for Minnesota, they do have a lot of guys I think are going to do a nice job of being able to pop off in probably a little bit of a slower system. Nico Medved's teams are never really going to play super duper up-tempo, and he didn't bring over a lot of guys with him from Colorado State, but he did bring with him Jalen Crocker Johnson, who was a pretty solid player from last year. 9 points, 4.5 boards, didn't necessarily do one thing great, but was solid in pretty much every facet of the game. And then Isaac Kusama is someone that stays with the program from the season ago, where he was averaging multiple assists, 5.5 points per contest, was a primary reserve for this team. Also having a guy like Chancey Willis coming on over after he was over at Western Michigan a season ago, doing a nice job being able to put in their double figures. I think that bodes very well for this team as well. So I do think that with Minnesota, they're going to be able to take it to a Gardner Webb team that it just feels like ever since the coaching change, they just have not been able to find their identity. So I do think that Minnesota, night number 1 under Nico Medved, in a very good home court environment out there at the barn, I do think that they win this game convincingly, 144.5 or less, and on the over 145.5 or higher, the under end with Minnesota, 1 to lay up to 18.5 with them, 19 or more, taking those points with Gardner Webb. 3-6-5-71, 3-6-5-72. Chicago State is on the road facing off against DePaul. This is another game without numbers, but I've got my handicap for DePaul. I actually set them as a 26.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay up to 26 with them, 27 or more. I'm going to be willing to take a shot on those points with Chicago State. And then with regards to total, I set mine at a 146.5, at a 146 or less. I'm going to be on the over a 147 or higher. I do like this total under. And for Chicago State, they did have a little bit of a coaching change. Landon Busey, who was over at Elkhorn State 8 seasons ago, he comes in, and I think that that's actually a really good hire for Chicago State. Busey was consistently getting Elkhorn State in the top 3 of the SWAC. He brought with him a few guys from that stop, but it is going to be a little bit of a new look team, but he actually retained a few of the guys from Chicago State from a season ago. As Deshaun Jean Charles, he was averaging for the team last year about 5.5 points per contest as a part-time starter. Threw in there about 3.5 boards. He's a career only about 22% three-point shooter, but as a guy that is a nice defensive stopper, he's going to be staying with the team. Braylon Bush is a guy that comes on over from the SWAC. He was actually at Prairie View 8 seasons ago, putting up 13.5 points per contest. Part-time starter that actually shot it very well from 3 at 41% from 3. He comes on over with Busey from the SWAC as well, so they're going to have some good guard play. This is going to be a horribly undersized team, though, so that's something that they're going to need to overcome. And for DePaul, I do think that they are going to be able to do a nice job from within. And for DePaul, Chris Holtman did a relatively solid job in year number 1 for this team. Now, Fabian Flores is a 7'2" freshman big man that we'll see what he's going to be able to bring. He's a little bit of a project player, but I think that Kaman Maker, who just really didn't see time over at St. John's, but he was a pretty highly touted guy. He's going to be able to find his footing with this system. They've got quite a bit of size and a little bit of question mark. A guy without a lot of size, NJ Benson, was actually your top rebounder from a season ago. He was able to put in there 6 boards, 9 points per contest, and have a little bit of question mark in terms of what you're going to be able to get out there in the backcourt. They lost a lot of those guys from a season ago, Sainsbury, CJ Gunn, but bringing in a versatile player like Caleb Banks, who actually began his career over at Indiana, was putting up 14.5 points in the mid-30s three-point shooting with Tulane a season ago. I think that he's going to do a nice job of helping out this offense. Landon Blocker is not necessarily a guy that's going to light you up from 3, but a guy that began his career over at Arkansas, was a nice contributing piece for the team a year ago. And you notice that with DePaul, they did a really nice job of was just basing teams outside the conference 8 seasons ago. When it got to in Big East play, the rubber really met the road, but I do think that once again, DePaul's going to be able to make a little bit of a statement here outside the conference. 26 or less, I'm going to be willing to lay with DePaul. 27 or more, take the points with Chicago State, and then 146 or less, I'm in on the over. At 147 or higher, the under. 306-573, 306-574. Ole Miss is going to be playing us at Southeast Louisiana. Another game that's presently off the board, but I said Ole Miss is a pretty sizable favorite. I made them a 24.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay up to 24 with them. 25 or more, take the points with Southeast Louisiana, and then I set a total of a 146.5. So a 146 or less, I'm going to be in on the over. A 147 or higher, the under for Ole Miss. They're a team that always plays really good positionless basketball, and you always know that you're going to be able to get a really good effort out of just a Chris Beard coach team. And for Ole Miss, they did lose a few players from the offseason, but still, I do think that this is going to be an Ole Miss unit that is once again going to be able to fire on all cylinders because they've got so many guys that just fit this system, and you've got really good versatility in general. They were very much underrated coming into the season, bringing in like a Kezigifa, who was over at the Big South level, averaging 13 plus points per game last season. I think that he's going to be able to fit this system relatively well. Travis Perry, who really didn't give the team a ton a season ago. He was over at Kentucky. I think that he's going to be able to step in. He's going to be able to be a nice three-point shooter, a nice little off-the-ball guy, and then they're going to be able to do a nice job down low with Corey Chess coming in from LSU, where he was putting up there about 6.5 rebounds per game. Not necessarily the versatility that you'd love to see, but what I love is compound transfers, and you've got Corin Johnson, who comes on over after he at Louisville last season was unable to see a lot of minutes 2 years ago. When he was at Washington, 11 points per contest, he was able to shoot about 37% from three. He steps into the program along with another Louisville transfer in James Scott, who he was very good over at Louisville last year. 7 points per game. He was a primary starter, 6 rebounds, a block per contest. Not a guy that's going to step out there and shoot threes. Ole Miss is probably going to be playing a little bit more down low and a little bit less around the perimeter this year, but what you're going to be able to get out of A.J. Sora, I think, is the X factor. Clearly did not work out for him at Kansas last year. 2 years ago, he wasn't the most efficient scorer at Wisconsin, but he was still averaging 17 points, 4 rebounds per game over at Wisconsin, and I believe school number 8 in the last 8 years. So that's going to be a lot of fun to be able to take a look at. And then for Southeast Louisiana, this has been a team that's really been slowing themselves down over the last few seasons under David Kiefer. They've been able to do a nice job of being able to form some defense, but they do lose their primary facilitator from a season ago. They were getting really good production out of Jacavion Buckley, who was able to give the team about 4.5 boards, 4 assists, 14.5 points per game. And then Roden Broadberry was a really good low post piece for the team as well that allowed them to be able to have that rock solid defense. Now they're going to be looking to Ubong Abi-Tisam, who comes over from Central Arkansas, where 2 years ago he was putting in their 7.5 rebounds per game. Last year he just completely fell out of favor, so he's going to be looking to rebuild himself, for lack of a better term. And then with regards to backcourt, you do have to have a lot of questions outside of C.J. Booker. Booker is someone that is back from a season ago where he was only able to see 9 games due to injury. He was a starter over at UT Grand Valley 2 seasons ago where he was averaging 2.5 assists, a steal per contest. Not a great three-point shooter, but I think that he's going to do a good job of running the offense. Who he's going to be able to rely upon is a little bit of a question mark, because other than Jeremy Alisi, who was very good last year at 6'6", was able to put in their 10.5 points per contest. You don't have a lot there, but you also have just no three-point shooting whatsoever for Southeast Louisiana. So I think that it's going to be a little bit of a rough go of it for Southeast Louisiana. They're going to need to hang their hat on defense, and against a team like Ole Miss, they're going to be a bit dominated there. So 24 or less willing to lay with Ole Miss, 25 or more taking the points with Southeast Louisiana, 146 or less in on the over, 147 or higher the under. 306-575, 306-576. You've got Vanderbilt, and they're going to be playing us at Lipscomb. Finally, a game with numbers, as for Vanderbilt, they're a 25.5 to a 26-point favorite. Total on this game, it is 153.5, and with Vanderbilt, I did set them as a sizable favorite, as I do think that this is going to be a really good team under Mark Byington, and with Vanderbilt, set them as a 23.5 point favorite. I think that's maybe gone a little bit of a scotch too far, but that said, with this Vanderbilt team, I think that this is going to be a unit that is going to be fired up for this one, though. You've got an inter-city rivalry here, because Lipscomb, they are based out there in Nashville, Tennessee. That's where Vanderbilt is based as well, and I think a lot of people are sort of discrediting this Lipscomb team because they do lose Lenny Acuff from a season ago. Kevin Carroll, who was really good at the Division II ranks at Southeast Nazarene, he comes in and he was able to maintain a few guys from his season ago, like Grant Asman. I recognize that he wasn't necessarily like a primary player for the team, but I know over the last few years was averaging over like 4 points, few rebounds per contest. He was a nice low post piece for the team. He's going to be back for this team, and then they're going to be looking to some of those guys that come in from the non-Division I ranks to be able to hit the ground running right away. Like an Ethan Duncan is going to be coming in after he spent some time at the non-Division I level, and if I'm not mistaken, He was originally a recruit of Texas Tech, never really attended there, but he was a guy that was recruited there, so you've got a little bit of upside there. Logan Suber is someone that was glued to the bench 8 seasons ago over at Lipscomb. He's going to be able to take some strides forward, in my opinion. Then you do have Charlie Williams, who he was over at William and Mary, America's favorite tag team, over the last few seasons. Last year at Lipscomb, a part-time starter who was able to shoot in the mid-30s from three-point range at 6'10". He's going to be able to give this team some nice versatility. And then on the other end for Vanderbilt, they do both maintain quite a few pieces from a season ago, and they are bringing in some new pieces as well. And for Vanderbilt, their real kryptonite last season was the fact that they weren't necessarily the world's greatest team on the glass, but they do bring back Devin McLaughlin, who was their main rebounder. He was very rock solid, being able to put in there about 7 boards, 10 points per game. Getting him back, I think it's going to be really helping this team out. And then for Vanderbilt, they did a nice job in terms of being able to mix and match in the backcourt, bringing in a guy like a Duke Miles is big, as well as I think they committed to 17 different schools throughout the process. But you know what? You're bringing a guy that last year over at Oklahoma was putting in their 9.5 points per contest. 2 years ago at High Point was putting in their 17.5 points per game, a career mid-30s three-point shooter, guy that's able to dole out the ball. I think that he's going to be a nice fit with this system. You got a guy like a George Kimball III, who he was averaging 18 points per game last season over at Eastern Kentucky. He does a nice job of generating turnovers, 2.6 turnovers per game. Frankie Collins was a top 15 player with regards to steals per game 2 years ago when he was over at Arizona State before getting hurt at TCU 8 seasons ago. This is a Vanderbilt team that I think it's going to be creating a lot of havoc there. They're going to be a little bit better down low with bringing in Jalen Washington, 6'10" big man who is a rock-solid rebounder over at North Carolina, and then Ike Okereke, who is starring over at Cornell a few seasons ago. Another year in the system is going to help him out, and then he also bring back Tyler Nickel, who was very nice over at Virginia Tech a few seasons ago. Last year, put in their 10.5 points, shot 40% from 3 for Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt is going to be a steals and threes team that I think is going to be relatively solid, but I do think a lot of people are discarding Lipscomb right now because they bring in a D2 coach, and I do think that in this inter-city rivalry, it's gone just a little bit too far. I'm going to be willing to take anything above a 24 here with Lipscomb, and I do think for Lipscomb, they're going to be playing a little bit more of a slower system, and I do think that Vanderbilt a little bit improved on defense, so semi-total 151.5 here at the 153.5. I like the under. 3-6-5-77, 3-6-5-78. South Florida is going to be playing us to Florida A&M. This is another game that's off the board, but I've got my handicap as I did set South Florida as a very sizable favorite in this ordeal. I set South Florida as a favorite of 25 points. I'm going to be willing to lay up to 24.5 with them, 25.5 or more taking the points for Florida A&M, and then set a total of a 151, 150.5 or less. I mean on the over, a 151.5 or higher, the under. And for South Florida, I actually think that this team wins the American Conference this season. I really like Brian Hodgson as a coach, and he's just brought in a really nice blend of guys. Having a guy like a Xavier Brown, I think is absolutely massive, who he last season was over at James Madison doing a nice job. You bring in a nice upside guy in Damian Collins. He's a former top 30 recruit, began his career over at Kentucky and saw some solid minutes over at LSU last year. He was a starter that put in there 8 points, 4.5 rebounds per game. Didn't necessarily wow you, but this guy in the American should be able to create a lot of havoc. And then you got Devin Hade, who comes over from Central Connecticut, where he was averaging 14 points per contest. This team is going to be rock solid down low with Isaiah Nelson, following Hodgson over from Arkansas State, where he was getting over 6+ rebounds per game. Now Deontay Green, it looks like he's going to be dealing with an injury. He's probably going to be out of the fold for this game, but you have Joshua Njafo, Joseph Pignon, double-figure scores from a season ago that should be able to do a nice job of being able to tie up the loose ends there. And then for Florida A&M, it's now Charlie Ward who's at the helm, and he brings in Anquan Bolden Jr. His father, Anquan Bolden, was a star over at Florida State. As we know, Charlie Ward, he was playing his football and his basketball over at Florida State, so that makes things relatively fun. He was averaging 8 points per contest. Jaquan Sanders, who began his career over at Hofstra, he was averaging about 6 points per contest there 8 seasons ago on about 30% three-point shooting for his career. He's going to be coming in, and I think that he's going to do a nice job in the backcourt, but what the team has down low is very, very minimal. Miles Ndumbla is like the only guy that's above 6'8" on this roster. They did maintain one of their guys from a season ago. Caleb Washington decided to stick with the program after he was averaging about 7 points, 4 boards per contest under the old regime, so that helps him out a little bit, but I do think that this is going to be a team that's going to be a little bit dominated there. Malcolm Stute, who just couldn't get out there on the floor last season, he's going to need to step up, if I'm not mistaken, a little bit of relation to Mr. Miles Stute of South Carolina. So it is a circumstance where I do think that South Florida is really going to be able to dominate this game, 150.5 or less. I'm in on the over 151.5 or higher, the under for South Florida will lay up to 24.5 with them, 25.5 or more. Taking those points with Florida A&M. 306-579, 306-580. Our nation's first president, George Washington, plays host to Maine. Maine hopes to not get Mained, and we've got no numbers up on this game, but I've got my handicap. George Washington, I said, as a 23.5 point favorite, will lay up to 23 with them, 24 24 or more, taking the points with Maine. And then 137 or less, I like the over. 138 or higher, the under. For George Washington, their defense was much improved last season, and they get an out-of-sight, out-of-mind guy back. Garrett Johnson, who 2 seasons ago, he was averaging 14-plus points per contest, throwing in their 6-plus rebounds per game. He missed all of last season due to injury. Getting him back is absolutely massive because they bring back quite a few of their other guys from a season ago as well, and they did a nice job in terms of transfer portal being able to elevate this team. As a matter of fact, I would not be surprised if George Mason is able to win the Atlantic 10 this season. We've got back a guy like Trey Autry, who is able to give you 8-plus points per contest. Amir Arrington is someone that I think has a little bit of upside after he just was unable to get out there on the floor last season, but I think that he might be able to help out along Gene Amarujian, who comes over after he had Hofstra last year, was averaging 14 points per contest, mid-30s three-point shooter, is able to give out 4-plus assists per game, and then you got the big man in Mr. Castro down, Rafael Castro, who was able to give you 8-plus rebounds per game, and for Maine, they've always just had a little bit of a tough time on the glass. I love Chris Markwood and what he's able to do as a coach, but that said, this is a Maine team that year in and year out, they're outside the top 250 with regards to rebound percentage. Keon Burns was able to elevate that last year, but now he's out of the fold. Now you're going to be looking at TJ Beal to be able to help out a little bit after he, over at Southeast Missouri State, saw some relatively solid minutes over the last 2 years, was averaging about 4.5 points per contest, and I think he steps in right away and is going to be able to be one of those main big men. And additionally, you do have a backcourt that does have a few pieces that return from a season ago, and you add that in there with a guy in Ryan Mabry, who was averaging about 4.5 points per contest last season when he was over at Quinnipiac, saw many more minutes when he was over at Miami of Ohio, so he should be able to give the team a little bit of scoring pop. But for Maine, over the last few seasons, the main, shall we say, crux of this team and the main reason why they've been able to be so successful is generating turnovers with Kellen Tynes, who gave them over 3 steals per contest last season. He's now over at Richmond, so that hurts them. AJ Lopez was a 14-plus point per game scorer. He's not out of the fold as well, so I do take a look at this spot, and I do think that for George Washington, they deserve to be a sizable favorite against a Maine team that just doesn't have quite the same backcourt that they've had in past seasons. I set George Washington as a 23.5 point favorite, one to lay up to 23 with them, 24 or more taking the points with Maine, 137 or less in on the over, 138 or higher, the under, 306-581, 306-582. This is Jacksonville, and they're on the road. They're facing off against Miami. Another game without numbers, but I've got my handicap. I did set Miami as a favorite of 18.5 points, willing to lay up to 18 with them, 19 or more taking the points with Jacksonville, and then with Jacksonville, I set the total at a 144.5, so 144 or less in on the over, 145 or higher, the under. You've got Jai Lucas coming over after he was a very solid player in his own right when he was over at Texas, highly touted guy that just never could really find his footing at the college level, has really been able to find it as a coach, and he is of relation to John Lucas as well, so he's got a nice coaching tree there, and I do think that this is a Miami bunch that is going to be able to elevate from where they were over the last few seasons. Ever since they made the Final Four, it's just been a lot of disappointment for them, and I love the way that they were able to turn over the roster, and they're going to be looking to a little bit of size with regards to this team. Malik Renew is a 6'9", little bit of a combo player that comes over from Indiana after he was averaging 13.5 points per contest, was able to do multiple assists per game. At Indiana, they let him take more threes than he should have, so that's something that they're going to need to adjust a little bit. Ernest Uday was a very good big man over at TCU that was able to average 6+ rebounds per game, and then you bring in Trey Donaldson, who he was a big part of that Michigan team that was able to make the second week of the NCAA tournament last year, 11 points, 4 assists per contest. He's going to do a nice job with having Drew Washington, 40% three-point shooter, playing off the ball, coming in from New Mexico, and then on the other end for Jacksonville, this has always been a pretty stingy defense. They started out playing very, very slow under the Mincy regime. They sped things up a little bit over the last few seasons, but there's still a team that could be a little bit hit or miss with regards to their outside shooting. Chris Lockett Jr., I think, is going to be able to step up after he was averaging about 3.5 points per contest over at Boise State last season, but I do think that he's going to be able to play a much more, shall we say, integral role with regards to this system. And then you got Simeon Wheeler, who he was unable to get out there on the floor too much over at Jacksonville last season, but I think that he's going to be able to step in, give you some good production, as he was limited to just 4 games last season, and he generated 10 steals in those games, so I think that he really ups the defense of this team. And then you look to a guy in Jalen Jones, who was averaging in that neighborhood about 5.5 points per contest over at Oakland last season, 2 years ago, over at Tennessee State. He was able to be a nice facilitator, guy that did a little bit of everything, nearly 3 assists, about 4 rebounds per game, so I like what he's able to bring to the table, but you've got a lot of unknowns down low Tito Dang, he's a international man of mystery at 6'11". You don't know what you're going to be able to get there. Alan Amadiu, he comes over after he was spending last season over at Missouri State. 2 years ago at Morgan State, played a nice role there, was able to average about 7 boards and a block per contest. Last year was just lost in the sauce over at Missouri State, so it's going to be very interesting to see how things pan out, as I do think that with this Jacksonville team, they're going to do a relatively solid job defensively. I've got quite a bit of question mark with regards to the offense, so, and I do think that Jai Lucas is going to be able to get things rolling at Miami, but they have a lot of transfers, and it might take a little bit of time for that chemistry to be able to get going. So 18 or less willing to lay with Miami, 19 or more take the points with Jacksonville, and then 144 or less in on the over, 145 or higher the under, 306-583, 306-584. Wake Forest is playing us to American. This is another game without numbers, but with this American bunch, I did set them as an underdog of 16.5 points. I'm willing to lay up to 16 with Wake Forest, 17 or more take the points with American, and then set a relatively low total in this one of 136.5, so 136 or less in on the over, a 137 or higher the under, and with Wake Forest, under Steve Forbes, they've always been a relatively up-tempo-ish team. They're typically hovering right around about 100th, maybe a little bit higher with regards to total possessions per game. Americans just slow. The last 3 years, they've been outside the top 300 in terms of total possessions per game. They do lose some of the key pieces that allowed them to be able to make the NCAA tournament a season ago, but they do bring back some of those nice fulcrum pieces from the backcourt. Jeff Spruce, I think, is going to be playing a big role for the team after he was averaging about 7 points, just under 2 assists per contest. Actually had a good year 2 years ago when he was averaging more like 2.5 assists per game, and then Julian Iturribe along Greg Jones, they're going to need to step up. Jones is a 6'6", do-it-all sort of player that was averaging about 10.5 points, 4 boards, shot a very nice 44% clip from three-point range, but now you're going to be losing Mark Rogers, who at 6'9" was a good three-point shooter. He was the top rebounder for the team. That means that Matt Mayock, who was averaging about 7.5 points as a wing that has shot over 36% from three over the last 2 years, he's now being tasked to be able to step up. And for Wake Forest, I just feel like this is one of their lesser teams. You can tell the drop-off that they had when they lost Kevin Miller from the season ago. Hunter Salas was still able to give them 18 points per contest, and they need to replace him, but I think that Omaha Blue is a little bit of an X factor, as he was limited to 13 games a season ago, never really just found his role with his team, but he's a former top 30 recruit that is able to do a little bit of this and that. Cooper Schwieger is a guy that a lot of people are excited about coming over from Valparaiso. He was last year averaging about 16 points, 7.5 rebounds per game. 2 years ago, shot 36% from three, a little bit of a drop off this past year. I have a few question marks with how he's going to be able to fit in here. And then Nate Kalmezi, he played over at the Washington schools, Washington and Washington State last 2 seasons, 4.5 assists per game last season, but also turned the ball over 3 times. So I think that Wake Forest might be suffering from some of the same issues that they had a season ago. I actually think that they're going to be a relatively solid defensive team. Trevon Spiller is being back at 6'7", nice rebounder. That's going to be able to help them out. I have question marks with Juke Harris, but Harris was a guy that was able to supply about 6.3 rebounds per game a season ago. But for Wake Forest, I do think that they're going to be a little bit more defense-oriented. I do think that they're going to be rock solid down low, and for American, they're in a little bit of transition with losing Mark Rogers in the post. So 16 or less willing to lay with Wake Forest, 17 or more taking a shot on American, 136 or less like the over, 137 or higher the under. This will be the last game that I do before we hit a break and then hit those final 10 or so games. This is 306-585, 306-586, St. Francis of Pennsylvania on the road against Oklahoma. This is another game without numbers, but I've got my handicap. Oklahoma I set as a 33.5 point favorite. I'm willing to lay up to 33 with them. 34 more taking the points with St. Francis, and then set a total of a 143.5, 143 or less in on the over, 144 or higher the under. We really saw this Oklahoma team speed up last season. That was very uncharacteristic of this team, and we have seen it just going back all the way to his time over at Loyola Chicago. Porter Mosier just typically plays a little bit more of a slow and controlled style, and I do think that this is going to be an Oklahoma team that plays a little bit more slowly this year with losing Duke Miles in the backcourt, but still, this is an Oklahoma team that I think is going to be able to actually be a little bit better on the post this season as well. Other than Jalen Moore, they didn't have a lot of rebounding, and they bring in Muhammad Wagyu to be able to help that out. He spent some time over at Alabama, if I'm not mistaken, North Carolina as well. At 6'10", he should be able to give this team a little bit more rough and tumble. They go to the country of Denmark for Andres Holst, who's a true 7-footer. He should be able to give this team a little bit more down low as well. And then Kai Rogers is a freshman that I think is interesting, comes in from the great state of Wisconsin. I think that he's going to be able to give a little bit of help on the post as well, but in the backcourt, you're going to be looking at Nigel Pack to have a little bit of a bounce back. He was limited due to injury to just 9 games last season over at Miami. He was a big part of that Final Four team from many years ago, even going back to his time at Kansas State. You always knew what to expect there. Tay Davis is a 6'9", little bit of a Swiss Army knife guy who spent defensive time at Notre Dame and Seton Hall. Last year, he was putting in there 15 points, 5 boards per contest, and then bringing in Xavier Brown, who was so rock solid over at St. Joe's. He doled out 4.5 assists, gave you 5 boards, 17.5 points per game. I think that this is going to be a much better team with regards to rebounding, though. The 3-point shooting, I think, is going to be very hit or miss with this unit, but they should be able to blow away a St. Francis team that they're going to be in their last year at the Division I level, and because they are going to be going down to the non-Division I level, we saw a changing of the guard. Rob Krimmel, he decided that he was going to leave the program, and Luke McConnell now takes over. And for St. Francis, they had a tough time being able to maintain the guys that they had a season ago. Chris Moncrief is going to be a big part of this just overall offense. He averaged about 6 points per game, shot 35% from 3 a season ago, and he's really one of the few guys that are a holdover from last year's NCAA tournament team. Keston Labiris, who was able to put in there 4 boards, 6 points per contest. He's also going to be a main returner for this unit, and they do bring in a guy that I think is going to be able to really elevate them down low. Skylar Wicks, if you recall 2 seasons ago at Incarnate Word, was averaging 13.5 points, 6.5 boards. Really like his overall game, was unable to get out there on the floor for UTSA, meet me for the Roadrunners a season ago, but this is just a backcourt that's not the same as it was a season ago. And St. Francis, they were a team that was outside the top 275 in terms of KenPom when they made the NCAA tournament. They got blown away in non-conference play a season ago. I think that that's going to be the case once again this year. So with Oklahoma, made them a favorite that was very, very large. I'm willing to lay up to 33 with them. 34 more, taking the points with St. Francis. 143 or less in on the over, 144 or higher the under. And then we are going to hit the final. I think we've got like 7 or 8 games left here on the flip side right here on Coach Business with myself, Greg Peterson. Now, a part of the Beast and Family Podcast. We're back here in lovely Las Vegas for Coast to Coast Hoops with myself, Greg Peterson, now part of the VSiN Family Podcast. While we were at break, I did the official count. We've got 8 games remaining to break down for this College Basketball Monday, and how about if we waste no time and get into it right now?
The normal betting board picks are complete, but there are some extra games today, so we go into the bonus.
306-587, 306-588. Jackson State is on the road facing off against Illinois. This is a game that currently has no numbers up there, but I've got my handicap. I said Illinois is a 23-point favorite. I'm going to lay up to 22.5 with them, 23.5 or more. Going to be taking the points with Jackson State, and I set a relatively high total here, 155, so 154.5 or less in on the over, 155.5 or higher the under. If you look at Illinois, they typically have started out their seasons playing really well on the defensive side of things, and then in Big Ten play over the last few seasons, it's just all went to mush. For Illinois, they are dealing with quite a few injuries. Ty Rogers is not going to be available in this game. 1 or 2 of their international men of mystery are right now dealing with eligibility concerns as well, so that's something that does need to be factored in. And we saw last year, Illinois was very much running through Kasparis Iakusonis, so that's going to be a big-time changing of the guard, so they are going to need a big season out of Kylan Boswell, who was able to give the team double figures a season ago. Ben Humericus, he was season ago, was averaging about 7.5 points per contest, shot in the mid-30s from 3-point range. I do think that he's going to be able to take a stride forward this year, but you've got Avicic squared, Big Z Avicic along Tomislav Avicic. Both of these guys should be available in this game. And Tomislav last year, 13 points, 7.5 boards. He was really the lone guy that shot it well from 3 for Illinois. Shot 35% from 3-point range. Illinois as a whole, they shot less than 31% from 3-point range. Davi Miricic, he's going to be a little bit questionable for this game, as you just have a lot of guys in general that they should be able to be contributors. Andrei Stojakovic should be good to go in this one. He comes over after at Cal last year, averaged 18 points per game. Not necessarily an efficient 3-point shooter, but a guy that certainly is going to be willing to let it fly. But for Jackson State, this team is going to be lacking down low. They're going to get plowed on the glass in this game. But that said, I do like the fact that they've got a really good guard tandem. Now, it's not necessarily a sizable guard tandem, but Deshaun Ruffin is a guy that actually was a starter at Ole Miss many, many years ago. Dealt with injury last season, but when he came back for the 24 games that he played, he was averaging about 15.5 points, 4 assists, generated a steal and half per contest. Absolutely love his game. And then you're able to pair him up with Devin Reed. Reed is a 6'8", little bit of a wing player that began his career over at Louisville. At Louisiana Tech last season, he was averaging about 4 points, 3 boards per contest. I think that he's going to be able to really elevate this team in terms of their low post play this season, and they're going to need him to, because other than Ebo Wilson, who's really never played a Division I college basketball game in his career, he played 11 games last season and he averaged less than a point per contest. You're really going to need him to be able to lock it down there. But that said, you also bring back a guy that I really think is going to be able to help out in terms of playing off the ball in Kavion Hunt. Hunt last season was putting in their 8.5 points, shot 35.5% from 3, also gave you about a steal and a half, 3 rebounds per game. And I do think that with the Jackson Jackson State team. They have the guard play to be able to hang in there with an Illinois team that is entering into this game a little bit banged up, dealing with some eligibility concerns, and with Illinois, they are very much, in my opinion, going to be looking to play up tempo as well. So I set a line to where a 154.5 or less, and on the over 155.5 or higher, the under with Illinois, willing to lay up to 22.5 with them, 23.5 or more taking those points with Jackson State. 306.589, 306.590. Colorado State plays us at Incarnate Word, game that's off the board, but with Colorado State made them an 11.5 point favorite. I'm willing to lay up to 11 with them, 12 or more taking the points with the Incarnate Word, and then set a total of a 139.5. 139 or less, I like the over a 140 or higher, the under. Ali Farouk Manesh making his coaching debut for Colorado State, and he was able to retain a few guys from last year's team. Obviously, it's very difficult to do in this day and age with any sort of a coaching regime change, but for Colorado State, I do think that there's going to be a little bit of a drop-off from making the Sweet 16 a season ago, but I don't think that it's going to be as pronounced as a lot of people might be thinking that it's going to be, because they did a nice job of being able to just get some guys in the transfer portal. Brandon Rechtsteiner was playing a lot of point guard over at Virginia Tech a season ago. He was the unexpected point guard because they were thinking that it was going to be Heisier Miller. Did have his turnover woes towards the beginning part of the season, but you can tell they got better and better as the season went along. Rashawn Memba is really the main guy that returns from a season ago. 7 points, 3.5 boards as a starter, so having a 6'7" wing to be able to come back with experience, I think is big. And Jevin Muniz, I think that a lot of people are sleeping on him. This is someone that at Florida Gulf Coast last year was averaging 10.5 points, shot in the mid-30s from three, was able to give out 4 assists per game. He's a nice Swiss Army knife guy at 6'6" that makes his team so versatile. And for Incarnate Word, this was a top 100 team with regards to their 3-point shooting percentage last season. They do lose a little bit of the backcourt from last year, but they bring back Mr. Pike, Jordan Pike, who as a guy last year in his first year at Division I ranks, he was averaging 10.5 points, 5.5 boards, shot 36.5% from 3-point range, has relatively solid size. And then you bring in Love Bettis, who he's played at NC Central, Florida A&M. Last year he was logging about 7.5 points, 2 assists. Not necessarily an amazing 3-point shooter last year, but in his previous 2 years was shooting 40+% from 3-point range. And Davion Bailey is a really nice piece to be able to return. Last year, 16.5 points on 39% 3-point shooting. Incarnate Word has some good backcourt play. They're not necessarily a team that generates a lot of second chances on the glass, but they prevent other teams from getting second chances. And having Cleveland State transfer Taj Savatsky coming after averaging 12.5 points per contest in the Horizon League, I think that this is an Incarnate Word team that's going to be very pesky, even at elevation out there in Colorado. 11 or less, I'm willing to lay with Colorado State. 12 or more taking the points with Incarnate Word. 139 or less, Incarnate Word was outside the top 275 in terms of total possessions per game last year. So 139 or less, in on the over 140 or higher, the under. Towson versus Loyola Maryland is up next. 306.591, 306.592. This is going to be a neutral court game, and we have no numbers up on this one from CFG Bank Arena, but I've got my handicap. I did set Towson as a sizable favorite here of an 11.5 point favorite, so 1 to lay up to 11 with them, 12 or more. Taking the points with Loyola Maryland, made my total 129.5, 129 or less, in on the over 130 or higher, the under. Pat Scarry always plays a distinct style of really slowing things down, and Towson, they were a top 75 team in all of college basketball last year in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. While they were about 349th in terms of total possessions per game, and you return so many of those good pieces from a season ago as well. Towson was 16-2 within the Coastal Conference last season, and I think that they are once again going to be poised to be one of the better mid-major teams in all of college basketball. They did a nice job of bringing back their double-figure scorers. A guy like a Tyler Tejada was very rock solid, giving that team right around about 13 to 14 points per contest, so that's going to be really big for them moving forward. Dylan Williamson was able to play it really nicely off the ball with about 2.5 assists, 14.5 points per contest. You bring back some of those ancillary pieces from down low like an Abdul Sam and then Jack Dombilia. This is a really nice big man that was able to average 11.5 points, 5.5 rebounds per game over at Wright State a season ago. He comes in and he should be able to give this team some good versatility. And for Loyola Maryland, they do a solid job of bringing back a lot of their pieces from a season ago, sans the Elich brothers, but with Milos Elich, he led the team in points, rebounds, and assists, so that really puts them up against it, and they're going to need someone like a Tyson Cavander who has just never really been able to take that stride forward. He's always been stuck on averaging about 5.5 points per contest. I thought that he could be a primary ball handler, has not really done so. That's a little bit of an issue for them. They're going to be looking to Jonas Zyraturas, who he comes over from Lithuania, spent last year at Radford, where he was averaging about 2 rebounds per game. They're going to need him to step up, and they have quite a few international men of mystery when it comes to this Loyola Maryland team, as they've got Carter Bragg McLean, who comes on over from New Zealand, a little bit of an upside guy in the backcourt as a freshman, and then I do think that Sam Springer is going to be able to give you quite a bit of something moving forward. For Springer, he was over at Air Force last season, was limited to 18 games due to injury, but at 6'7", he's able to give you some versatility, pop it from three-point range, and having Jacob Thidusu, who averaged double figures back in that backcourt, that's going to be able to help out. But Jordan Steinke, I have a few question marks with him as well, so I do think that for Towson, they're going to do a nice job of being able to really slow this game down. And Loyola Maryland, they themselves are not a team that's really going to be out there running it and gunning it. They're typically a team that's outside the top 225 in terms of total possessions per game, so do think that you get a low-scoring slog here at a 129 or less. I'm in on the over a 130 or higher. I'm going to be taking a shot on the under with Towson willing to lay up to 11 with them. 12 or more, taking the points with Loyola. 306-593, 306-594. You've got South Dakota State taking on Merrimack. This is going to be a game at the Sanford Pentagon. No numbers up on this game, but says South Dakota State as a 8-point favorite, willing to lay up to 7.5 with them. 8.5 or more, taking the points with Merrimack, and then set a total of a 136, 135.5 or less. I like the over 136.5 or higher. The under with Merrimack. Always a slow, distinct team. Merrimack was, once again, well outside the top 275 in terms of total possessions per game a season ago. And for South Dakota State, they do undergo a coaching change. No more Eric Henderson Jr. They were able to maintain quite a few of their pieces from a season ago. And we did notice that South Dakota State, they were playing a little bit more slowly last year than they have in past years. So I'm very intrigued to see what you're going to be able to get there. Oscar Clough was a big reason why, when you have a guy that leads all of college basketball with over 12 rebounds per game, that allows you to be able to play a little bit more slow and distinct. But that said, with him gone, and it's now going to be on the backcourt to be able to step up and pick up the slack. Joe Saylor last year was very rock solid. 12.5 points, doled out 2 assists per contest. You've got a guy in Kalen Gary, who was one of their better off-the-ball shooters, making about 35% of his threes, 11.5 points per contest. Love what he's able to bring to the table. And Matthew Morris, who he began his career at the Power Conference level. He was over at Wisconsin, never really got playing time there. He has found a home here with South Dakota State. 8.5 points at 6'7", shot about 35.5% from three, but there's going to be a big void on the glass, and that's big for Merrimack, because Merrimack year in and year out, they're well outside the top 300 with regards to rebound percentage, because they sell out for turnovers. Merrimack, under Joe Gallo, they have ranked in the top 25 in terms of turnovers force on a per possession basis in every single season that they've been at the Division I level. Now, they do lose a lot of those headline guys like a Adam Clark and company, so that's going to be hurting them, and you do lose a guy like a Sean Trumper, who is very rock solid as well. But Andres Marrero, I thought, was a really nice pickup in the transfer portal. At LaSalle 2 seasons ago, was averaging 8 points on 39% three-point shooting. He fell out of favor with the team last year, as last year LaSalle was just a little bit of a dumpster fire. I think that he's going to be able to find it here. And then Malik Eadman, I think, is a big part of this team. He left the program for a little bit of time. He came back last year, was only averaging 4 points per contest, but we saw him during the 2021-22 campaign give the team 9.5 points, steal 9.5 per contest, shot in the high 30s from 3-point range. For a Merrimack team that last year, they were one of your lesser three-point shooting teams in all of college basketball. I think that they're going to be better there. And then you've got a man of versatility, Todd Brogna, who comes over from Stonehill, where he was averaging about 12.5 points per contest, shot over 39% from three. I love the way that he fits with his system. So do you think that Merrimack is going to hang in there in the great state of South Dakota? 7.5 or less willing to lay with South Dakota State. 8.5 or more, taking the points with Merrimack. 135.5 or less. In on the over. 136.5 or higher. The under. 306.595. 306.596. South Carolina State is on the road facing off against Louisville, and we do have an opener on this game. Louisville, a 33.5 point favorite. Total on this game, it is 156.5, and with Louisville, even though I'm high on them, I do feel like this is a bit too lofty of a number. I set my line at a 28.5, so I'm going to be willing to take the points with South Carolina State. South Carolina State has been traditionally a top 40 team in terms of total possessions per game, so I do think that they're going to be looking to run up tempo, and they were making hockey-style line changes last year under Coach Eric Miller. They do lose quite a bit of that core from a season ago, but I do think that they're going to be able to get some good production out of this backcourt, even with having a guy like a Michael Teal out of the fold from the season ago. They do maintain the fact that they've got a really nice guy that I really like in Colin McKenzie back, who is a part-time starter. He was averaging about 5.5 points per contest, shot 38% from three-point range, gave them a nice shot in the arm at 6'6". You're probably going to be looking to a little bit more out of James Merrill after last year. He was giving the team in that neighborhood of about like 2.5 points per contest, but he's got some relatively good size. He should be stepping up. He should be seeing a little bit of a bigger role, especially with them losing their main shot blocker from the season ago, as as they got really good production out of 6'11" big man Drayton Jones. Having to replace him is going to be a little bit rough, but that said, I think that Florian Tenby is going to be able to step up and be one of those guys that gives you a bit more of something at 6'5". Nice Swiss Army knife guy with about 4 points, an assist and a half per contest, just did a little bit of this and that, and that's just so much of the South Carolina State team. You didn't necessarily have that one headliner other than Jones down low from a season ago, but you just had a lot of guys that knew their role, and for this Louisville team, this is going to be one of the better teams in all of college basketball, so actually a relatively nice test for them to start the season as you bring back from a season ago Kashawn Pryor, who he was very limited due to injury in the small 7-game sample size that we saw out of him. He was averaging 12 points, 6 rebounds per game. That'll make Louisville all the more lethal down low after they were a sneaky good rebounding team from a season ago. Whether or not they're going to get Ali Khalifa out there on the floor after he missed really all of last year due to injury, eligibility concerns, what have you, that's a little bit of a question mark. I've pretty much ruled him out for this game, but you've got a really good backcourt that involves Mikael Brown coming in as a very highly touted freshman. Javon Hadley is back after he a season ago gave the team 12.5 points, was shooting 38% from three-point range. You've also got back in the fold a guy in Isaac McNeely who says within the ACC after he last season over at Virginia, 14.5 points on 42% three-point shooting. He's going to fit like a glove in this system with a guy like a Kobe Rogers, who Rogers last season, he put in there 9.5 points per contest over at Charleston as a 45% three-point shooter. So, I mean, this is a guy that knows a little bit about the Pat Kelsey system, and I think that Kelsey has done a nice job of just being able to mix and match with regards to his backcourt. Adrian Woolley is a guy that I think is really going to be able to take some strides forward after at Kennesaw State last year at 3.5 assists, 5 boards, 19 points per contest, so all sorts of versatility, shot over 40% from 3 himself, but I do think that with South Carolina State, just their overall shiftiness, their versatility, and the way that they've got so many interchangeable parts keeps them within this number. I did set my line at a 28.5. So seeing north of 30, I'm going to be willing to take those points with South Carolina State. And we have seen Pat Kelsey teams the past few seasons struggle a little bit from three-point range to begin the season. So semi-total at 154.5, I'm going to be in on the under. 306, 597, 306, 598. Texas Southern is on the road facing off against Gonzaga. Gonzaga is finding themselves as a favorite of 26.5 points, and the total on this game, it is 158.5. And with Gonzaga, I did set them as a 26.5 point favorite. So we're going to be looking for a little bit of line movement off of this initial opener, 26 or less. We're going to be willing to lay with Gonzaga 27 or more. I'm taking the points with Texas Southern. Now, it is a case where for Gonzaga, they are going to have Con Grant Foster out there on the floor. He was given an injunction a few days ago, and he was also versatile at Grand Canyon. Give you over 15 points, 5 boards, did not necessarily shoot it well from three-point range. And there's a little bit of a changeover in the backcourt for this Gonzaga team. No longer do they have Dusty Stromer from a season ago. No longer do they have any of the Nemharts, as you've had Nemhart squared really lead the team with regards to backcourt. But I mean, you had an optional redshirt from Braden Smith, who I remember 2 seasons ago when he was over at Colgate, he did a really nice job of just giving that team a little bit of everything. He was logging 12.5 points, 5.5 boards, 5.5 assists per game. Being able to learn under the system for him a season ago, I think is big. And then you bring back Graham Ike, who in terms of points and rebounds on a per minute basis, because he was a little bit in the doghouse for Gonzaga towards the front half of the season last year, but I mean, in only 23 minutes per game, he was averaging 17 points and 7 rebounds per contest. He's going to be an absolute dominator down low. And then you've got out of sight, out of mind guys that should be able to step up. Steele Venters, he has not played any of the last 2 seasons due to injury, but last we saw him over at Eastern Washington, he was averaging 15 plus points per contest, shooting darn near 40% from three-point range. You've got a guy in Mr. Jalen Worley, who he missed all of last season. 2 years ago when he was playing over at Florida State, 7.5 points, 3 assists, a few rebounds, a steal. Just a Swiss Army knife guy that doesn't necessarily score a ton, but he does a nice job of just being able to, for lack of a better term, give you exactly what you need at the right time. So I like what he's able to bring to the table. And then on the other side for Texas Southern, they actually elevated their three-point shooting a season ago. Typically, Texas Southern teams are very good on the glass, but they're not necessarily good from three-point range. Last year, you didn't have a single guy that really gave you over 5 rebounds per game, but Troy Hupstead, who comes over from UT Arlington and Maryland Eastern Shore, should be able to help out with that. 2 years ago at Maryland Eastern Shore, 8.5 boards, 13 points per game. So I think that he's going to be able to up this team's game overall down low. You've got Josh Farmer, a 6'10" big man that comes on over after he spent some time over at UTSA. He last season over at Texas Southern was averaging only about 3 rebounds per game. I think that he's going to be able to elevate his game a little bit. And then you bring back some of those guys from the backcourt, like a Zatirius Moultrie, like a Kobe Granger. Granger last year was a okay scorer. He was putting in there about 7.5 points per contest, shot 37.5% from three-point range. And then Montreal hopefully I got that last name correct. He was really seeing a big giant downgrade to about 3.5 points per contest. But you go back to the 2022-23 season when he was averaging more than that neighborhood, about 8 points per contest. I think that he's going to be seeing a little bit of an upping with regards to his minutes as well. Then Dwayne Posey being back after he averaged like 7 points per contest, not necessarily a prolific 3-point shooter, but guy that's able to give you like 4 or 5 rebounds per game, should be able to help out for Gonzaga. I actually think that they're going to be a little bit of a better team on the defensive side of things this year in Texas Southern. I think after their defense was just atrocious and they played a little bit too fast for their own good, they actually slowed things down a little bit here. Semi-total 154.5. I like the under with Gonzaga. One to lay up to 26 with them, 27 or more would be in on those points with Texas Southern. 3-6, 599, 3-6, 600. It is Washington, and they play us to Arkansas Pine Bluff. This is a game that's presently off the board, but I've got my handicap as set Washington as a 20.5 point favorite. One to lay up to 28 with them, 29 or more. Take the points with Pine Bluff, and then set a total of a 156.5. 156 or less, I'm going to be taking a shot on the over. A 157 or higher, I'm in on the under for Washington. It's going to be interesting to see what sort of a tempo they play this season, because with Washington last year, mid-tempo team, they were about 181st in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and you just take a look at what Danny Sprinkle has done over the years. When he was over at Montana State, they were a little bit more of a defense-oriented team. They weren't necessarily a team that got out of sorts, and then that last year over at Utah State, when he led them to the NCAA tournament, they were about 100th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and that's sort of what I'm expecting here. And they get to go up against an Arkansas Pine Bluff team that was just absolutely cooked on defense last year. For Pine Bluff, in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, 358th in all of college basketball. Now Washington had their defensive deficiencies as well, 284th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but I fully expect this team to be much better. You've got a guy in front in Kepanog who has dealt with injury over the last 2 seasons, but when he's fully healthy, he's capable of giving you 5+ rebounds per game. He's capable of being very rock solid down low. That's going to affect an Arkansas Pine Bluff team that really just does not have a lot of size. You get back Zoom Diallo. I know that he was dealing with a little bit of question mark and injury coming into the year after he averaged about 11 points, 2.5 assists per contest last season. He should be good to go in this game. Not a guy that's going to light you up from 3-point range or anything like that, but they bring in guys that are able to give you that good versatility. Wesley Yates along with Desmond Claude as a tandem over at USC last season. They were averaging a combined over 28 points per contest. Matty Traore is going to be able to give the team even more size down low. Was really glued to the bench over at Maryland last season, but I think that he's going to be able to find a home here with Washington. I thought that was a nice shrewd pickup in the transfer portal. And Jacob Ogunsevich, who last season was a star over at Lipscomb, 20 points, 8 boards, shot 40% from 3 at 6'8". He really elevates his team. And then on the flip side for Arkansas Pine Bluff, they lose a Dr. Bradley, who actually led all of college basketball in terms of free throw attempts last season. That was one of their main forms of offense, as they just really struggled with Christian Moore being one of their primary scorers with about 9 points per contest outside of that, and they lose him from a season ago. Now, I really like the fact that they added Jaquan Scott in the offseason. He was able to register about 7.5 points per contest over at UTSA, small sample size last season, spent some time over at Mississippi State. I do think that he's going to be able to give this team a nice little bit of a shot in the arm at 6'8", is able to pop it from 3-point range, so he helps out the offense of this team. And they picked up late in the process Keon Williams. Should be eligible, but they added him in like late August, early September. He was pretty much kicked off the team at Abilene Christian, where he was their top scorer, 13 points, 5 boards, 2.5 assists, was able to generate a steal per contest, began his career at Oklahoma State. That was a very much Rich's pickup for them. And then you got Ramel Lloyd Jr., who he's a 6'6", little bit of a swing player over at Long Beach State last season. When he was out there on the floor, was able to register about 5 points per game, was limited to 10 games due to injury. You've got a lot of question marks with this Pine Bluff team as to who's going to be out there on the floor night number one. You know that the defense is not going to be any good whatsoever for this team, though. They do pick up some relatively solid junior college guys. A guy like a Trevon Payne, I think, is going to be able to come in. He's going to be able to give you a bit of something, but I do think that Washington is going to be able to get a nice, easy win here. I'm going to be willing to lay up to 28 with Washington, 29 or more. Taking the points with Pine Bluff, 156 or less, in on the over, 157 or higher, the under. We wrap things up with 306, 601, 306, 602. USC upstate on the road against Cal Baptist. This game's off the board with Cal Baptist. I made them a 19.5 point favorite. Willing to lay up to 19 with them. 20 or more, going to be taking the points with upstate. And then I set a total of a 151.5. 151 or less, I like the over. 152 or higher, the under end for this USC upstate team. They were just absolutely dreadful on defense last season. Like for upstate, they were trying to play up tempo, but they were also outside the top 3 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis as well. They hired on an assistant from Drake last season, and he was able to bring over a few of his guys, but when you're 351st in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, that's not great. And Cal Baptist for the longest time was playing very slow, very controlled. They cranked cranked it up a little bit more last season, and they still maintained a solid defense. They were 85th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and they bring back Dominique Daniels, who was averaging over 19 points per contest. Now, the kryptonite that you had with this Cal Baptist team from a season ago was that they just weren't great with their three-point shooting. They're outside the top 250 in terms of their overall three-point shooting, and they didn't really add a lot of guys that were massive three-point shooters from a season ago or anything like that. But that said, they do have Martell Williams back. How he does it is he gives you about 9 points per contest, and he was able to shoot 37% from three-point range. Brady Henjay, who is giving you about 3 rebounds per game. He's a true 7-footer. I think that he's going to be able to take a step forward this year and really lock things down low for the team. They also bring in a freshman, Nate Garcia, who is a true 7-footer from the state of California. He should be able to elevate this bunch as well. And then Monte Bowser, I think, is a little bit of an upside guy. Averaged about 5.5 points per game when he was over at Northern Arizona last season, but shot 39% from 3. That elevates their outside game a little bit. And then on the other side, for USC Upstate, it's just all about finding a way to be able to replace Mr. Dean. His first name was Mercer, last name was Dean. 15.5 points, 5.5 boards, was the do-it-all player for them, and he headed on over to College of Charleston in the offseason. So now they're going to be looking to Kamari Gregory to be able to step up with Gregory. Great name, 11 points, 3.5 assists per game, but shot less than 30% from three-point range. You just don't have a lot of size outside of Colin Collier on this team, and that's a guy that just has never really played at the Division I ranks. He comes in from the non-D1 level, so you have a lot of question mark with what you're going to be able to get there. TJ Lewis is a freshman that I actually think is going to be seeing some minutes right away for this team, and then Carmelo Adkins was able to supply the team with about 10 points per contest last season, shot 33% from 3, got a little bit of upside there, but I don't think that the defensive effort is really going to be there. Chico Johnson followed Coach Richter on over from Drake. He last season was only able to put in there about 5 points per contest though, so you have some question marks there, and I do think that for Upstate, this being a big-time body clock game, this is going to be a game that, if I'm not mistaken, starts at either 7:30 or 8 o'clock p.m. Pacific time. That's going to take a lot out of them, so I do think that Cal Baptist should be a sizable favorite here. I'm going to be 1 to lay up to 19 with them, 20 or more, take the points with Upstate, and then 151 or less, and on the over 152 or higher, the under, and that'll wrap things up for the Monday edition of Coast to Coast Hoops, now part of the VSiN family of podcasts. If you do like hearing from this fine podcast, Coast to Coast Hoops, you're able to subscribe wherever your podcasts, Apple Podcasts, Google Play, Spotify, Stitcher, and TuneIn. If you have a question, comment, segment idea, what have you for this podcast, you have one of 2 ways we offer those in. First one is my Twitter/X timeline at gunit_81. Keep in mind, letters EM, naming does not matter, so per usual, please do send these into the timeline. Other way, that is via an Apple Podcast review. If you rate this podcast 5 stars, it is very much appreciated. From there, you're able to fire in whatever you'd like to hear on this podcast via that 5-star review, and I'm going to be with you guys every single day throughout the season, giving you guys picks and analysis on every single game, every single day, whether there's 5 or 500 games on the card. I'll be with you guys, so I'm back with you once again tomorrow. Thank you.